Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Hopefully you can hear me clearly. Let me know how the volumes are sounded thus far. And just to answer a quick question, no, we weren't staying up playing Ghost of Tsushima. That's not why we're late. We were just chopping it up behind the scenes, getting things also set up behind the scenes as well, because I am, I should say we are live on Twitter as well, otherwise known as X. So we're doing some multi-streaming. I was seeing some things that were like a connection wasn't where it needed to be, and then we go live and I get ready to hit the button and everything is an excellent connection now. So it's also raining and thundering where I'm at. So if something happens and we disconnect for whatever reason, that's why. But I don't anticipate that happening. We had a bad thunderstorm the other day. I want to say that was Thursday. And then nothing cut off. So we'll see what ends up happening. And
that's when the gators come out. Steel. See, now you got good eating.
See,
so
I had to
hunt, right?
Had to wrestle some seats this morning. I did go out and wrestle me a couple, cooked me up some gator meat, some eggs on the side, some gator bacon, had some hash browns to go with it.
Let's go.
We're having a good time.
Some new shoes for the kids. It's nice, man.
A little bit of everything, That's how we get it together, man. Hopefully, let me know how you guys, if you guys can hear Pong as well. If everything is looking clear, the mic is moving for me. He looks like he's in the green.
Said yes. Tim the Sorcerer says Pong sounds good too. They already know. They're on it, man.
That's what I like to see. That's what I like to hear. Well, let's do a proper intro then, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. What better place to be right here on a Saturday morning you gotta be live, raw, and uncut, and you gotta come enter the rain so you can get that energy boost for your soul. There's nobody else giving it to you the way that we do. The energy is gonna be off the charts today. There's a lot of Game Pass conversation that we gotta get in today. Xbox, PlayStation, a lot of interesting things are happening. There's a duo situation happening, and now at Sony. Is Sony really digging deep into the Microsoft bag of how they may pursue the future? It's looking like it. I don't know. It's very convenient that Microsoft split up their structure a little bit. Phil's here, Sarah's here, Matt Booty's here, and now you have PlayStation doing something similar. It's like they saw something, you know? And there is that thing to where maybe good old Jim Ryan had a little bit too much on his plate. That could be very well possible. Or maybe focus has changed, which is also a great thing to see as well. But nonetheless, this is Living Split Screen, a non-console centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry. We like to take that RTS approach. That's where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, and pull our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation right here on Living Split Screen, but also the foundation for those potential 3 billion gamers that are out there. Speaking of 3 billion gamers, more so 2 billion is what Sarah Bond mentioned here recently of direct customers that they were trying to reach out to, especially on the mobile side. For whatever reason, I posed some interesting questions this week, and I haven't got an answer yet. One of the questions was along the lines of, well, if Game Pass is a problem, because I'm getting conflicting stories here. So on one side, Call of Duty going into Game Pass is going to kill Xbox because they're not going to get the sales anymore. Although, are you blatantly admitting that Game Pass is going to see a rise if they do that? And then the other side is, well, before we got the official news this week was, oh, well, if they don't put it in there, that's going to kill Xbox. So I've been trying to understand, is Game Pass good or is it not? Because I'm getting conflicting messaging, Paul. I don't know. Maybe you can provide me some context. Maybe you can help me out because I'm really just, I'm befuddled. I don't know which step to move towards next. See, me, I personally think that they let you buy or try the game however you want, and the people who are going to buy are going to continue to buy, and the people that are going to jump into Game Pass are going to jump into Game Pass. I've seen a lot of people actually here recently say, and not just in our community, in multiple communities say, hey, if Call of Duty goes into Game Pass, that might be the first time that I try a Call of Duty since the OG Modern Warfare 2. And I find that extremely interesting. So with that said, much love to everybody. I am the one and only Steel Rain, but I gotta pass it off to my brother from another while I get some additional morning things set ready and set to the side. My guy, the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Men that is not Cyclops. Pong. So what's going on, brother man?
Good morning. I muted myself that time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Living Split Screen. That's right, choo-choo motherfuckers. I hope you're all having a fantastic start to your weekend or your weekend afternoon, wherever you are in the world. It is a beautiful 71 degrees here in Minnesota. Sunny. We had some storms last night and yesterday, like Steel. The grass is growing, the weeds are growing. Everything's good, man. We are in almost summer. It feels like summer. So I'm in a pretty damn good mood, man. But yeah, Steel, you posed some interesting questions, sir. Questions that we've all asked. And again, there is no real answer to it, Steel, because those aren't real concerns from real people. Those are one-dimensionals who obviously have a narrative that they want to continue to run with no matter what. And as I said last night on Xbox Ultimate, people will smile and say they want competition. People will smile and say they just want Xbox to do better. And that they don't want it to die. And technically speaking, they're not lying. So they can smile with clarity. But at the end of the day, what they do want is they want Game Pass to be gone. And they want Xbox to exit the hardware business. And they want Xbox to become Sega as a third-party publisher only of games. They do not want Xbox and Microsoft to innovate. They do not want them to have any say in this industry outside of being a game maker. And that's the fact. So that's why you will continuously hear contradictions when they speak on this stuff. And that's not going to change. And it fired all back up again this week because of Call of Duty. Obviously, even though everybody should have known that Call of Duty at this point was coming into Game Pass. Again, it would have been really, really bad, right? Not that every company hasn't said a bunch of things and then a week later changed, but Sarah Bond and everybody at Xbox doubled down at the podcast that all first party, including Activision Blizzard King, were coming to Game Pass day and date. And then Sarah Bond, in that not great interview, I'll put it, tripled down and reconfirmed the whole slate's coming. Okay. So this should not have been the shock that the circus wanted to act like it was, or that the media wanted to run articles with. This was happening. They had tripled down on this, that this was going to be a thing. So again, is it a risk? Of course it is. $70 billion purchase is a risk. So they're going all in. Game Pass is still the vehicle. So we're going to get into that. But you did post some interesting questions, Steele. I saw it. Got some good engagement off of it too. Yeah, my week. Man, life is so good. I got Homeworld 3 last week. And obviously I played.
Did you get some time in there?
I got like 10, 12 hours into it last weekend.
Oh, okay.
I have not been able to play this week at all. I've been getting home late and just not feeling like sitting at the desk, because again, that one I do have to play at the desk, and I was just like, I don't want to. But that game is freaking amazing. RTS lovers, it's been 12 years since the last or 20 years since the last Homeland or whatever, or Homeworld, excuse me. This is well worth the wait. They did a fantastic job. Absolutely gorgeous game. Now that I'm getting the keyboard controls down, still by no means second nature. It's still by no means comfortable. I have to look a lot of times. I have to double check. I still have times where I screw up in the middle of battle and I have to hit the pause to figure out exactly what I need to do again. But my God, that game's good. That game is freaking great. Loving the campaign. Unlike the reviewers, I don't know. Again, there's a whole bunch of Homeworld, old school reviewers out there who really have some issues with the campaign, because a lot of them said the campaign wasn't good. But so far, I mean, again, is this like mind-blowing new territory kind of stuff? No. Is it sci-fi tropey? Yeah, of course it is. But it's freaking great, man. The acting is good. The cinematics are freaking really good. Loving every bit of Homeworld 3. This week, I was messing around with a bunch of different stuff, playing Age 4 again, because I can play that on the big screen. So instead of playing Homeworld 3, I was dropping in RTSs again anyways, enjoying the hell out of Age 4, especially the new update that they did. I like some of the changes they made. So I was having a blast with that. And then, of course, the game I've been waiting on for years, which we talked about last week in our upcoming week of games. Steele and I both had this pre-ordered, pre-downloaded, and of course that's Ghost of Tsushima. And the only real first-party title from Sony that I have been dying to play, right? That I have been absolutely dying to play.
I've been saying that. And
for years. And I've been consistent since I started podcasting. Anytime Sony came up, that's the one game I've always pointed to that I was upset I never got to play. This director's cut is absolutely beautiful. I will let Steele talk some of the tech stuff and what he's experienced, because he's got a lot more hours than I do in it. I'm only a few hours in.
Probably half of what Steam says.
Yeah, I'm only a few hours in right now. Got to the open world and fooled around in the open world because you know me, Steele. Again, the intro is very controlled. Sets up the story, sets up what's going on. It's beautiful. Introduces you to the combat mechanics, all the good stuff. Classic, okay? Classic. This is a classic.
It's very movie-like the way that it starts.
Yeah,
it's very little
fantastic.
Control on rails. Yeah.
Loved it, right?
It was good.
Cool.
Yeah, I liked it.
Started off with a bang, right? And then I get to the open world steel, and of course in Ghost of Tsushima, if you guys don't know, you do have a map, and there are markers on the map, but not like a Far Cry or an Assassin's Creed necessarily.
There's question marks and stuff like that, but
there's question marks, but not
the same level.
It's not flooded. It's not flooded.
Yeah, no.
But the wind is your direction. So whatever quest you are currently pursuing, right? The wind blows in the direction you're supposed to go.
Really love the way they do that.
You guys all know me. I get in the open world, get that first quest marker up. It's actually a side. It's like a tail. They call them tails in this.
Even if you put a marker on the map, it does the same thing.
Yeah, it does the same thing. Exactly.
Yeah.
The wind tells you where to go. So get the first little thing to pop up. Say, hey, you should probably go in this direction. Follow the wind. Teaching you the wind. I see the wind blowing. Steel. I go in the opposite freaking direction. I'm like, yeah, no. You just gave me an open world. Guess what I'm going to go do? I'm going to go freaking explore. So, so I started exploring, finding the fox dens, finding the shrines, all that good stuff. I'm exploring. This world is beautiful. It has its moments where it's drop dead, gorgeous. The combat. I'm still dying. Don't get me. I'm on medium. I'm on normal level. Okay. I'm again. I don't bump it up at all. I knew the combat did have parrying to it. Knew the combat had dodge to it. But I'd watched enough people play. I kind of knew it was really forgiving, and that the enemies kind of really give you a hint that it's coming. I'm still dying. Don't get me wrong. The combat isn't 100% comfortable, right? So if I meet a group of enemies, I can still get mashed up. I did beat my first little like mini boss in one of the bases or whatever else. No problem. So I'm doing good there. But this is the combat I can do, right? I'm willing to take time with this because I'm more comfortable. This is nowhere near like Souls or anything like that. This is just straight up. It's still thinking. You still have to pay attention. It's not a hack and slash by any stretch of the imagination. You do have to be on your toes, and you have to watch the enemies around you, especially when you get surrounded. And I'm cool with that. Like this is where this is about where I say, okay, I can get comfortable with this, and I'm willing to spend some time to get better at this type of combat because I have a chance here. Okay. I have a chance. So I'm really enjoying the combat. Even when I'm dying, I'm like, all right, yep, I got a little too aggressive. All right. Wasn't paying attention. That's fine. You also having the ability to hold down the Y button and charge up, or triangle, whatever, and charge up and wait for them to make the first move and do a one stab kill on some of these low ball enemies, bro. That is
when you do your showdowns,
yeah. Even when you're not in the showdown, right? You can do that initially with the showdown. You can just do it normally too. Like if you just sit there and wait for them to charge in, you could stab them right through the freaking heart. It's freaking dope, man. So yeah, I'm enjoying everything so far early on Ghost of Tsushima. It's everything that I thought it was going to be from watching and listening to so many people talk about this game. This is the atmosphere, the environment that I absolutely love, that Eastern flavor. We are getting more and more of this. I'm just super excited. Like I played Wolong, actually had a pretty good time with Wolong. Enjoyed Wolong more than I thought I would because it was more forgiving on the combat. But this is even more so my style. This really does. This is the casual Souls fan kind of combat I can get into. So can't wait to explore more, man. But Ghost of Tsushima, I'm so happy it's here, man. I'm so happy it's on PC, and then I'm finally getting to experience this game. And like, Steel, we've talked about this is kind of like we're getting a lot of samurai games. We're getting a lot of Eastern games coming up. We've already gotten a lot, but we're getting a lot more. Where Winds Meet, which is the other one that you were playing on stream during the beta test. Can't wait for that game now, because you told me in the DMs that combat is similar to this combat. That's
how it feels.
I gathered from watching. How it feels. I'm all in, because Where Winds Meet looks freaking awesome too from watching you play it. So we are looking good. We are living good right now. If you are into this type of samurai game, obviously Assassin's Creed Shadows, which we'll talk about, that's a whole different style. But man, we're still getting that Eastern culture, that whole it's so good, Steel. It's so good. I just love it. I just love it when it's well done too. And shout out to Sucker Punch. So far, so good. Sucker Punch, you guys did a great job with the representing. It's and definitely and Nick's but I was just Sucker Punch in general. They did a lot of work, obviously. Deep diving the culture and making sure that they were getting things correct. You can tell. Is everything going to be perfect? Probably not. But again, for me, I can tell they put extra time and effort into it. And I'm really happy about that. But yeah, shout out to Nixus too, because the PC port, great. I'm running flawless. I'm on very high. Everything is maxed out at 4K on the OLED. Zero problems so far. I've had zero dips. I've had zero glitches. Haven't had any crashes. Haven't had anything. Like, it's just pick up and play. Even the controller. I just turned on my controller, instantaneously recognized, got rid of my mouse cursor, and I was instantly able to use the controller for everything, which was awesome. So, that's been my week. That's going to continue to be my rotation. Obviously, I'll add to that rotation next week, Hellblade 2. We'll talk about it in the upcoming week of games. But yeah, man, I'm just enjoying life right now, man. I'm just enjoying life, Steel. And I don't think we're going to get to it as a topic because I don't know how much we could talk about it. But when I said this is the golden age of gaming, I've meant it all these years because of how much content we are getting and the quality of content we're getting.
1,000%.
And sure, you're going to have hit and misses, but still there are things coming back and things being created. Sure, there's a ton that will never come back that I want to come back, right? There's a ton of stuff that I want to be made and explored that will never probably see the light of day in this golden age. But again, we got word. Shout out to VGC. Shout out to Andy Robinson, Steel. One of my dream Star Wars games sounds like it's going to be reality. And I can't freaking believe it. I talked about this anytime we went through wish lists, what I wanted from Star Wars. Obviously, I want a new MMO. I'm hoping ZeniMax Online's game might be that, maybe. But I also said I want a new Star Wars RTS. And one of the biggest and greatest developers of RTSs, with one of the biggest franchises in RTS history on PC in the Total War series, is supposedly making a Star Wars Total War. You've got to be kidding me, Steel. You've got to be kidding me. I am now actively looking for Total War sales. I'm assuming, because for people who haven't played Total War, each Total War, and there's I want to say 12 different expansions, 10 different versions of Total War. Each Total War plays a little differently. Okay. They're all basically the same type of RTS, but they all play differently mechanically. I'm assuming this one is going to be, because it is Star Wars, because of some of the stuff that's involved with it, with force powers, lightsabers. I'm hoping they're going to go to space and have space battles, which will be insane to see. That they're going to base this one off of the Warhammer Total War. It just makes sense because obviously in Warhammer you got magical creatures, you got flying dragons, you got all the stuff. I am actively looking for a sale on Total Warhammer 3, the complete edition, because I am going to be ready for this game. I am going to sit and learn Warhammer, much like I'm learning Homeland 3 right now. Homeworld. God, Homeland. Jesus, I do this all the time. Homeworld 3. Much like I'm learning Homeworld 3, I am going to learn Total War Warhammer from the ground up as somebody who has dabbled in it way back in the day, dabbled in a little bit when I first got my PC because it was in Gamepass at that time. I want to learn because when Star Wars Total War comes out, I'm in. This is one of my dream games to be coming. I am so freaking happy right now, Steel. I am so freaking happy, bro. And if we get ZeniMax Online and they are actually making a new Star Wars MMO, oh my God. I might
be in for a treat, man.
I might just faint. So anyway, Steel, that's been my week. Went a little long there, but Steel, obviously you got Ghost of Tsushima in the background here playing. Yes. It looks so damn good. What else you been doing, man? What you been going on?
Well, Ghost of Tsushima, that has definitely been the crux of it since it released, for sure. I probably have half the time that it says that I have in there. This has been one that I've just paused. I'll get up, go do whatever, and I'll come back to it, sit down, play for another hour or so, and get up, go do whatever. I have been leaving it up. Fortunately, unfortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, I try not to do that just because I know how it records time. I just didn't care. This time around, it's really not that big of a deal. It is what it is. But Ghost of Tsushima, man, it's a very pleasing game. It's definitely much grander, much better than I was expecting, I should say. I thought it was a good game, but from what I've seen, but I just wasn't expecting for it to quite feel the way that it does. I do have some negative takes on it so far, as well, as far as like personal things. Well, I guess, and I kind of start with that. For me, there's some directional combat that seems off. I don't know. I would like to say it's just me still being early on, not getting used to it yet. The lack of lock-on seems to be a bane sometimes, especially when there's multiple enemies around. And that's where
turn lock-on on.
Can you?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
It's off by default, but you can turn it on. You hit up on the D-pad, and it locks on, and then you can switch with the right.
Okay, so, I'm gonna have to look into that just because that's been killing me in some situations. And what makes it worse, and this was it's like a double negative, right? So I was having some of that combat directional issues. So knowing that there actually is true lock on. I mean, and there's a lock on too, but it's more directional. And if you're not pressing a certain direction, it's not gonna go that way. And there's sometimes when I am pressing that direction and it still goes off to the right or off to the left, and I'm like, okay. And then they attack me. But off the heels of that, there's also been the situation to where when you if I'm in the open world and I die by a group of enemies, typically in other games, when you die, it'll pull you back to like a previous checkpoint or whatever and reload the enemies so you can have that encounter again. And this game doesn't do that. So I think that that's a turnoff, and is a detractor for me in some ways, because it's like, the way that I look at it, at least, especially when we playing on hard, it's like, I want to get used to the combat, but you're punishing me for dying. So now I have to wait until whenever the next time is to fight a group of enemies for me to practice. I would rather, and I understand this isn't for everybody, but if this is a group of enemies that come up, I would rather be able to take that time. If I die during this engagement, just reload it and let me fight those same group of enemies again, whether it's a different approach. And that's a learning experience. I should be able to teach you and show you and allow you to kind of play with things to understand, hey, this is kind of how the combat works. Hey, this is how you can get used to it. It doesn't do that. That's a detracting factor for me. It is a turnoff. Every time that it happens, it's frustrating because it's like, well, I wasn't trying to die, but along with this combat directional shit that I'm dealing with, it's like, you're punishing me for this. Why? I just don't get I don't like that. Other thing too, Pong, and I wouldn't make this recommendation. It is an open world, but at least the first 3 main missions give you your other abilities that you need for like sneaking around and stuff like that. You can't do assassanations until you do that. I thought that was really weird as well. You can do it. I mean, you play however you want. I
stuck up on a couple people already without the assassination kill. And if you get behind them, they're done. Like they're toast. Like they ain't going nowhere.
Oh yeah, I mean you got to hit them, melee them a couple times or whatever. I just thought that it was weird because I first thought there was like, okay, there's no assassinations in here. I was like, what the hell's going on? But then I ended up unlocking it through the story progression a little bit. It wasn't even that far in. A couple missions in, you end up getting it. Same thing with the bow that you end up getting. Unlock that as well. But overall, like going to the positive side of it, the combat in the game is damn near magnificent. The way that you feel in your approach into the combat, it's very forgiving in the parry mechanics. At least in my eyes, it's easy to get down. I can see it taking some time, taking that time to master, of course, you learning the flow and everything. Also unlocking the additional stances over time. I could see how that's going to play into it as well. It reminds me of Wo Long in many ways in that fact, in that way, I should say. So shout out to that. The other thing too, the game is very beautiful. It's a very appealing game. I don't think it's as like, oh man, this is like one of the best games that I've ever seen.
No,
I don't know if that's because I just played Where Winds Meet and I was looking at gameplay for both, and there's a lot of similarity in how the worlds look. I don't know if that's just a design. It's probably just the design choice or whatever the case, the way that they're using the colors and the art style and everything. But Where Winds Meet is made by a much smaller team than Sucker Punch is. So it's very interesting to me to see the amount of quality. That's why I made the post on Twitter X here recently. It's so amazing to me to see where we're at in gaming right now. The fact that a smaller team for like the Where Winds Meet is putting out a similar feeling game, I would say, to Ghost of Tsushima, especially in the open world. Is a smaller team, more fantasy based. It's also supposed to be a multiplayer focused game. And they're kind of matching the quality of what you're getting out of Ghost of Tsushima. Now, Ghost of Tsushima has much more quality in the fact that it does feel more movie-like, right? It does feel more impressive moment to moment than Where Winds Meet did sometimes, right? But again, different size of games. I just thought that was an interesting concept. The one thing I will also say is do not play this game in English. It is absolutely terrible.
I'm glad I started.
Although,
have you noticed, Steel, and other people have pointed out that the lip sync is still English, so it's still off.
Not for me.
Did you notice that? Yeah. The lip sync is. A lot of people have been talking about this, that they need to patch that in. Because the lip sync itself, even when you have Japanese, is still in English. If you look at it closely.
Oh no, I haven't noticed really it. Weird. I know my Jin is wearing a mask. I didn't really notice. Probably, I mean, or even earlier on right here, like you're seeing in some of the gameplay, I didn't notice that the lip sync was off. In Japanese.
Yeah. It's weird, but anyways, it's small, it's minor again, but the acting in Japanese is fantastic. I'm glad I didn't go English. I want to do Japanese right out the gate with subtitles.
But anyway, back to my point. The Japanese. No, you're fine. Because I'm usually really really picky about that stuff because it's really easy to tell. So I'm surprised by that because I didn't notice that. It's the same thing like Kei Asante mentioned that there was popping and stuff that he was seeing on PC, and I was like, I haven't seen any of that. But again, I'm usually pretty on board. But again, people are gonna have different experiences. But just to get back to what I was saying, do not try the English. It sounds absolutely terrible. For this game, the way that it makes you feel, especially when you compare it to the Japanese voices, it's absolutely terrible. It's not even close. It sounds garbage. And I don't want to put no slight on the people and the English voice actors, but there is something to be said about the emphasis that is put on the words and how the characters feel, especially this main dude right here. I forget his name, but the dude who caught his uncle or whatever, caught Jin's uncle or whatever the case. I'll probably remember his name later, but because there was a situation where the subtitles weren't popping up, right? I got to a cutscene, the subtitles weren't popping up. I was like, I can't understand what's going on. I'm not native Japanese. I didn't practice this. I don't know what's going on. So I had to reload it and put it in English. So I was like, because I want to know what's going on in the story. And that's how I found out that it sounded terrible. It was so bad, Pong. Like I turned it on and this dude started talking and I was like, bro, in comparison to what I just heard, his Japanese voice, I was like, nah, I do not want to hear this ever again. So I swapped it back to Japanese, went back to the title menu, and the subtitles came back. So everything is we're back for the course now. The other thing too is really weird to me is the cutscenes, the actual movie cutscenes, the FMVs. I don't know how much money they ended up saving by using movies and not doing everything in game in some of these sequences, because the movies look almost 5 to 10 times worse than the game does. In the in-game cuts, it's like the resolution is like 720p. in comparison to whatever your game's resolution is at. And that's just something that Sucker Punch is going to have to fix. They need to either upscale them or put in the 4K movies or whatever the case, because it's very jarring. At least to me, because you go from this good looking game and then you get to a cutscene that's a movie, and now it's like we're at 720p and we went back 10 years and you're like, bro, what was the point in this? Like, is this how it is on console? I would hope not. I'm pretty sure that would have been noticeable for some people and people would have said something. But that does tend to happen on PC. So, and there's already people who are modding out, who've already done AI upscaled FMBs for it. So I've been considering possibly downloading those before Sucker Punch is able to get to them. That way I don't have to worry about them, because there's no telling when they'll get to it. But the modders are already dropping stuff in, reshade, stuff like that, stuff to make the game prettier or whatnot. But yeah, man, overall, I'm having a lot of fun. I'm having a lot of fun with Ghost of Tsushima, especially being more on the story side of things. The open world feels great. Just the way that the world makes you feel, and I'm so partial about that, the details and all of that, it really drags you into it. And I love the mechanic of the navigation really being used more with the wind more than anything else, because I constantly get caught up in looking at the background. Right, I'm looking at what's going on. Hey, where's the wind at? Oh, okay. That leads into, oh man, look at the way that the sun is like peeking through the trees, and oh man, look at the lighting that's coming on the grass, and that's what got me to compare it to Where Winds Meet, because that's also where I saw damn near the exact same thing. If you go to my gameplay for Where Winds Meet on my timeline, and you look at my gameplay for Ghost of Tsushima or some of the screenshots, the lighting is very, very similar, and the grass and all that is very, very similar. But anyway,
good. And a pretty damn good
impressive
photo mode too, by the way, with some unique features in it. Adding particle effects in the background. Like I was like, yo, it's cool to be able to change the wind speed, the clouds in your photos. Like I was like, oh, okay. They did something here. I'm spending a lot of time in photo mode, you guys obviously know. So
yeah, photo mode is definitely impressive as well. The game just overall is definitely really impressive. It's well optimized. I from what I'm seeing at least, and again, I'm not the overly critiqued person for performance and everything, as long as it's running good. Again, I'm running 1080p, 60 plus frames, high everything, not really having any problems. The game looks absolutely gorgeous, drop dead gorgeous. At least in my eyes, and it plays extremely smooth. There's some things, again, from playing other games, again, especially playing Where Winds Meet, where it's just like that versatility that I had, the movement and stuff like that, is like things that I'm missing. But as I'm getting deeper into the mechanics of the game, I'm getting used to it, right? And also reminding myself, hey, this is two completely different countries, completely different places as well. One being more so based in China, this one being based in Japan, and it feeling very traditional to what they're talking about. I also thought it was ironic because Assassin's Creed Shadow just dropped. We got all this samurai talk, which we'll probably get into at some point later, and then it's a samurai focused game. Right? They get into even to some of the minutia of retainers. Oh, he was a retainer for this person, and it was like they even covered in this game. That's a samurai, essentially. They're high known, they're renowned. These are important people, you know. And just the ideology of it, and I'm really liking the concept of Jin. I'm really starting to like Jin as a character. Right. He's really in the beginning. It was kind of like, especially when they showed some of his kid scenes, I was like, this man's a fucking bitch. But I like the way as you're getting into the game, especially in his Japanese voice, it's like he's starting to come into his persona. It was one of those moments to where I might have been weak before, but I'm never going to be weak again, kind of thing. That's how I'm feeling. Like that's kind of the feel that he's giving me. Although, of course, he's still chasing after his uncle because that's family, and like the feelings that is giving me are getting me more interested in Jin as a character. Like, okay, how do you approach this? Okay, what about the samurai code? Okay, this direction that we're going, what is the line? Is there a balance? Do we have to open things up? And just the idea of him coming from a very strict code, or the samurai code being very strict, and then you get into some of these gameplay elements and you're faced with the things that you have to deal with moment to moment. It's like, hey, I understand everything is honorable and we want to face people head up, but that's not always the best situation, you know? Like,
Yep.
it just in dealing with that aspect of it as well, especially here recently, got into a little bit of a scene to where he was like, dealing with that. He had a flashback. It was like, only cowards kill people in the shadows, and only cowards don't look their enemies in the face and kill them.
That is a part of the aspect, right? That's known in history too, that the samurai look down on the shinobis, right?
Yes.
Because they felt it was dishonorable to kill unknowing, right? Not face to face. Like you that's why they even got, in this game where you call them out, right? When you first hit up a base, you can call out one of them to duel you mano a mano, right? That was the samurai way, whereas the shinobi were from the shadows and poison and killing people and assassinating people, and the samurai weren't about that. So yeah, I think that's part of it. Real quick on Jin. Maybe again, I'm early on, so I'm early in the story, whatever else. I don't mind Jin. I will say I understand why some people continue to say that he is a boring character. I know other people really love Jin by the end of the game, but I've seen other people now, especially now that the director's cut came out, go, God, Jin is still boring as hell. Like, he is a dry character. Like, I get it. Like, so far, like, there's been moments too, and like you still, the whole kid scenes, I was like, yo, what are we, really? This is how he started out? Really?
Especially with like this training earlier on, it's like, I get it, but this guy, he had some skill. Like, he's
for
not
sure.
a pushover. That's the thing.
That's the whole thing, right? Yeah. But I can see it. I can see why some people are divided on Jin and what he is. Like I said, I'm gonna reserve judgment till I get more into the game and see how, because he is opening up, and now that he is having to deal with the reality of the situation, and he is starting to understand that, like, hey, yes, I've got the samurai code, and this is my entire life and my family's entire life, and this is for the honor of the island and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's his main core base, but he's realizing that he has to not necessarily follow that code.
My enemy doesn't give a damn about any of that shit.
This ain't the time right now when I'm trying to save an entire island and all my people. Like, maybe I do need to go outside the samurai code a little bit and do something. So I want to see how this kind of develops. I want to see how he kind of he justifies it or starts to realize that is more important at the end of the day than just the samurai code. But yeah, I'll reserve judgment. I just wanted to bring that up because you were talking about Jin a little bit there, and I agree with you that it started out. I was like,
early on, I would definitely say in those first few hours, I was just like, I don't know about this guy, but it's getting better. I'm starting to feel him as a character. I love his Japanese voice actor, the way that the presence that he brings to the character, especially later on after you've slaughtered some enemies and it goes to a cutscene, he's talking to somebody. It's just like the way that his voice actor makes him feel, I think that also adds on to it. Maybe that's also why that's growing on me. So that's maybe part of the reason why he's, as a character, is growing on me as well. And again, just me being in love with the Japanese culture and whatnot, and everything that they're bringing in, and how they're approaching is really dope, man. I'm having a good time playing it. This is going to be my mainstay. I may even skip over Hellblade for now, mainly because I got a couple games. There's a couple things coming up, and I'm gonna have to figure out how to balance my time. Although, to be fair, Hellblade is it's not a long game, right? Yeah. I remember playing, and that's the one thing that's kind of like I may just end up just playing it just off rip, just because I remember playing the first Hellblade, and by the time I got to the end of it, I was like, oh, it's over? It's like, damn. I was like, oh, I didn't know I was towards the end of the game. This feels fucking good. Because I felt like I was on a ride the whole time, right? It's kind of how Ghost of Tsushima is feeling to me right now. I was just like, I'm progressing through it. It's starting to feel very natural, just realizing how the game is working and everything. But yeah, man, shout out to Ghost of Tsushima, director's cut. Everybody who's playing it now, again, we're playing the definitive version. I did end up loading into Legends. I didn't play any matches or anything.
I was going to ask you that. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't play any matches or anything, play co-op or whatever, but I did do the intro, because when you load into Legends, they have the kind of story disposition that they do for it, and they make you play the 4 classes up front. I like the concept of that, right? You get a feel for how these different characters play, although they're very similar to each other in ways. They do have some differences for sure, but I ended up picking because you could choose between the 4 classes that you could start from. So you have your Ronin, which is more, you think of a Ronin, they take it more on the magical element of it though, where he can like help you help you revive faster, or he has like more magical, he has a magical beast that he can summon.
Is it like classes then?
Yes.
Okay.
There is classes. You have to choose the first class that you'll start with. So you get Assassin, Ronin, Samurai, and Hunter. Okay. Hunter's bow, Samurai's So you have those different things, and they all can use swords and everything. Like you still can use different things, but they're just more specialized. They have specialized abilities, so on and so forth. So I feel like the concept of it is going to be really interesting. I also like the way that they're bringing the yokai into it. The spirits and the demons and whatnot. How, hey, the legends are the fallen samurai from the past, or fallen warriors from the past that are coming to save us from these beasts that are now invading. I like the concept of that, right? So yeah, man, started off as an assassin. Haven't played any matches of that yet, but from what I've seen and experienced from it, it seems like it could be a lot of fun. It reminds me of Origami in ways, right? I can see us dropping into a Legends match. I don't know how much of it's going to be like that, because of course Origami is more assassin focused, right? With shadows and all that good stuff. But from what I've played of Ghost of Tsushima thus far, it's going to be interesting to see how they lay out the enemies on these different map styles or whatever they have, however they have it set up. Again, I'm completely unknowledgeable of how Legends is true, how that mode truly works. It's one of those things like you can be aware of a game and choose to be completely ignorant of it, which is what I typically do. If I see if I have some interest, like I did with Ghost of Tsushima when it originally released, I did have interest in it, but I was like, oh, that's cool. Then I heard about the multiplayer. I was like, oh man, that's super dope. They added it onto it. That gives me even more interest to want to play if it ever came to where I have availability to play it at, because it's not a console selling game for me. But I'm enjoying everything that I've gotten out of it so far. Again, if anything, Pong, I feel like Ghost of Tsushima is just proving to me that these games need to come out much closer to day one. Like, I'm 1000% honest, because I'm seeing PlayStation 4 and 5 players like, oh man, I played that game before. They're not talking about jumping back in, right? Or like to play the Legends mode, or they're not talking about they're like, oh, we played that game already. But it has an entire multiplayer that obviously doesn't have really many people playing, but everybody says that it's great. Like, that doesn't go hand in hand with each other. And I can see where at some point after you get max level, maybe you don't see a point to play anymore, or whatever. But this seems like we need these games to definitely come out day one. The other thing that I was impressed by, I don't necessarily say impressed, but more so, the day is coming. The Sony launcher, the Sony integration to PC, it's around the corner. Because when you boot up Ghost of Tsushima, and the setup that PlayStation has for you to log in is already damn near in line with what you get on PC, right? It looked very Xbox-like. When you start up a game on Xbox and it asks you to sign in or whatever, it's very similar to that, except it's just not in its own launcher. So PlayStation is obviously not far from. And I think, especially with how well put together this game is, Nixies, they need to get a bigger team. Because if they're going to be your main PC porting team, you need to get a bigger team to help pump these out, or whatever you need to do, because Nixies knows what they're fucking doing. Right, the game, at least at this point, I know other people had issues with prior ports, and this is probably the best port that they've done. It's almost flawless. It feels like, it seems like, right? Not saying that there can't be more optimization done, but it looks, feels, the options that they give you in here. you can tell that they are really starting to come into form and understand what it takes. And and I know this game has been out for a couple of years, and I think right now they're more so held by the popularity of game that is released, right? So I think God of War Ragnarok or Spider-Man 2 might be the next ones that end up being the ones that come to PC just because
the
of
rumors
popularity.
God of War Ragnarok is on the horizon.
So that would make sense. Again, and you're already transitioning for what you had from the first God of War, because that's on PC already. So a lot of that infrastructure is already there. So I'd imagine that one's coming soon. I can see that coming out this year, right? Towards the fall, maybe. I see an announcement for that. There's just a lot of potential that Sony has with this, and if they quadruple down on it, they can reach some of their goals way sooner than a lot of people are expecting, I think. So yeah, man, Ghost of Tsushima seems like a good time. Definitely can't wait to jump back into it for sure.
That's sad, Sanchez. That's sad,
what
brother. Can't get sad for a 6-year-old game. I can't get hyped for a 6-year-old game. Yeah, man.
Is Ghost of Tsushima that old?
No, it's not quite that old, is it? When was it? 2019? 2018? 2019? 2019? I want to say 2019, I think.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think, and they're seeing good success here. 2020? Yeah, so it's only
4-year-old game.
I can get excited. I can get excited for a game. It doesn't matter to me. So Sanchez, I'm not down on you, brothers. A lot of people are like that. A lot of people need that new game, but that's to Steele's point, right? That's to Steele's point. Why they should be doing day and date out the gate.
Getting closer, much closer, yeah.
Getting closer. And again, they're going to try with their launcher. I've said that all along. I expect them to have a launcher within the next 6 months to a year. And I expect that they're going to try the whole, play our games through our launcher first on PC. Now, for somebody like me, who isn't a PCMR, even though I have a PC, even though I'm playing more on PC, and somebody who isn't one of those people that say, Steam or nothing.
I don't
care. I don't care. Like, again, if I really want to play one of their first party titles and it shows up in their launcher first, I'll download their freaking launcher. I'll sign in. I'll buy it through their launcher and I'll play it. If I have one of those games. Now, again, they're not making games that I want to do that for. You guys will see once they do this, and their launcher comes out and they say day one on our launcher, everywhere else later, Steam, Epic, whatever, later, you'll see that their first party still isn't making games, even though I'll have access to them, that I necessarily want to go out of my way to play. So again, this is the one rare one, but they're going to try it, but they're going to learn, just like every other launcher has, like we've talked about. Most of the PC community don't care. They'll wait you out. They don't care. They'll wait for it to show up on Steam, right? You're not going to find the huge success that you would if you just let go of the, fees and launched it everywhere day one. They're just not going to see it. Everybody else has found out. Okay. So again, but Sony's going to try their own. They still believe that their first party's different, but I will say this, Steele, for a 4-year-old game coming out now, Ghost of Tsushima is having pretty damn good numbers. Peak concurrent players on Steam was 66,000 already.
Okay.
So that ain't bad. That ain't bad for a single player game. Yes, it has legends, but let's be real. Again, it's not the.
We'll see what. Most people aren't going to touch that until after they finish the main story.
Yeah. So, but it's still finding good success. But just imagine had they launched it on Steam day one, when everybody got super hyped and started talking about what a lot of people. We're talking about this is a masterpiece. A lot of people, even though the review scores weren't great for this game, a lot of people came out and said it's my game of the year. Like, there was a lot of love for this game. Had they had this game available on Steam day one, they would have had a ton more sales than they already did. But this,
at least when Legends dropped, at least then.
And they probably would have found more success in Legends as well. And at least initially. Now, again, I don't know what the staying power is. I haven't played it yet. Steele and I are going to hop into it. We'll probably check it out because it does sound cool. Now that you told me that there's
and I like the fact that it's completely disconnected from the story as well. So it's not like you even got to progress. I mean, of course, there are things like cosmetics and stuff that will carry over that you can apparently unlock from the story that you get for Jin that you can put on your characters. But if that's the only thing, that means it's really hop in and out, have fun, do whatever, I like that they implement that. That's really dope. So
Yeah, Nixie, and you can say that, sure. There's an argument for and against everything. Nixie said putting day and date comes with major sacrifices that many not thinking about need critical thought. Nixie, but the proof is in the pudding, bro.
I don't care about that.
There's a reason why other people have gone day and date. There's a reason why others have gone day and date, why the vast majority do go day and date to PC now, right? There is a whole nother audience there. And again, Sony, if they're going to expand, it's got to happen, man. It's got to happen. Helldivers 2 proves it. And yes, that's a games as a service. It's a multiplayer game. So I'm not saying Ghost of Tsushima would have sold 12 million copies because they put it on PC. I'm not saying that, but you are ignoring, if you don't do it, a huge market. And again, if Sony believes their games are as good as everybody claims on the console side, they are, and that everybody needs to play Sony first party bangers, well then put them on PC day and date, grab those sales, right? Grab those sales. You've already cracked the door. I just don't see the reason why not. And again, Nixie, if you want to have those arguments on the other side of why they don't, that's fine. That's what Sony's doing internally right now.
Yeah.
But the facts are the facts. The facts are the facts. More people will pick up your game day and date than if you wait for a year down the road or 2 years down the road, or in this case, 4 years down the road to bring the game. And I understand that they had to build up their teams to do this. They went out and made a fantastic purchase. We all praise the purchase of Nixus.
That's
right?
Great.
We
fantastic
all praise it. One of their best buys was Nixus, if they're going to do this, right? Which they are. It is, and it's paying dividends right now, right? That was awesome. But they again, eventually, if you're gonna go all in on this and you're going to expand beyond the boundaries, which is the title of their actual next Sony business meeting that we get next week for an hour and a half, right? That's the title. Do that, right? Then you got to be all in. You can't dip your toes in. You can't worry about the risks per se. Yeah. This 100% would be valuable to where they're going anyways. They are not going to remain a console only company. In fact, they already aren't, obviously, but the facts are they're not going to remain strictly to the console in any way, shape, or form like they used to be. Just jump into the pool, man. Jump in the deep end. Get it done and over with. Now, like I said, they're not going to do that. They're going to try their way. They're going to get their launcher out. They're going to do that kind of stuff. It's all part of the plan. It's all part of minimizing the risk. It's all part of keeping more of the profits in-house. Get all of that. But at the end of the day and date everywhere is your best bet if you're going to get into this. And they are. So that's just my opinion. And again, Nixie, I know there's certainly conversations, and there has been conversations around the risk involved with that, but I think that's what they're moving towards.
Yeah, I think the only reason why you're seeing this kind of timeline on these games is because, again, you got to consider that these games came out on PlayStation 4. They were developed for the PlayStation 4. That's not the same architecture that we are on right now with PlayStation 5 in series consoles. So one, they had to port it to their next console, and then they also had to port it again from PlayStation 4 to PC. So because it's on two different architectures, you're not going to be able to just directly transfer those games over as quickly. Now, once we start getting current gen only games, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series only games, it is so much more likely, and we've been seeing it, where those games come to PC day and date. Why? Because they're still on the same architecture. I get that people have this ideology, it's going to take all this work to do A, B, C things. Yeah, you're right. I 100% hear you. It takes time. But if you're already on the same architecture with PC on your newest hardware, then you're not that far removed from releasing it closer to your initial release date. And there's nothing that anybody can tell me that would say, and again, I've heard Colin Moriarty talk about it. I've heard big people in the industry talk about, PlayStation can keep doing what they're doing now because it's working and people are going to double dip. It would not be the same as if it was day one. To try to pretend like, this game was so great that 10 million more people are going to buy the game after it releases on PC. Sure, millions of people will buy, but not that many, not as much as you're thinking, because it's not in the same zeitgeist. If once you get it in with the day one people, the conversation is going to be around that. People have FOMO. This is part of business. The part of business that you have to prey on is people's FOMO. And people don't know how to deal with it. So if you get these games closer to day and day, especially when you have multiplayer modes and things like that, it's easy to, it would be easier to gauge how much interest, where things are, what is your next investment going to be? Should we do multiplayer Ghost of Tsushima 2? Kind of, that's what I'm thinking about when I make these comments, because I'm more multiplayer focused. So when you give me a game that has multiplayer, released it later, I'm thinking of, okay, what would have been a better strategy for them, or how can they look at the next game for this to be easier for them? Because there could be a possibility that Ghost of Tsushima 2 comes to PC day and date, if not 6 months later, because Ghost of Tsushima 2 is going to be PlayStation 5 only, as far as console goes. It's not going to be PlayStation 4. Right? Because we're now getting to a place where there's also that separation, because we're finding out more out of all the monthly active users on both sides for Microsoft and PlayStation, half the base is still on the previous gen hardware. There hasn't been enough reason for people to swap over, right? So there's just a lot of things that play into that. COD could be part of that. GTA could be part of that, to help bring some of those additional people in. So it's just kind of future thinking a little bit, and what I would like to see from Ghost and the potential of it, and just how I've kind of gauged the conversations and whatnot from people since the game's released, right? Again, you don't have to be excited. You don't have to be hyped. You don't have to be interested that I'm having a good time with this game. But the one thing that you can't argue with me about is that this game is leagues better than when you originally played it. That's a fact. It's not an opinion. It's not a concept. It's a fact. The game looks, plays, and feels better than it ever did on console. I can guarantee you that. And me waiting to play it is a benefit to me. They gave y'all crossplay. Are y'all going to take advantage of it, or are you not going to go back to the game? That's what I want to see. Hey, you know what? People are going to jump in. I really like this game. Let me jump back in. Is that what's going to happen? Probably not.
Probably not.
Because the only people that are excited about it are the people that are playing through it right now. Right. Yeah, so again, exactly, for the first time, which is crazy to think.
For the first time. Yeah, it is a crazy thing to think. I did confirm too, Steele. I went back and looked. Gene Park posted about it too, that this, for some reason, this is the original dub version from the PlayStation 4. They had patched in the Japanese lip sync dub for the PlayStation 5 version, but for some reason, that's not in the PC director's cut. And he said that's got to be fixed. So right now, PS5 is the only version that actually has the Japanese lip sync dub.
Oh, wow. Again, I mean, they've done it. They've done it well enough in the way they do cutscenes and stuff, where I haven't really noticed it. Usually, that stuff is very easy to tell. But
yeah. So the other thing I want to mention too, Steele. I know I already gone on, and it's away
good
from Ghost. Are you done with Ghost? Are you done with Ghost?
I'm good. That was it that I had on there.
I forgot to mention, because again, my weeks run together here, and I didn't talk about it last week, so I do want to talk about it real quick. I did pop into Starfield this week after the new patch. I did post about it, and I forgot. Again, my weeks run together. I kept thinking I talked about it last weekend, but I didn't. So the Starfield patch came out this week, and obviously giving the Series X owners, not the Series S. The Series S doesn't have a patch for any of the modes, but the Series X does. As somebody, again, who played 60-70% on console of 400 hours, I've got perspective of both, of the PC being maxed out and what it was like on Series X. So I had to jump back. I mean, again, I want to jump back into Starfield anyways. I just got so much to play right now, but that patch came out. I had to pop it in, Steel, and I had to go check some stuff out. Shout out to Bethesda. I mean, again, I would have loved to see one of these modes at launch. This is what we talked about that was going to be possible, that we all knew or thought. Again, we don't ever know anything because we're not developing the games, but we all thought and speculated that they absolutely 100% could have put one of these options in it. the fact that they gave us 3 options, and I didn't fool around with the 40 frames mode. I had really no reason to go check that out. So I started out, downloaded, got it all updated, got my saves, my cloud saves all transferred over and everything like that. Fired it up in 120 VRR on the OLED, right? And fired up my last save, which I was on one of the planets, just wandering around, and actually I was right next to one of the bases, the procedural generated bases, so I could go pop in there too. 120 mode, my first steps and jetpack, I was like, wow, okay, this feels like the PC. Okay, I was like, because again, I didn't mind the 30 frames. Again, I played a lot of hundreds of hours at 30 frames. And again, I said it all along that Todd was correct when he said that they worked a lot on the frame pacing so that the 30 frames was smoother than your usual 30 frames of video game. And I said, yes, I agree with Todd that is a fact, because I played a lot of 30 frames games, still play 30 frames games, and Starfield felt really damn good. But man, getting into 120 mode and then getting into battle with some crab creatures on this planet, and these crab creatures, I've killed a lot of creatures. Okay. All right. I'm that dude that goes hunting on every planet for everything. I shoot anything for those experience points. And I freaking was like, yo, these crab creatures even feel faster as they're approaching you, because they are highly aggressive. And I was like, yo, wow, okay. But the gunplay that already felt really, really good, especially compared to any other Bethesda. The gunplay felt already really good. Oh my God, it's so silky now, and it's so responsive. I was having a blast in the 120 mode. I did notice.
Yeah, it's gonna be a major resolution hit. Yeah.
The resolution hit, right? Again, close up, still really, really good. But as you looked further away, especially in the open planet, when you're starting to look off into, I was like, oh, that's getting really fuzzy back there, man. That's getting really light on the details. So I was like, all right, let's kick it to 60. Let's see because that's the mode that most people recommend that you do use, right? So I kicked it down to 60. Still felt fantastic. Incredible balance between the trade-offs graphically that they're doing, and to give you those frames, but a really good balance. I took screenshots in that mode and posted them, and took in photo mode as well. Really well done, Bethesda. Feels awesome and looks damn good for what they had to do to get that to work on the Series X.
Fire.
I'm cool with that, man. I'm totally cool with that. Plus, it seems like they've updated the lighting steel with this patch as well. I know I'm not the first person to talk about it. Mav confirmed it as well, that he felt that way. Seen other people post online. Feels like they updated some of the lighting effects. Lighting better than ever before in this patch. Really looking good, especially interior. I took one screenshot with inside of one of the cave. I was in a mine shaft on this planet, and there was a red light and a yellow green light casting along with sunlight coming through. The diffusion and how it appeared on my character, it looked awesome.
Starfield's a very beautiful game too.
It is. Pretty. It is people downplay it all the time because they want to talk about the NPC faces and the character creation model. The actual environments, there are moments where it's like, yo, this is a current gen game. This is beautiful. Creation Engine 2 is really showing off here. And so I got to say they did great with the patch. Also, they give you a bunch of different additional options now for the gameplay that we heard about, Steel. I went and fooled around, got a bonus 10% XP by fooling around with some of them. Oh, wow. Because you can turn on and off or add, make it more difficult. The enemies that adds, if you make the game more difficult, you actually get bonus XP now. So there is a reason to go do it, right? So that's dope as hell too, right? So I just want to give my hats off, and anybody wondering if they should jump back into Starfield, or you've been holding off, maybe you hold off until Shattered Space drops and they add the vehicles and all that kind of stuff. That's cool. I'm just telling you, this is exactly what we talked about, exactly what we expected from Bethesda, exactly why I said that Todd, this is his first original baby. Again, he inherited and made it his own in Fallout, inherited and made it his own Elder Scrolls. But this is his first ground up baby. There was no way he was not going to put work into this. There was no way he was going to sit by and let people continuously talk about, oh, I wish that it was this. Oh, this is horrible. I wish he had done this. There was no way he was going to let that do. He was going to do what Bethesda always does, which continue to work on these games, and Starfield especially. He is going to get into a good spot before he says, okay, we've done it. Let the modders do their thing, continue to grow the game, all that kind of stuff. He's going to have a team on this game for a while, I suspect, and I think that they're going to continue to update this game. But great first, they've had other little patches. Obviously, they've been improving the game already. As a first really big patch deal, got to hand it to Bethesda. They did a massively great job here. I'm really impressed. The modes, the console, you can go in if you have a Series X and expect to get amazing frame rate options now, like that really do work however you want to play. And again, Steel, options are always good. Options are always good, and this proves it. So I just wanted to mention Starfield because I thought I did play it, and I thought they just did a really, really nice job here.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of options, man, it just seems like, man, maybe we aren't as crazy as people try to make us seem, or as wild we aren't as wild as people think we are either. Again, that's all people were asking for. That's all you and Mav were asking for at the time. And again, I was telling y'all even during that time that I think the 60 was going to come. And I had supreme confidence in it, even what I was playing on PC. And lo and behold, 6 months, almost to a year later, you get more than just the 60 frames. You get so many different options that are available to you. And anybody can say, oh, well, it took them time to, develop and this and this. And it's like, sure, but that doesn't mean as a consumer that I can't speak out and say, well, it would have been nice if the consumer had those options day one, right? Getting back to complete games day one. It doesn't dismiss the fact that this is proof that the game was not complete day one. And I think that's the point, right? Again, you can always optimize and do stuff later. It's not just creative vision for the reason why you can't do this. I mean, I know that's the point that y'all hit on the most is, look, man, you can't say creative vision and it's not locked to that creative vision. And then you come out later and say, hey, my vision doesn't really matter. Yeah, give you the options. Right. It's a game at the end of the day. For the consumer, I just don't think there's anything wrong with giving people options. Art
direction is a creative decision.
Yes.
Right? Setting is a creative decision.
Yes.
Writing is a creative decision. Frames, performance, I'm sorry. You could say you love your games at 30 frames and you love the cinematic feel, but it's not I will never hear your argument that it's a creative decision to hold back performance ever, or to not give consumers options that are available elsewhere. If you have the ability, time, and resources, it's not a creative decision. It comes down to priorities and time and resources of whether or not you do it because you offer it elsewhere out the gate to the PC player. So it's not a creative vision. Okay. Again, you could say you like your game playing that way, like Todd does. You could say that that's your favorite way of playing, but that is not a part of the creative process. In my eyes, it's a technical aspect. That's all it is at the end of the day 100%. To me. So
we just have to do, I think as consumers, we just need to hold them accountable and say, hey, just tell me straight up why you can't do this. You can say performance right now. Hey, we need more time to optimize it further. I think that people would be more willing to hear that because people like us would too use that in our conversation. Yeah, right. Absolutely. Hey, they came out. They said they're going to release it this way. They said they got to do some additional optimization. Sure, we can have a conversation about it not being fully complete, quote unquote, if you want to see it as that. But I think people would be more willing to say, oh, well, no, the game's complete, but they want to do more optimization, right? And if I want to wait on playing it, you can.
And the conversation is going to happen no matter what, whether you guys come out and
regardless,
give us the BS lines or whether you come out and just give us somewhat. Again, you can't tell us everything, and you're not going to tell us everything, and you're not going to go, yeah, the Series S sucks, so we're trying to figure out how we're going to get this.
But you can write it off. Hey, optimization. Right. We got to do a little bit more optimization. Get things
and again, we are more educated now as gamers than we have ever been in the past. We understand more, especially the enthusiasts understand more about this stuff than we ever did before. You guys can kind of speak to us on a little bit of a different level because that's who you're speaking to. The casuals never hear your interviews. The casuals don't care.
They don't care.
Right? It's us, right? That you're talking to when you do that stuff, when you say that stuff. So, but that's my only point. But again, shout out to Bethesda. They did a great job with this. I continue to do your thing. Okay, please, because Starfield just gets better and better. So
Stephen Avery says people like PC gaming because they can cheat, mods, etc. And then he says, has any PC gamers in here never used a cheating program? I don't. The only thing, and again, I also don't like
the game yet.
I also don't like grouping people into in one category, right? People like PC gaming. I would hope more so because it's not just about gaming. You have a device that does so much more than just that. And as I'm looking at it even further, I'm seeing the younger generation wanting a PC more than a console because the consoles have taken away outside of PlayStation, because I think they still have that, some of that there still, but the consoles have taken that ability away of editing and or streaming directly from the box, or, you know, and this generation is really big on that type of stuff, being able to do being able to do multiple things outside of just Netflix and gaming. Like, they want to do more than that. Hey, I want to Discord. I want to do this. I want to record game. I want to use OBS. I want to do this. I want to, you know, there's just a lot of other aspects to it. So everybody has their own reasons, man. But I just don't put, I don't put people in the boxes. But for me, I use mods for cosmetics. Honestly. I mean, again, the saltiest thing about Starfield for me is that now I couldn't play as Master Chief. You know how great that would have been able to be? You know how much fun I would have had with that? You know how happy I would have been? I couldn't play as Darth Vader. I couldn't play as all these other characters that they've modded in and had put on armor and whatnot that I really would have just loved to enjoy. What if I could have made my people like the people are turning the robot into different characters? That would have been dope. They turned it into, I had the name right there, from Mass Effect. The robot from Mass Effect, the main one. His name is right there and I can't think of it. Legion. There you go. They turned him into Legion from Mass Effect. And I was like, that's fucking super dope. I could have been walking around with Legion. God damn it. You know, but those things get me excited as somebody who likes that type of stuff. Nixie says Steel.
Oh, I was going to say real quick, modders, when Star Wars Outlaws comes out, please allow me to transform Nixie into Chewbacca, and I will go ahead and download that mod. Okay? If I got to run around with a sidekick,
might be a little bit too
make
big.
him cool. Listen, Steel, modders can do anything. We've seen it.
There's potential. There's potential. We'll see. Especially with how they're trying to use Nixie. It depends on how it fits in the game.
It would be so hilarious, bro.
Yeah, it would be. Nixie in the chat says, Steel, remember when God Howard said he was playing it on a Series S so he can make us feel better? Like a dad who tells their child they're eating veggies because it's so good. Yeah. Luckily, my kids love veggies, but well, one of them does. The other one tolerates them, so it's fine. Tim the Sorceress says, Ghosts of Tsushima. Glad I'm not using any of those.
Yeah, no, I have no reason to use them. But Nixie. Yes, I am trying to get rid of you, Nixie and Outlaws.
Raymond says literally admitting to release an incomplete game that isn't ready for launch. And again, it just depends on how you want to look at it. If they were more direct, it's about how you say
them anyways. We all gonna know when it hit.
That's true.
We're all gonna know that it's out there in the wild. Everybody talks about it. Over half the games launch with problems now, probably closer to 80% of games launch with problems now.
Yeah. And
you can say they're incomplete. That's kind of just a known thing. We've talked about that all the time. The crutch is that everything can be patched now.
Performance is always later.
Yep. It is.
So if that's the case, then I would just rather you just be, hey, we got to do this is our release date. We got to do some additional optimization. If you want to play the game later, then That's fine. But this is what we're bringing to you day one.
Yeah.
Again, I think you just do more. We live in an era where I just think that if you can be more upfront, because I do think Microsoft is going to start retracting their being as open or being as vocal. There is still other ways that you can be vocal, but stand on your square, right? So, real quick before we shout out the chat, we gotta get a major hitter out of the way. Decado. He says Mach 2 is not enough to start with. What did he do, Pong?
Oh, attention, ladies and gentlemen, attention aboard the Splitters hype train. If you're new here, you might not be used to these announcements. This is our little play on all those channels that actually go into every show with an e-begging mentality. We don't do that here. It is never expected, but always appreciated. But I need you all to pay attention to those monitors above your heads aboard the Splitters hype train. This is where we let you know what's going on. And if you notice that speedometer that was showing you a nice, easy Mach 2.0 to start today's travel has now suddenly exploded to a Mach 4.0, and that is due to the fact that the one and only Decado flew overhead and dropped off a couple bags of coal. That's right, he got on the court and gave us a freaking massive, easy 20 dunk. That's right, he came from the free throw line like MJ and put it on through. And that's so nice because you know what else happens when we get this? We add 4 more cars due to the 20 bomb as well, full of new splitters. So welcome aboard, new splitters. If this is your first time aboard the hype train at a Mach 4.0, we do suggest that you take your seats as fast as possible. Get comfortable and then buckle up those 4-point harnesses. We do have attendants helping you do that because we don't want you flying off the train at a Mach 4.0. It gets really messy around here. So anyways, Mach 4.0, everybody, on a nice Saturday morning with the living split screen. Thanks to the one and only Decado. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Enjoy the trip.
Absolutely. Get those W's in chat for us, ladies and gentlemen. Get those W rolling in. If you're a part of these splitters, go ahead and use those emotes. Mach 10, choo-choo, motherfucker in there and get it rolling. Before we dive a little bit deep, I mean, we're already almost 90 minutes in. We've been talking about nothing but games. Games. If there's anywhere, look, of course we talk about the other things that are happening in the gaming industry, but we also... We always like to lead with the games, ladies and gentlemen, because that's what it's about. We're playing these things out here. I've been sitting with it a little bit this week, and then we'll get into shouting out the chat, Pong. That's cool with you. Before we get into upcoming, I've been thinking about it a little bit this week, and the biggest thing for me that matters more than anything else, and I know Pong feels a little bit differently because he loves podcasting, and I love podcasting as well, but in between life and podcasting, and all the other things that are going on, the number one thing for me is always going to be the gaming, right? For me, that this is the reason why I'm here. Like, if you go down my timeline, that's what I've kind of always been doing since I've been in the community, right? It's just games, screenshots. Ever since I got my PC where I wanted it to be, right? It's just been constant OBS, trying to stream, screenshots, clips, because I want to see more people do the same, right? That's why this week on my I wrote a message this week talking about my For You page. That's ever since Twitter and X introduced the For You section, it's been kind of wild. Maybe you see some boobies in there sometimes. Maybe you see all kinds of crazy stuff, right? And it doesn't help when we have people like Vic from the community. Shout out to Vic the Click, who's retweeting all kinds of stuff. So now your feed is like a completely... Vic is
the definition of horny on the main, okay? dude is ridiculous.
So it's like now I gotta go down my timeline. I gotta mute certain these people that the people that he's retweeting and stuff, so I don't see their content if he retweets again. But I just found it really dope that I went on my For You, and it was just like I was seeing game clips, I was seeing a bunch of indie games, I was seeing people talking about with what they got going on in gaming, and just having overall discussion whether people were agreeing or not. And it's just such a beautiful thing to see, right? That's what I've just been building up towards. That's what I believe in, building up that community, building up that base that just really believes in the gaming aspect more of it than you trying to G-check people about gaming, than you trying to argue with people about shit that people are never going to agree with you about. It's you get off of your time and from work, from family, whatever, you sit down in your hobby. Because like at the end of the day, this is what it's about. Being in your hobby and just sharing and loving the gaming content that's being brought forth, man. That's what this hobby is about. That's what this passion is about, and that's why I'll continue to do what I do, man. Sharing what I'm playing, videos. I'm playing a third person. Me and my brother are doing a third person run of Halo right now. That's the other main thing that I've been playing, which is going back to, for an example, Halo 1. I haven't replayed that campaign in 23 years.
Yeah.
And going back to play it, seeing the graphical changes that they've made, it sounds corny, but it's an emotional thing, brother. Like, I remember playing that game with my pops for the first time, right? And just being amazed. And even now, with them giving you the opportunity to be able to flip back and forth and just being able to do it on the fly. And you see the drastic changes from what the game was to what it is now. And I'm in third person. Now I'm playing with my little brother he's bigger and much older. So now we're of same skill level, very similar. We're playing legendary. We're blowing through legendary, doing our fucking thing, having a fucking good time. And it's just been, that's what gaming is supposed to be about, man. Those memories, those moments, reestablishing why you fell in love, with this thing in the first place, right? So, that's my main.
I can't agree more, Steel. And we're gonna.
Yobi also hit another bomb.
I know.
We're at Mach 10. We got to be at Mach 10.
Nah. We ain't Mach 10 yet. But anyways, we'll get to that in a minute. But I just want to not break up your point here, Steel, because of course that's what we talked about constantly, and it is the most important thing. And I want to say this too, because like I can certainly be a bitter old man at points, right? I'm to that point in my life where there are things that annoy me, and I don't find much of the YouTubers out there to be entertaining as seemingly millions of people do. And that's cool. Again, I'm not that dude that goes, oh, these guys are talentless and they don't deserve anything. But to your point, Steel, I think there was something cool this week. And even though I would never watch him, and I've watched clips of him, again, if it's all an act, it's all an act or whatever. He does what he does. He entertains people. Kai Cenat.
Oh, Kai Cenat? Yeah.
Yeah.
Kai Cenat, yeah.
It's Cenat.
It's Cenat.
Okay. Mm-hmm. See, I don't even know. Anyways, I obviously know who he is. Seen plenty of his clips or whatever else. He's not for me. Okay. Again,
he's over the top. He's young. He's doing his thing.
Yeah. I have nothing to do with most of the big, like I would never sit down and watch these dudes or gals. But the point is, right, that Kai did that this week, Steel, kind of what you're talking about, right? He brought a lot of people to the table to watch him do a ridiculous playthrough of Elden Ring.
Yes.
And again, whether it is just for an act for his channel and he puts on an extra
that's persona, for real. That's
whatever.
That's
it doesn't.
I mean, of course.
Again, I look at it and I go, whatever, dude. Okay. But again, I'm not going to take away from the fact that a lot of people got wrapped up into him doing this, and that he put in the effort and put himself out there in public, and
getting smacked.
He is similar to me in what happens to me in Souls games. Okay. So he is like me from a gameplay, but again, for somebody that big, that popular, who says, I don't give a shit, I'm going to show everybody how terrible I am at a game, but you know what? Even though I'm terrible at the game, I ain't going to quit. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to find enjoyment in banging my head against the wall 1,000 times, 1,000 deaths.
Literally.
I'm going to do this, and to see the people gather around him and join in this. And some people making fun of him, some people doing the backseat gamer thing, but other people cheering him on. And again, whether his emotion is over the top to me or not does not matter. Whether it's ridiculous, it does not matter. For him to show the emotion. And then I did watch his clip after he beat it, right? And sit down and talk about the game, a game that he never would have played in the past, a genre that he's never delved into. Like, he's got his good games where he's really good at it. And he's always stayed away from the Souls games, much like me, because he knew he just ain't that type of gamer, but he pulled it off. He beat the game. He stuck it out. He beat the game, and to sit down and to reflect on it and to call it a 10 out of 10 game, despite it had him throwing controllers out the window, despite all, call it 10 out of 10 game and an experience like none other. He had said in his video that, you know, one of his favorite experiences streaming of all time was God of War. And he said, you know, much respect to God of War, but this is different. Completely different. This is different, right? That's the pureness of gaming and what it should always be about. Whether, again, I appreciate the you know, showmanship around it or not, doesn't matter. When you distill it down, that's what gaming's about. And that's to Steele's point, right? At the end of the day, that's why we constantly hit this home. The nonsense that happens out here, the people, the gatekeepers, the circus, the clown show, the media, all this talk, the big talk that we do here with the opinion based, and that's all everybody is opinion based, unless you in fact do work for one of these companies and know what you're talking. It's all opinion based at the end of the day, and people fighting over whether your opinion is better or righter, or you shouldn't have an opinion because you have terrible all that shit is nonsense at the end of the day when it comes down to the fact that we're all here, or should all be here. And again, I do have my doubts about many, but we all should be here because at the end of the day, we are gamers. And I thought Kai doing what he did really showed that. Like, that is what we are here to do, is to celebrate gaming. Good, bad, ugly, indifferent. We celebrate gaming. And that's its base level, right? That emotion that gaming gives us, right? It can be a wide range of emotions depending on the game you're playing and how you feel about it, and you know what the developers wanted you to see or feel. Like, there's a whole lot in there. But at the end of the day, we game because we get something from it, and that's usually, or should be, enjoyment, and maybe sometimes a deeper emotional attachment to it. And for Steele, what he was just talking about, co-op, multiplayer, maybe you get that bonding with other people who feel the same way as you, that you don't get in a whole lot of areas in life. That's what makes gaming unique, right? Movies don't necessarily do it to the level that gaming does. TV, books, all that kind of stuff. This is the entertainment form that brings it there, right? Sports, some degrees, because you got a lot of the same kind of emotions in sports, but gaming is just different, and it hits different for those of us that truly are gamers at heart. And I thought directly what you just spoke about and what Kai showed was that really just pure essence of what gaming is. And I thought that was dope as fuck. Again, I think it's cool because that's what Steele and I speak about. That's why I post, you know, photo mode shot all the time. I post clips. That's why Steele does what he does.
I will say, I don't know why we have a lot of engagement with each other, especially the DMs and shit like that. I don't get why I have to go to For You to see your pictures and shit.
I was going to talk to you about that.
That shit is so annoying.
It's the same. It's the same for me. I miss most of your posts. I wound up having to go search you just to find your posts. Like, oh, Steele is posting today. It's weird as hell. That is one of the part of the logarithms I never get. But I just wanted to add to that, Steele. But so ladies and gentlemen, attention, splitters. You might have gotten comfortable at Mach 4.0 for about 30 seconds, and then all of a sudden you noticed that all of a sudden we started closing the windows up. That's right. And we adjusted your monitors to show you the outside blur that is the world right now. And that's because we have gone over Mach 5.0. We have jumped to a Mach 6.0 early on a Saturday morning because after Decado got us to that Mach 4.0, the one and only legendary Yobi dropped on overhead. And he had a couple bags of coal for me and Steel too. He got on the court with another easy dunk. He wanted to match the Ducato with the 20 bomb. That's right. We added 4 more cars of splitters. So welcome aboard, splitters. All you new splitters, please, again, take your seats and put those 4-point harnesses on, lock them down tight, and a reminder to everybody else who was traveling on, double check. Again, we have closed the windows for your safety. Please enjoy the view through your monitor at these speeds. We cannot take any chances, everybody. So choo-choo, motherfuckers, the ride continues. Let's go. Let's go.
And somebody asked, somebody said we're going Mach 4 with the windows now. Yeah, man, we got these special wind blockers that we put on the train. Yeah.
It's only above Mach 5.0.
Yeah, only we have to close the windows. That's it. We got them specially designed by a scientist from out of NASA. He got it set up perfectly for us. I still want to be. It helps with the keeping the power down, right? We want to keep shoving coal into the engine. We want to be able to roll for a bit, right? So it's like back in the day when you turn the AC off. You know, you turn the AC off to save some gas, right? That's what my pops used to say. You'd be rolling around hot as hell in the car. Hey, I got to roll the AC off because you know, we got to save some gas.
Yeah, you don't remember last week? We attached a warp drive to this.
We did attach to a warp drive. Y'all
we went beyond coal, man. But right now we are cruising along on Mach 6.0. Thank you all for being here, by the way. And we are going to get to the chat shout out. Anything else you want to add there, Steel, before?
No, that's it, man. Let's get to that chat shout out, man.
Let's do it, man. Let's do it. We got amazing people in here. As always, watch us on a Saturday morning. We got the one and only Fahim Scott in the house. What's up, Fahim? The Ducato. What's going on, Ducato? We got the Nixie, of course, bringing his unique take to the chat. Thank you, Nixie, for joining us this morning. We got the M Gene in the house. What's going on, M Gene? We got Tim, the Sorcerer. What's going on, Tim? Tim says, Steel and Pong. Hey, guys, Diablo 4 new season does deserve a little mention. Is really fun and great improvements. Have not dropped into it yet. I'm not planning on dropping into it because of how much I got to play, Tim.
Yeah, it's a lot.
But yes, absolutely. Thank you for adding your opinion to this. Obviously, there are a lot of people, as always, as normally I would be dropping it. Go ahead, Steel. Go ahead.
Just real quick before we get into more of the shout out to the chat and everything, since you brought it up, Tim. I did get a chance to jump into Diablo. I played it for a couple hours. Yeah, a couple hours. Just to see, because it was just some in between time. It was waiting for Ghost of Tsushima. Like it was Ghost of Tsushima week, right? That was the thing that I was thinking about. But I did end up getting into Diablo Season 4 again. So just one of those things where you got to jump in and try it out. We've been on board since the beginning, and started up a Sork. Made me a Sork for the first time. Never played Sork before in any Diablo, and I'm going for a full lightning and fire build. So that's what I'm doing. And from what I've noticed, it does feel like they made a lot of changes. I see people teasing it and saying that, oh man, Diablo's finally out of beta. And to be honest, it's kind of how it feels with the quality of life improvements that they've made, with just how impactful the game is now, especially with you going to Helltides. Pong. Helltide, you can actually skip the campaign flat out, and you can just go into Helltide, and the Helltide levels up with you.
Nice.
Yep. I thought that was a super dope thing that they changed, because before you had to be like a certain level and then you go grind the Helltide, and it was just super convoluted. Now you make a character, let's go run Helltide. Even as a squad, we can go run Helltide, and then we're leveling up. Leveling that, and that's how we do it. And then from there, then we break off and do the extra stuff that we used to do, the dungeons and all the extra stuff if we want to fill it full out of builds. But Helltide is literally the way. More enemies than ever. You sit still for too long, it's going to spawn enemies on you. They're really consistent. You don't have to move too far unless you have a bunch of different people in the rotation. But you don't have to go too far. It's made a lot of quality of life improvements, and it feels really good. But again, don't know if I'm gonna end up getting back to it. So with everything that's happening, got Wuthering Waves that's also dropping this week, which I'll get into in our upcoming game section. But yeah, man. Real quick, Fahim says, after seeing Steel Rain's gameplay of Armor Core, I want to play it. Fahim, you went on the channel and then checked it out? I don't know if
buddy.
I don't know if I recorded the co-op gameplay me and my brother did. I don't know if I did that because they got a co-op mod out for Armored Core, which if you ever end up jumping back into Armored Core Pong, that'd probably be the first game that you end up modding out. Because that'd be really dope for us to be able to play from the very beginning, like that. But yeah, I mean, I can't say enough about Armored Core. I mean, again, I'm still in my third playthrough. I was waiting to go through it with my brother, but now with things lining up, it's just gonna get crazy, man. So, but yeah, my fault. Paul, go ahead.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, special announcement, please. Again, we do not discriminate here, right? We do not discriminate here. The Decado said Mach 6.0 ain't good enough, boys. It ain't good enough. Living Split Screen is used to traveling at Mach 10 plus because of the live, raw, and uncut energy here on a Saturday morning. He said, so Mach 6.0 good enough. And in fact, we got to clear the way ahead because we don't know where we're going right now at these kinds of speeds. So here's a big dump truck full of coal. And by the way, I'm going to go ahead and nuke the land ahead. We got to lay some track down for this train because guess what, boys? We got you up to a Mach 16 right now. A Mach 16 from the Decado as he came through with the 100 nuke. Ooh, and just lit the sky on fire. That's right, the Decado with the 100 bomb here, everybody.
Decado,
choo-choo, motherfucker, choo-choo. Thank you, brother. He says, it's all about the games, more to buy now. All of Decado on the serious note. Thank you for that, brother. Thank you. Again, never expected, always appreciated, man. Decado with the 100 nuke, everybody. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo, enjoy this Mach 16 right now. That's right. That's what he just did for us. And, of course, that's always inspires because the Bold Alpha Wolf Pack, a usual Saturday morning splitter around these parts. He said, well, guess what, guys? I dug in my pockets and I got some more coal for you because we haven't hit the warp drive yet. So let's get this up to a Mach 16.5 as we're barreling down these tracks. We got the furnace burning hotter and hotter. Steel and I have got fire retardant suits on right now. That's how big the flames are. Thanks to the Bold Alpha Wolf Pack dropping in here with an easy 5 layup. That's right. Adding another car to the train at Mach 16.5. It's dangerous. I don't know who we got back there adding these cars at that kind of speed, but man, they are special around these parts. Let's give them a round of applause as they add more cars at Mach 16.5. I don't think anybody's ever attempted that before in the history of the world. Bold Alpha Wolfpack, thank you, brother. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Enjoy this ride. Again, please pay attention to your monitors. We are going places. Whew, boy.
Like Lady says, Lady Foxfire in the chat says, where we're going, we don't need roads.
That's 100% correct. We're getting to that point, lady. We are getting to that point. Thank you all. Appreciate every single one of you. And I'm going to get to the chat shout outs right now, Steel, so we can actually get on with the main part of the show. 2 hours in nearly.
Welcome so we do, man. We've been talking about games, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, special announcement, please. Listen. As you may have just noticed, our flight attendants just got done checking out all of those 4-point harnesses. They all just made sure that you were strapped down tight because we were at a Mach 16.5. We just had a nuclear blast go off overhead thanks to the one and only Decado, clearing track and clearing road. And Legendary Yobi said, hey, Decado, I appreciate that you were clearing some road for some new track, but let me tell you something. I'm just going to go ahead and complete the mission. I'm going to go ahead and get the warp drive attached to this sucker. And because we're just going to go to space. We don't have enough land or enough track to be laid at this kind of speed. So let's get us into space. That's right. Yobi came through and said, gentlemen, take off those fire retardant shoes or clothes or whatever suits and go ahead and get your space suits on, because we're attaching the warp drive right now. That's right. We're headed to a warp 3 out the gate, thanks to the one and only legendary Yobi, who comes through with the 100 bomb himself and says, for the love of gaming, bros, hashtag peace, love, life,
Much
at the
love,
kata.
man.
Let's flood the LSS train track, transform this motherfucker into a space adventure. All aboard the Normandy. We're going to the Citadel, ladies and gents. You
Yes.
heard the man. You heard the man. We are now headed into orbit, everybody. So please, those attendants are passing out your own spacesuits. We want to make sure you are safe. The radiation levels are increasing, but do not worry. We have already outfitted this train with that extra plating that protects you all, but you got to get your spacesuits on. We got to get the oxygen flowing. We got to keep everybody intact as we head towards the Citadel. You might even have a Legion sighting around these parts. So get ready, everybody. Get ready, everybody. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo.
Don't worry.
I can still say that in space, right?
Yeah, you can still say that in space. Don't worry. We will protect you from the Reapers. Believe us. We got you. Don't worry.
Oh, no. You guys are freaking ridiculous. All of you. Again, just for joining us, giving us your time. Again, it's a riff.
That's what matters more than anything.
It is. It is. It's a riff off of everybody who e-begs, but it's the time. You all give us your time. That is time. We all know how short our time is here. The fact that anybody wants to come and listen to us to bullshit about this gaming community is amazing to me. And again, I do it every week. I picture just sitting in a theater with 50 people staring at me and Steel, or 100 people staring at me and Steel, listening to us talk and making comments. Like, that's still incredible to me, that this is still, this is the best part about this digital age and being here in 2024, is to be able to do something like this and get people together. So thank you all for joining us today. And I'm going to shut you all out right now. Fahim, I was already started, but we'll just start over again, because that we're in space now. So it's a totally new place, man. Enjoy the planet views on your monitors, by the way. Fahim Scott is in the house. The bold Alpha Wolf Pack is in here as well. We got the legendary Yobi, of course, in here. We got the Ghost Wolf 3599. What's going on? We got the Nixie in the house. We got the Dan, the man, Cunningham. We'll get in here. What's going on, Dan? Always great to see you, brother. We got the Fast Back 6768 OGNLG in the house, otherwise known as Brother Chris. What's going on, Brother Chris? Great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. We got Mishi Miyagi in the house. What's going on? Mishi says, hold on to your wigs, people. Yes, if you are wearing a wig, make sure that is attached at all times inside now the space helmet. Let's go. Who else we got? We got the Nam Omar joining us this morning. What's going on, Nam? Who else we got in here? We got... let's keep rolling. Tim of the Sorcerers in the house. We got the Scorpio in here. Thank you both for joining us. We got the amazing Lady Foxfire joining us this morning. Thank you so much. Lady Foxfire says, hope you're all having a great weekend. We are so far. Great start to the weekend, Absolutely. Lady, and I hope you are as well. Definitely. Thank you. Who else we got in here? We've got, let me just keep scrolling up. We got, it's Timmy. It's Timmy's in here. What's going on? It's Timmy. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. As always, sir. Appreciate you so much. We got MF Great in the house. What's going on, MF Great? We got M Gene in the house. What's going on, M Gene? Great to see you both dropping in here. We got Oats in the house. What's going on, Oats? We got the Sly Crow in here. What's going on, Sly Crow? Great to see you, brother. Thank you for making us a part of your day. We got Whoop Whoop Kid in here. What's going on, Whoop Whoop Kid? Love that one. Life is Strange, True Colors was one of the best stories and characters that I played in a long time.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Again, a lot of people feel that way. Whoop Whoop Kid. Can't get into all the Don't Nod games. Couldn't get into those. But again, a lot of people found that same sentiment. Don't Nod's well respected, especially from character development and story building. So glad you enjoyed it, man. Who else we got in here? Scrolling up. Oh, we got a poll going up too, by the way. I just saw it pop with Call of Duty coming to Game Pass. What amount do you expect a price increase for Ultimate? Steel put a little poll in there. Everybody go ahead and vote on that. Let's see what y'all think. Man, you guys are just talking. You guys are just
they've been acting.
Francois in here. What's up, Francois? General Spartan 27's in the house. What's up, General Spartan? Great to see you as well. Who else is in here?
Fahim, the Shogun did throw me off the bridge.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, it goes.
Raymond Haverfield is in the house. What's up, Raymond? Great to see you. We got the Sanchez MTZ Gaming, of course, joining us as always. Great to see you both. We got the Drew Bilski in the house. What's up, Drew? Great to see you. Who else is in here? I think that's as far as I can go back. Let's see if some people popped in the bottom. East Side Vandal says lurking. Appreciate you, East Side Vandal. Always appreciate you being in here, brother. Thank you for lurking with us today, man. Again, whether you lurk or whether you join us, whether you're here for 5 minutes or 5 hours, it don't matter to us. Again, your time given is so appreciated. So thank you all for being here. I think that's everybody that I can see. If you are out there, Eric the Red 006, I see you sneaking in here. What's up, Eric the Red? Great to see you as well. Whether you're lurking, whether you chat, doesn't matter. Again, thank you all for being here. If I didn't shout you out because your name's not in here, Brett Bingham is in the house with a Brett Bingham. Love to see you, brother. Thank you. Thank you.
And we got the man with the big stick. Pause. Boss Mod.
We do?
Lethal.
Where Boss Mod? Why can't I see him?
What's going on, Lethal?
What?
He's towards the bottom.
Over. Oh, there it is. That's right. The man with the biggest stick in the community. The man who puts up with no garbage in any chat where he mods. That's right. The Boss Mod. Lethal Papa's in here. Great to see you, Boss Mod. Of course, we got the brother from another Psychonauts who's on the front line today at GameStop. Shout out to the Psychonauts joining us as well. Thank you, Psychonauts, for being in here, brother. Who else? Wilfrey Rosario. I see you popping in here, Wilfrey. Great to see you as well, brother. Thank you all again. Amazing start to the show. Nearly 2 hours in. We're just getting to our first.
Hey, man.
We're just getting to the upcoming week of gaming.
That's what happens when
this
you.
This is how we roll in Living
Sports
Game. People say, "How do you two do anything more than 3 hours? Let alone 4 hours? Let alone 5 hours?" Go back to the beginning of the show and see how we roll in here. See how ununiform this is. We don't put time limits on our conversations. Steele and I just talk about what we want to talk about. And again, we start the show with gaming. And when there's exciting stuff happening gaming wise, and there is most weeks, we sometimes have big, long conversations, right? And this is what happens. Plus the chat gets involved and causes us to get sidetracked as well. You all, love you all. So again, appreciate every single one of you. But yeah, let's get into this upcoming week of games. Again, for anybody who doesn't realize yet, you've just joined the Splitters hype train. We are now at a Mach 16.5.
16.
No. Wait, did I say 16? No, 20.
I think we're at 20 now.
No,
after that last one.
We're at warp 3.
Are we warping?
What am I talking about? Ladies and gentlemen, we are at warp speed 3 because the Yobi completed the mission and we attached a warp drive to this train. We are in space, so please make sure those spacesuits are on comfortably and you are buckled in as we are headed to places
to no man's land. I mean,
I was going to say No Man's Sky. I was going to say
to No Man's Sky. That would have been funny. That would have been good, actually. We are headed to No Man's Sky. We're just trying to find the center of the universe. There is no other purpose. Man, anyways, travel all the planets.
Let's get into this upcoming week of gaming, everybody. We are on the week of May the 20th. Already coming up here, man, closer and closer to my last year of 40s. Oof. God damn. All right.
A little bit. You're still a young man.
Jesus. Thank you. We are going to start with May the 23rd. After Us coming out to PlayStation 5.
After Us?
After Us. Yes, it is.
I started with Songs of Conquest. Or maybe I'm in the wrong month. Maybe I'm
probably in the wrong month, sir.
No, I'm in May. Yeah, the first one is right after Indica because Indica came out it came out this week, so we announced it last week. So we're at Songs of Conquest.
Game Informer did it to me again.
What happened?
It went to 2023.
Oh, of course it did.
That was last year. Okay. Thank you, Steel. Thank you for keeping me
I
good.
I thought I had it primed up, and I was like, oh man, what happened?
Yeah,
got off?
Not primed up. All right, sir. I was in 2023. I was going back in time, folks. All right, let's get to 2024, the week of May 20th now. Yes, we are a professional podcasting team right here.
Hey, Nixie said his seatbelt is secured because he's at 60 FPS. I think real life has unlimited frames. I think that's how that works.
Good.
But
That's good, man. That's good, man. All right.
Stupid.
May the 20th. Yes, Steel was correct. Songs of Conquest. This officially is their launch for PC. It has been in early access. I own this game. I have played this game for a couple of hours. Yes, this is a very, very interesting and cool RPG title. It is turn-based, tactic style battles, but in the open world, you travel around, you can explore it. It's got a 16-bit look to it. It's very cool. Not for everybody, of course, but the world you can explore, you find different things. You actually build up towns, you build up shops, which help you in the long run. You have to go recruit people to your army. Right. So you have this whole recruiting process. Some of the towns allow you to, purchase recruits, but you have to build up your army, and then you have to go, obviously, run quests, complete. There's a whole storyline to this game. They have an online multiplayer as well, which I have not dove into, obviously. Again, I'm a couple hours into it. I bought it a while back. I think it was like $20 or something like that for early access. So, but if you are looking for a very cool RPG, different style than you may be used to sometimes with turn-based battles, this is a cool game. Go check out Songs of Conquest on PC, coming for full release on May the 20th. Let me see here. Up next is Gestalt, Steam, and Cinder. That's right, coming to PC from Metamorphosis Games, Fireshine Games. This is an action game through and through. It's indie style. Go check this one out. I've looked at it, obviously, but it is very dope. Go check it out. May 21st. Then we've got Paper Trail Steel coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4. Excuse me. Jeez, oh man. PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, PC, iOS, Android. One player, newfangled games developed and published by puzzle adventure game Paper Trail, comes out May the 21st. Then we've got, of course, Steel, Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2, Xbox Series and PC, May the 21st, Steel. Now, you said you might be holding off, although you did say, well, but it's a shorter experience.
Yeah, it's a shorter experience.
Again, I said I was going to go back and finish the first one. I'm 80% through. I did not done that, obviously. Too many games. Again, it's just me. You guys know how I roll. Hellblade 2 is, there's a lot of people that have review copies right now. We saw that this week as well. Review copies went out. I think it's up on Tuesday, I want to say, that they can talk about it maybe, or Monday. I can't remember which one it is. But Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 is going to be a showpiece title. Graphically, this is going to be a showpiece title, obviously. Ninja Theory got a brand new studio with the state-of-the-art mocap. All right, not a brand new studio. They got a refurbished studio, but they got a whole brand new state-of-the-art mocap part of the studio when Xbox acquired them. This is going to be their first showing of that. Everything that I'm seeing, absolutely can't wait to jump into it. They have been doing behind the scenes stuff all week. They have been talking about this game. I highly recommend, and I want to shout out True Gamer 79. He is on X, but does not, isn't active like publicly all the time, but he is in the DMs constantly. True Gamer is a cool dude. He is a big fan of learning about the devs, finding about who they are, stuff that we talk about, putting that face to the games themselves. There was people might have seen the trailer poster, and I hope you all checked it out. But they had a brand new kind of behind the scenes look at the making of the game, and specifically the acting and the character creation in this game. And it's through the Xbox On channel. So if you want to go check that out, it's called How to Get the Best Video Game Performance the method, and it is all about Hellblade 2. I'll post the link in the chat if you guys want to go check that out at some time. This is an incredible look at the acting, the writing, and how they set it all comes together, how they do the mocapping, how they capture the emotion of each scene, what the actors were going through. Beautiful, beautifully well produced kind of behind the scenes look at Hellblade 2. So there's stuff like that that's been going on all week. Little peeks. They came out with one yesterday from the sound designer stating, again, please play our game with headphones. Yeah. Because we've developed this entire game to be played like that, right? You can still play it through your regular speakers and all that, but the headphones are going to give you the true experience of what we want you to feel in Hellblade 2, because again, the voices, the atmospheric sounds, the environmental sounds, everything around you is specifically designed for each and every single moment within Hellblade 2. And the headphones are going to give you the best experience. You guys all know my story with Hellblade 1. I can only play for 30 to 45 minutes at a time because the voices get to me. And I have to take a break and I have to step away from the game. I imagine the Hellblade 2 might be even worse than that for me. Again, and I say worse, not in a bad way. That's just how deeply impactful the sound in Hellblade is. And I expect Hellblade 2 to probably be beyond that. So yeah. I'm looking forward to this game. Again, it's going to be in my rotation. It's not something I'm going to play through in one sitting. It's not something, again, that I necessarily will even finish at the end of the day. Hellblade 2, I am looking forward to for the visual feast. I want to see how Senua's character continues to grow. I want to experience the world, but it's going to be in my rotation. I'm certainly ready. I'm going to have it on PC and console. That's the great part about Game Pass Ultimate. Get two copies, right? It's beautiful. It's awesome. So I'm going to experience both because I want to see the differences. Again, like I did with Starfield, so I can have that perspective. But I'm looking forward to popping into the game. Again, is it one of my most hype games of the year? Have I been out here like the most hype for Hellblade 2? No, I have not been. I've been real about it. Again, you always get my true feelings. But am I excited to pop into this game? 100%. And again, I want to see the visuals, what they've done here. I want to see the world, and I want to hear what they've done the sound wise. Even if it messes with me, I still want to. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what they've done with this whole experience and how they've improved it. Combat wise, we'll see what that's like now too as well. Steel, Hellblade 2 thoughts. You kind of gave them earlier, talking about it, whether or not you're going to hop into it or not. Any additional thoughts you have on this, man?
I mean, now you brought it up to me like you did earlier. I keep forgetting that it is going to be a bit of a shorter experience. I'll probably be able to lock it in and get through it, at least, especially with the way that I kind of play these games and whatnot. And again, when I played the first Hellblade, I had no expectation really outside of what other people were saying, and what I've heard from other people. And when I started the game, before I knew it, it was over. You know what I mean? It was one of those, and it was extremely gripping experience, especially more so on the mental side and also the spiritual side. It's just all the elements that the game treads and what Ninja Theory has done with Hellblade in totality I think is a very impressive thing. And I know a lot of people right now are back into the conversation about marketing. And the lack of marketing that this game is getting. I do agree with some of that. It's not as constant as I would like to see it, again, as a gamer. But I can also be very upfront and be like, well, I mean, I also have YouTube Premium. So the places that I would probably see it, I'm not. In other places where I don't have commercials or ads or anything like that, where I have an opportunity to kind of skip those things, I don't see them. So that could also be part of the reason, but I'm more so from the perspective of, hey, when I open TikTok, when I open Instagram, when I open Twitter, when I open Facebook, there should be posts every hour on the hour. It's the same thing I mentioned last week. When you have games like this that come out from the type of pedigree that seemingly they're coming from, with the amount of work that they've put into this, because from everything I've heard, and shout out to also Death Singer, he's on with the Ashen Luca, shout out to Luca, with Scumcast every Saturday as well, in the evenings. He said he had seen some things and essentially stated that, and he's also Death Singer on Twitter, otherwise known as X as well. But he said he's seen some things that more are along the lines of, if you like the first game, you're probably going to love this game. 1000%. It's he told that to some people, and some people took it like, oh, well, that means if you didn't like this game, then you're probably not going to like this one either. If you didn't like the first one, you're not going to like the second one. They didn't change anything enough to, and it's like, I mean, are you supposed to in the second game make it more? Again, I thought they've been very upfront since the very beginning. When they entered production for Hellblade 2, that they were just going to dig deeper into the bag for what they did with the first one. There was also some clarifications that he made about combat. It is much more varying. The one-on-ones are personal. Again, and I'm only going based off of hearsay. So take it for what you will. And because I also saw Nick's mention in the chat about the embargoes being lifted the day before the game comes out. And look, I know that traditionally that could leave room for, oh man, the game's in trouble. There's going to be issues. There's been people playing it for going on 2 weeks from what I know, right? If they were given the review copy before, like a day before, that would be one thing for me to have some fear or worry or some kind. But knowing people are just, and they're just now saying that they've been playing it, right? So it's like they could have had it a week even prior to that, right? So if you're taking that into consideration, I think that gives some benefit to alleviate that doubt for some people about this game being in a bad place or whatever. The additional content that we're seeing following up, hey, this is how the team developed the game and all this stuff. I think that also gives me some additional guarantees on how I feel about the game releasing. And I'll be quite frank with y'all. If you leave it up to me, hey, yeah, let that review release the day before the game comes out. Let people decide the day before the game comes out whether they need it or not. Nick said it's one before the game launched, and that's insane. It shows a lack of faith, especially when codes were given out for a very short single player game. I don't agree with that when they've had reviews for almost 2 weeks, seemingly. Again, if they were given their review codes a day before, I'd be like, okay, this is that kind of couple days before. I'd be like, oh, yeah, that's weird. That may be strange. But if these people have been playing it in the background for some time, that means the game is complete. They're just giving people time to, again, have full thoughts. That means what I got from this is that means the day that the embargo is up, there should be full-on thoughts about this damn game. If the game is only 8 to 10 hours long, people better have their best and well out thoughts about this fucking game when that embargo drops. Because there's no excuse for anybody coming out after and be like, oh man, the game is different from no. You played the game, had enough time to play through it probably multiple times. Give me your breadth on how you feel about this, right? Now, again, this whole review thing is still a thing I think these companies are trying to figure out as well, because you can get crucified either way. It doesn't really matter to people, right? Mix, you said it was an hour before the game launches. Okay, if it's an hour before the game launches, if that's what Ninja Theory decides to do, then that's what Ninja Theory decided to do. Microsoft said it's cool. So if the game comes out on review and it comes out an hour beforehand, if you weren't interested in it before and it gets a 95, are you going to go buy the game? Maybe. He said, "Oh, that's spoiling the story." There's a lot of things to consider. I don't have a direct answer for what's going on. There's a lot to consider.
ACG addressed this too, because there was people.
He talked about it a little bit. Yeah.
He talked about it too. And Nixie, that again, I totally understand what you're saying.
It's a good point.
That's the old way of that's the way it used to be. But we have had more recent games do the same thing that launched very well and that got reviewed extremely well, right? So this isn't like totally the same as it used to be, where that was a lot of the case where they had it. But we're going to find out, Nixie.
We'll find out. We don't have to wait.
We'll find out. I think personally, and Steel, I want your thought on this too. Again, I think personally, if you're looking at the review scores, if you're looking at the reviews, I think Hellblade 2's got the potential to crack the 90 for Xbox. I think it has that potential. I think personally, if you had to lock me down today, I'm going to say an 87, 88. I think that's where it's going to fall into. But I do think it has the potential to crack 90. Now, it depends how the game comes together. That's the big question with the combat and the puzzles. If it is similar and they didn't make a whole lot of improvements off the first one, I think that will hold it back, much like the original review scores for the first Hellblade did. But I think if they've improved upon it, and I expect that they have improved upon both of those things, even if it is still in line with what the first one was, but they brought them much, to a much better quality when it comes to combat and puzzles, then I think it could crack. I could crack 90, but I think it probably will settle in at 87, 88 if you had locked me down. Steel, what do you think about review scores? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that it'll get over 90 just for the impressive nature of the game. But if I'm going to go off the first game and how people have been kind of acting towards it and some of the other things that have been going on behind the scenes, I'm probably right where you're at. I would say 89 if I was going to give a good guess. And I do hope that it does end up reaching that number. Now, again, I don't think Hellblade is not Starfield, right? I don't think it's as big of a game as Starfield is, but I do think what helped the biggest separation between the two, because these are big games, and I've heard people having these conversations like, oh, well, this is one of Xbox's system sellers, so this game needs to be top notch. There's no excuse for it to be anything less than a 90. It needs to be impressive. It needs to be all these things. Okay, and I hear that. I do think that this is going to be a proof case to what we're looking to expect from this generation, right? Again, when you look at some of the videos, comparisons from the trailer they did I think that was a couple years ago, to the same trailer that was done recently, and that's been going around on X and Twitter as well. I see the vast differences in lighting, graphical changes that they've made. I think it's an upgrade. You know how we typically say had situations like Puddlegate and things like that where there's been a downgrade. I think there's been more of an upgrade over time in this game, and because of the amount of time they've been given this time, I think that they've had plenty of time to optimize and make sure that it's performing in its best standard. And I do think that the 30 FPS is going to be very similar to Starfield in the way that it's probably going to be paced really well. It's probably going to feel good to play. Again, I'm not going to excuse it for it not being 60. I think the option should still be there day one. But overall, yeah, I think an 89 is about what I'm expecting for everything that bring it to the table. And that's if people play it as it's intended. Right. This if somebody does a review and they're like, man, I played it on my home theater. Now, if you got surround sound, that might be pretty damn good. But if you just played it off your speaker bar, off your TV, and they're like, man, I just couldn't get into it. Well, that's probably why. You know what I mean? So it's gonna be interesting to see how this things play out. I mean, do you think that Hellblade is going to be kind of the starter for them, or kind of reinvigorate that conversation of not per se system seller, but standouts at bare minimum?
It's a standout for sure. Again, it's going to set the bar graphically. There is no doubt about that. I think that most of the reviews are going to come out and say it's probably the most graphically impressive game that they've ever played in their entire lives. I think we kind of heard that even from the behind the scenes previews that people were getting of Hellblade 2. So I think that's going to be universal, Steel. And I've said all along, again, we got to remind everybody, it's not a full price game. They're pricing this $49.50. 50 bucks. And again, it's going to be a digital release, right? Digital only, no physical copies, digital only. But I think, again, for the PC side of things, this is one of those showpieces, like to show off, to see what I think a lot of people are at that price point, Steel. It's going to be easier for people to go, you know what? Smaller experience, but they priced it at $50 over here. I want to push my PC. I want to see what this thing looks like fully maxed out on my 4090, blah, blah, blah. I want to see what this game can do. And I think so from that standpoint, this is going to be the standout. Again, as a system seller, no, this isn't the type of game. This isn't the mass appeal type of game that sells, right? This is this is a third-person narrative-driven game like Sony first-party titles, but it's not. It's a much more serious game. It's like a much more. This isn't your God of War. This isn't your Spider-Man. This isn't even your Last of Us. Last of Us is a deeper game too. Obviously, a lot of emotions involved in there, but Hellblade 2 and Senua, they're on another level, man. This is about direct, like they delve deep into psychosis and all that kind of stuff here. And that's not going to be for everybody, right? It's not going to appeal to everybody, but I think a lot of people are going to be curious enough to try Hellblade 2 after what they've probably heard about Hellblade 1, but just seeing the visuals, I think will entice a lot of people to check it out at that price point. So I think it's going to do very well. I do. I expect it's going to do very well on PC. And I think a lot of people are going to jump into it and check it, try it. Again, through Game Pass, no risk. So I think that this definitely is the start to a great year for Xbox. The second half of the year is loaded, and I think that Hellblade 2 coming out first is a great way to start that right before the showcase, which you and I are expecting to be damn good. We're expecting to be the biggest showcase Xbox has ever had. So I think Hellblade 2 is a perfect kind of precursor to that, where they really start rolling. And again, we've been talking about that forever. Xbox is going to really start rolling. This right now feels like it, because there's really no end in sight for the games that they've got lined up. Like even into next year, there's no end in sight right now. So I think this is great. I think this is a fantastic way to start the summer. And I can't wait personally to jump into it and check it out. So.
And I see some people making some good points in the chat. Stephen Avery, and I saw somebody else mentioned as well that IGN gave the first Hellblade a 9. So. I mean, just as an example, and I don't think IGN should be the standard, but just if the first game got those kind of reviews, then got high marks, and I don't see why the second game wouldn't get something similar. Though it's still so strange to me. And again, you got to consider Metacritic, because it's what the overall gamer for the normies are going to see, and that's what they're going to judge things by. It is really weird to me that some people outweigh other people. Like you'll see a bunch of 9s, and then one person gives it an 8, and then all of a sudden it's 89. You're like, what? I mean, how does that work?
First one was 71 reviews, came out to an 81, right? And that was on PlayStation 4. Remember, that was PlayStation. So 81 for the first one. That's why I say it has the potential to crack the 90 mark here. I think it settles in at the high 8.
That'll be a vast improvement if they're able to hit that 90 at least.
Yeah, it would. And again, do I think I'll have to play it? But do I think that the first one deserved to be higher than 81? Of course I do. I think it was a fantastic. But again, 85. It's not. Again, it's one of those games that will, because of the combat, because of the puzzles, right? It can be one that is divisive when it comes to the actual gameplay mechanics, whether people really like them or some people have a problem with them. And that was kind of the split in the first one, right? It was the mechanics. Everybody agreed it was a beautiful game. Everybody loved the narrative. Everybody loved Senua. Like all of that shit got high praise, right? It was the mechanics that held it back a little bit. That's why I said if they improve, which I'm expecting them to improve upon, this one's got the potential. High 80s, maybe even crack that 90 mark. I really do think this one could be that one. So, yeah, for sure.
We'll see, for sure.
Yeah, let's keep going here, Steel. Good conversation about Hellblade 2. We got the Hellblade 2 combo out of the way, which is awesome. Let me see here. Where was I? Oh, my God. Did I get... Of course, I got rid of it. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Professional podcaster. I got rid of it. I got rid of my tab because I was looking at different things. God, idiot. All right. Let me get back. Here we are. All right. So we were at Hellblade 2. So we are now at, the console release. And this is a game I absolutely want to hop into. And now that it's coming out on console, I'm going to have to see. It's going on sale a lot on PC because it's been out for a while, but a lot of people are looking forward to this. System Shock. System Shock, the remake, is finally hitting consoles. It's been out on PC for a while, finally hitting consoles on the May the 21st, right? Yeah, May the 21st.
Yes.
So System Shock, if you've been holding off, this hit last year on PC. Console versions are finally coming now. Seen nothing but great reviews. Night Dive Studios are now considered the premier remake remaster studio out there. Night Dive Studios earned every bit of this. They have done wonders for multitude of games. System Shock obviously being the inspiration for BioShock for Ken Levine. System Shock was kind of the original. So if you loved BioShock and you kind of want to see where Ken Levine got a lot of his ideas from, System Shock. And System Shock was beloved when it first dropped too back in the day. So this is a great game, a great remake. Go pick this up. So I can't, if you're looking for that type of game, go pick this up. System Shock this week. For the consoles, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One. So it is actually cross-gen as well. And shout out to Night Dive Studios for all the work they're doing for bringing back old IP and bringing it up to date for current gen. This is what I love. We need these types of studios, and Night Dive is getting much love out there these days. So I'm happy for them because I want them to keep finding games and doing this to them. All right, so System Shock on May the 21st, and then we've got X-Defiant, Steel, the Call of Duty killer from Ubisoft is finally here, Steel. It's been a tumultuous journey for X-Defiant. There's been ups, there's been downs, and there's been everything in between. There's been massive changes to the game, but it's finally dropping. Free to play, right? Yep. X-Defiant dropping this week. Call of Duty is dead right after Xbox bought them. Can you imagine, Steel? It's over with. What do you think?
Oh man, no. Highly doubt that that's going to end up happening. I mean, shout out to X-Defiant. I've been hearing so many up and down things, and hopefully they do give competition to Call of Duty, right? I don't think that what's the game? Because I don't play it. Counter-Strike. I don't think Counter-Strike would ever necessarily fall into that. But again, I'm also not a Counter-Strike dude. I've tried to play it, whether a mouse, even if I got it on controller, I just don't see the point. I don't see the playing that again. But millions and millions of people play it. It's one of the most played games that is out there. You know, it is what it is.
A lot of money to get a stupid knife. Oh.
Anyway, yeah, I don't personally get it.
I don't understand the culture behind a lot of these games. I don't get it.
Hey, it definitely is what it is. Kind of like PUBG and all the other games that are out there that are really standing on their numbers. But X-Defiant has a chance to at least give Ubisoft something that they've been looking for a live service game. This is probably not going to be something that gets like an X-Defiant 2. This is more multiplayer focused. So this is going to be when COD tries to continuously reinvigorate itself. This is probably going to be consistent for the most part, but it's been very up and down from what I've experienced. I played X-Defiant once in one of their betas, and it felt good at that time. The next beta after that, people were saying they made it worse. So it's like, how do you get worse from what I played? And then I also saw some people say that there was another recent beta that they played and it was better. So I was like, I'm seeing very conflicting things as far as this game goes. I do feel like it feels good to play, but how long that's going to last, we'll see. I mean, like X-Defiant versus me going to go play the finals. Like, it's just, now we're talking about, quality over quantity, and this game is offering some things, different styles. It's directly competing with Call of Duty. It's very similar in that aspect as far as multiplayer goes. I could see this one being it could be the multiplayer go-to, while Call of Duty remains the Battle Royale go-to, or the Warzone go-to as their Battle Royale is called. I could see that being very well of a possibility. There's just so many options that are out there now, man. So it's going to be crazy to see if Ubisoft can get this one to work, because they've been working on this for a while.
I'm glad they kept it free to play, and I'm glad that that's the model. Again, I'm all for free to play games as service games. Again, it gives people a chance to try it, like me, just to hop into it with no risk, right? Not even think about it. Like, put all the nonsense aside, right? All it takes for me to do is to download the damn game and fire it up and check it out and determine if it's something I enjoy, right? That's why I still like this model, and I'll never downplay it, because I think it can work, especially if you are trying to hop into a space that is crowded beyond belief with like the king at the top that has never given up the crown for decades. Like, okay,
probably won't.
You got a shot. You got a shot to start grabbing a little bit of fan base. And like you said, Steel, more importantly, the more that are actually competitive or that can bring something that people start talking about mechanically to the table, that developers at Call of Duty, at Activision can look at and say, you know what, people got a point. This does work better over here than it does in our game. Maybe we should try to implement something like it in our game. It happens all the time, right? I'm not saying Activision is going to necessarily do that, but if X Defiant were to become even semi-popular where people talked about it on a regular basis, because they've pulled from other games, obviously.
Yeah.
Again, Warzone. Okay. They pulled from other games. So I like the competition in the space.
Yeah.
I like people trying to do similar but different things, because who knows? It might make Call of Duty a better game at the end of the day as well. So
Potentially, yeah.
more power to
100%.
X Defiant, more power to Ubisoft. They finally got it out the door. Boy, it's been a long road. All right. So what do we got? We got Bread and Fred. Bread and Fred on the Switch, May 23rd. Penguins.
Penguins.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Like, I love Penguins, dude. Sandcastle Studio, published by Apogee Entertainment. Switch. This came already out on, PC last year. It is now coming to Switch. Bread and Fred, oh my God, I can't speak. Penguin adventure platformer. So go check that out if you're into platformers. Then we got Duck Detective, The Secret Salami. Pause.
Whoa.
Pause. I don't want to know about any secret salamis. Okay.
No?
Keep them secret. We all good. Okay.
Keep the salami
But
secret? Whoa.
if you want to go find out about the secret salami, Duck Detective's got you covered. It's from Happy Broccoli Games, published and developed by. It's an adventure game coming to Xbox Series, Xbox One. So actually, hold on here. It came out. Hold on. I got. Why do they do it this way? Sometimes they do it differently. So it's coming out to Switch and PC May 23rd. It's coming to Xbox Series and Xbox One later this year still. There's no official release date for it, but it says this year. So Duck Detective, The Secret Salami, Switch and PC this week. All right. We got Eternal Threads coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Switch. This has been out on PC since 2022. It is getting the console release. It is a single player game from Cosmonaut Studios, published by Secret Mode, and it is an adventure game. I kind of like alter the past to save the future. I like the concept. I like the cover arts there, Steel. Got that sci-fi feel to it.
I like that.
I am looking at it right now. Definitely looking like a narrative, definitely first-person, story-driven puzzle game of time manipulation. If I'm ever at a dull moment again, Steel, and this thing's on sale for super cheap somewhere,
Eternal Threads?
definitely, it kind of sounds kind of cool, man. Eternal Threads this week on console. Let's go. I might jump into that 3 years from now or something. Let's see what we got. We got Hunty. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Haunty. Let's go with Haunty.
Yeah, man. Haunty.
UNTII for PC. Moonloop Games, published by Firestoke Games. It is another adventure game. Looks like looks pretty damn cool, actually. I kind of like the artwork and the art style. Yeah, I really like it. You play like a little ghost guy. Kind of cool, man, actually. Trailer looks dope. Go check out Haunty. Definitely looks dope, actually. Let's see here. Who else we got? We got Paper Mario, the 1,000-Year Door coming to Switch. Yes, that is right, everybody. Paper Mario is back yet again.
20-year-old game.
Yep, why not? It was on the GameCube. Bring it to Switch, charge full price. Developed by Intelligent Systems, published by Nintendo. Role-playing game, a lot of people love it. First launched October 11th, 2004 on GameCube. So now you get to relive it on the Switch. It will sell.
Outside of Mario 64, this is my favorite Mario.
There you go. Straight from the horse's mouth. Way to go, Steel.
I might be one in the chamber. Maybe.
Let's go. World of Goo 2 coming to Switch, PC, and Mac. Developed by 2D Boy, published by Tomorrow Corporation. Puzzle game, as expected, with slimes, of course. World of Goo doesn't you don't need much imagination there. It's gonna be a puzzle game with a big ball of slime that you can probably break into little pieces and collect more and get big and get small. May 23rd. World of Goo 2. Let's go.
Shout out to World of Goo. That's it. Looks like for this week.
That's it for this week. Yeah, it is. This is it for this week. So Good week of games, man. Obviously highlighted by Hellblade 2 for most people.
Yeah.
You know, again, what more can we say? We had a nice conversation about it. I think a lot of people are excited, and rightfully so. Again, I can't wait to see it visually. I can't wait to compare the two, you know, Series X versus PC. Obviously, the PC is going to have the 60 frame versus the 30 frames on console, but that doesn't matter. I want to see the visually. I want to see how it looks. And like I said, I can't wait to see where Senua goes. I want to see how she's developed in this one, and they're bringing in seemingly more characters. The world seems a little bit bigger in this one. Hellblade 2 is going to be a great launch this week, man. I can't wait to dive into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I'm going to go ahead and end this poll that we got up top with COD coming to Game Pass.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there it goes. With COD coming to Game Pass, what amount do you expect for a price increase for Ultimate? We had 46% of the chat say $19.99. That's along the same process of my thoughts. That's kind of where I was putting it. $19.99 is still, about $2 difference. I think that's $19.99. If they change it to that number, it's going to have to remain that for at least a decade. If they do that, because you got to jump up those numbers, man. Now, if they hit 100 million, I could see them maybe changing the pricing structure at that point. But honestly, once you hit that number, I think they're getting what they're looking for at that point. 31% said no price change, which I'm also on board with that. Again, they have to prove that the value is there. They have to prove that they can get people to come in and drop in. And well, actually, that's probably going to be one of the first conversations we get into, Pong. If you want to, if you got something set up so you can stage that one for just COD coming into Game Pass, because I'll go in with a couple things that I've seen this week, and one of the posts that I've made, so I've seen conversation go one way or the other about COD coming into Game Pass and it potentially hurting or benefiting, or whichever perspective you want to kind of come from. And then I had 21%, and I just threw this one out there just to be on the extreme side, but 21% of people thought $24.99 may be the new price. That's going to be wild. I don't know. I think that's going to be shooting themselves in the foot if they did that, because that's a major price increase. That's almost what at that point you'd be doing almost 50%, almost 70% price increase at that point. Yeah, that's a bit wild. I don't know if that people are going to accept that. So, what are you thinking about these numbers, Paul? You're on mute.
God dang it. Let's have a little conversation here. Because this is an interesting talking point, and we'll get into Call of Duty, just the reports coming in.
It comes off.
But since you had this poll up, right? I of course I put no price change, because I will never vote for a price change, even if I do know that it's realistic, right? I'm never going to accept a price change from a corporation that's making billions of dollars.
I agree, Froggy.
That celebrates their profits on a quarterly basis, like Xbox does, that tells me they're making more money than they ever have before. Do I ever think they should pass any costs off to consumers? No, I don't. Am I ever going to praise it? No, I'm not. So am I going to raise the torches and sit here for a week straight and absolutely demolish them if it happens? No, I'm not going to do that, because again, realistically, do I know I'm living in a dreamland to think that a corporation is not going to raise the prices on their subscription service when every single subscription service I have ever joined has raised the prices? Okay. Of course, not stupid. I know the reality of business. And I do like to pick my battles. Will I make mention that I don't think that they should? Yes, I will. But the interesting part here, Steele, is that we are hearing that there might be a complete structure change for Game Pass. That
clarity actually as well.
Yeah. How they actually do Game Pass may be completely changed into new tiers. We've heard word that they might be kind of clearing up some of the confusion around the different Game Pass between Game Pass Core and that kind of stuff, but that we might be seeing something brand new after this is announced, right? With Game Pass. And it's always going to be up to us as consumers to speak with our wallets, to decide what is worth it to us and what's not worth it to us. I have said in the past, on the back of what I just said about never liking or agreeing with price increases, I've also said in the past and admitted that there is a mark for me where Game Pass will still be valuable, and they could potentially increase it. I think the question here, Steele, it just real quick speculation. on this. If they were to do a brand new tier system, right? We've talked about a little bit about this before during the ABK acquisition and stuff about what they could be looking at doing. I can see personally, my speculation, my opinion, is if they're going to do this, I could see them coming out with a day one tier.
Ultimate.
Right, but different, right?
Separate from Ultimate?
It'll still be Ultimate, right? It'll still be Ultimate.
Okay.
But I specifically a day one tier and then a 6-month year release tier, right? And then a select tier, right? I can see kind of how they could do it. I could also see, to your polls point, that the day one tier does go to $25. Now, I want to say this. If they're going to do that, right, I do think it should include all DLC. I also think that there's also a possibility. I think there's also a possibility that they squeeze Ubisoft Plus in there as well, along with EA Play, to make that jump, to make it very enticing.
That's different. Yeah, we're adding things in now. So it's
right. But I do think I could see $25 to even potentially $30 tier. I don't like saying it out loud, but if we're gonna go this route, do I think it's possible? Yes, and it would be up to the consumers to absolutely say, hell freaking no, we ain't doing this, and everybody does not buy into that tier. And they learn the hard way that that's too much and they've pushed the line too far. However, if they were to include things like that, again, we are in speculation town, folks. We are in speculation town. If they were to tell me, hey, we're bumping this to 20, let's just put it in the middle. We're bumping this to $27.99 from $18.
Oh,
we're charging
27.
$27.99. Let's go in the middle. Still,
we didn't even talk 19.
Right. No. We're going that big tier.
Okay.
Big tier steel. Big tier, right?
Big tier.
But
Jesus Christ.
you get all day one games, right? You get everything day one. All the DLC for those day one games are yours. You can still continue to get EA Play. We've upped that we've upped that contract with EA. You will continue to get EA Play, and we're going to give you Ubisoft Plus, the actual full plus. So you get Ubisoft games day one with all the content as well. You get the ultimate editions across the board. Would I do it? Yes, I would. At that price point, that means every 2.5 months basically would be a new game, right? 2.5 months would be a new game that I'd be investing. So I'd be investing in that subscription service for basically 4 games, 5 games a year, right? Between 4 and 5 games a year out of my budget, new games would go towards that investment. I would probably see the value in it if it included all that stuff. Okay. I can see them trying this. I could see them trying this. That's my speculation. If they don't do this and they're just going to do a bump, I'm in line with everybody else in that poll saying $20 a month. If it's going to be the regular ultimate with no added benefits, including day and date, but they're throwing Call of Duty in there. We still get EA Play. Right. We still get EA Play. I'm just thinking to myself, $20, $2 a month extra because of Call of Duty. I could see that and be okay with that, right? Again, I'm not going to lie. They could go higher and I could still find value and still say I'm going to keep my subscription because of how I play games. Do I think that they lessen the chances of more people jumping into that tier because of that price point? Yes, I do. I think they limit themselves a little bit to how many people, especially when we start talking about the people who only generally buy 3, 4, 5 games a year and don't want to graze other stuff. Will they necessarily take a chance on Ultimate like that? Probably not at that price point. But that's why I think you have to have another tier below that that's cheaper, that offers you something. And I also think, Steel, that there could be an ad tier that they've been thinking about for a very long time in here too. And they could go the ad versus the ad-free route. So just some things to talk about and think about. Again, who knows? We're going to find out very shortly. I don't think they're going to wait long on it after they announce Call of Duty's coming to Game Pass, probably at the showcase. I don't think we're going to have to wait long to hear about these new tiers because I think they're going to start it almost immediately, rolling it out.
In June, I think.
Yeah. So what do you think they're going to do, Stu? You got any speculation on this? If they do revamp the entire process?
Man, I didn't think that you were gonna be so bold to go $27.99 on the price. Ooh, boy. I do think that the $2 price increase, just because of how the market has been and also Call of Duty coming in, would be the medium ground for them to fill in that space. There is the EA that is still a counterpart of that. If they were able to get some better deals as far as EA goes, maybe some more of the library in there as well. I think that would
maybe they bump EA to the full EA play, like on PC, where you get the day one.
I mean, if you look at the difference between, let's just say they look at Game Pass at $14.99, they look at Game Pass as $15. The additional $5 that you're paying for is for the bigger access to EA. So boom, there's the $19.99 to $20. Both sides, EA gets more engagement in their ecosystem. And also just helps them with the deal that they have put on the table, gets better numbers for both sides. But I think if you're going to start getting up towards to $24.99, especially with Ubisoft Plus being $14.99 itself, there could be grand benefits to doing that, because if you did them both separately, you'd be paying almost close to $40. Whereas if you were able to get Ubisoft Plus into Game Pass at that $4.99, maybe it doesn't include all the DLC and everything, but at least you do get the games day one, for an example. So the new Assassin's Creed Shadow, you would get that day one. You just wouldn't get all the additional DLC. You would have to buy that separately. But you could have a deal on getting the DLC. You have a deal on purchasing the game if you find out that you like it. I think that makes more sense if they do go to the $24.99 route. And that would also help with what Ubisoft is seemingly trying to do, is also get more engagement in their ecosystem. Because, I mean, let's just be real, at least for me, how I look at Ubisoft Plus, it's very few and far in between as far as the games that are in there. Now, if you haven't played an Ubisoft game for some time, you can be in that library. I mean, again, a lot of their games are 100-hour plus games. You're a normal person, you're working, all that good stuff. You could probably easily get that to last you 6 months just off the game, the content that they have in there, if you haven't played all those things. So, like, example for myself, I haven't played every Assassin's Creed. So if I went to go play Odyssey, or if I go to play these Far Cry games, or if I go to play The Division, or if I go, there's all these other games that maybe I want to jump into, or maybe I didn't get to play, that there is value to be had there. Is there value right now? No. But if I was able to get those things within my Xbox ecosystem, and already Xbox not even is tied into Ubisoft. If you bring up an Ubisoft game, it brings up the Ubisoft launcher through Xbox. It's the same thing with EA. Bring up an EA game, once you go through the EA thing, to get access to their games. So it's like there's already some of that is there. They're already trying to mesh with each other. So that would be the only real thing that I could see them doing. If they go to $24.99 route, it's because they've talked with these other players and they're like, hey, this doesn't have to be a us versus them, or we need to be against each other. Let's benefit each other. We need to help gaming grow first before we get back into this space of, I'm making these types of games and I don't want to compete with your types of games. And because at the end of the day, you're competing with engagement. You want people to jump into these games for a certain amount of time. Again, we've seen PlayStation here recently talk about they're actually looking at hours played in their games now. And that is something that people have mentioned for some time, because again, if people aren't completing your game, that is something else that you have to consider. What kind of changes do you make because of that? Do you have to start looking at how you do business a little bit differently? And again, my belief, I just don't think Ubisoft Plus or EA is worth either one of them by itself, but it being through Xbox makes it more makes it, one, an easier pill to swallow, and two, it's just easier to understand and consume or be part of that ecosystem. Like, if I can be part of the Xbox ecosystem and I inadvertently am also part of EA and Ubisoft at $24.99,
that could be a benefit. Because I don't know if you heard me, Pong. I was saying that, hey, if you did do Ubisoft Plus, it would be a version of it where you didn't get DLC at $24.99, but maybe you get the game's day and date though, regardless. Yeah. And I think that would be a boon for Ubisoft just because they're looking for that engagement as well to help boost their numbers, because I know that they're lacking in that. And if you tie it into Game Pass, then boom, at $24.99, now you have somebody that's going to consistently, it's going to be hard for them to unsubscribe, because if Ubisoft is going to start being consistent as well, to your point, there's always going to be a game, whether you're a Game Pass, whether you're an Ubisoft or you're EA, if you're a sports dude, it doesn't matter. There's always going to be something to keep you in, right?
And Ubisoft could sell the ultimate upgrade.
Exactly. And that could be another $5 or whatever, or whatever they felt like.
Well, I'm just saying per game too, where they
true.
upgrade to the ultimate edition for $39.99. Right?
True, $29.99 or whatever the DLC.
$39.99, whatever. Just sell that separately.
That would be a way, and I think that they would see major boons in their in sales as well because of that, right? I mean, you see that already. It's proven to work with Xbox. I mean, I know it works for me, bare minimum, and I can only come from my perspective and what I've seen other people do. Again, I do it with Forza, I did it with Gears. I mean, these games come to Game Pass, and I will get the season pass or get the additional characters because why not? I just got the base game for essentially quote unquote free, although it's not that. And it's to Avery's point in the chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Avery's point in the chat, he said, would you guys pay $30 a month for a Game Pass, EA, and Ubisoft? Now, I thought he mentioned something about the family plan as well. Oh, there he goes. He says, create the family plan for $30 a month, 5 accounts, you get Game Pass. That would be the way to go. Although,
that'd be a hell of a freaking deal, bro.
Although I think the family plan is going to be $34.99. If they included 5 accounts with it, I think it's going to be $34.99. If it's $29.99 for the man, that is a fucking steal. Because then I would. There's going to be a lot of people who kind of maybe not pitch together, because that's always a thing, and not everybody pitches in. But regardless, getting 5 people, that's an easy way to get a grand influx in your numbers.
I got to wonder too if that's why we haven't seen the family plan roll out.
That's true,
because they decided that they started looking at changing the tiers, and they said, why roll this out now? Well, we're going to change the tiers, and they're probably working out all the numbers, right? Because they had rolled it out initially to some countries to test it, and then everybody thought it was close at hand, and also disappeared, and they stopped talking about it again. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's because they started those internal discussions about this exact scenario where they are looking at revamping the entire thing. Right. And they had to pull back on that family plan until they figure out what they're going to do specifically for this. Like if they have an ultimate plus tier that is in that price point range, and then they have like a regular ultimate tier, and then, whatever below it, they have an ad tier, whatever the case may be. Like that could work for me. Like again, if they could, I just thought it was curious. Nobody knows. Like again, it's just initial smoke right now behind the scenes that's what they're talking about. There's been a couple articles written that they're considering changes to this because of Call of Duty and all the back catalog. I just think it's an interesting conversation. Nobody knows anything right now. Again, I'm not doom and glooming by any. Again, I will never.
I don't think that's doing
I'm never going to call for price increases on it, but if you are going to add value, if you're going to change the tiers and you're going to sell me on why you've done something like this and you're going to give me benefits as a consumer, just like any good salesperson, right? If you're going to tell me that these features that you're adding to the car are worth it to me, and that's why I'm spending an extra $1,000 on that car, okay, you could sell it to me. So if they're going to present it from that standpoint, I can hear it and I can listen to it. And like I said, I will weigh the benefits and see if it's worth it to me. But they ultimately have to have multiple tiers that are going to be non-confusing. And allow for whoever wants to jump into this ecosystem through Game Pass to have an option for them. Again, options are great, everybody. I just want to see how they're going to lay this out. I just thought it was a curious conversation to have.
No, I think it's a super dope conversation. And Nick's brought up the point that he can't see MS Ubisoft coming into the fold. That's a heavy investment. Only reason why Ubisoft makes sense, or they'll be more willing to come to the table, is because Microsoft has a direct deal with them with cloud, and Ubisoft is going to be more willing to come to the table or have those conversations because they're already in business with each other currently, and they have been for some time. It can be beneficial
to both. And remember, Xbox is the only console that has Ubisoft Plus.
Yes.
on it available,
Yes.
right? PlayStation
Yes.
still doesn't. They've got a Select. They got an
So
Ubisoft Select.
There's something.
Yeah,
there.
they have an Ubisoft Select, but they don't get the Ubisoft Plus option to even buy into that ecosystem, to buy into that subscription service. So I think that there's a deal that could potentially be made. And still, we both agree on this, that, those other deals that are done, much like the Sega Cloud deal and also the Ubisoft Cloud deal, mean more than a lot of people like to believe sometimes. Those deals are very purposeful, and it's big business, and there are handshakes behind
There's
the scenes.
something else.
And talks behind the scenes that do result in things like the whole Atlas catalog suddenly showing up on Xbox, and not just showing up, but also being presented on stage first.
Yeah.
After being ignored for generations. Like that is all a part of it. So that's the only reason why. Again, whether or not this comes to fruition, it's just it's fun talk. I was just thinking about a lot this week when I started hearing people say that they might revamp it due to Call of Duty. I was like, hey, this is kind of cool. Like, I could see them trying to do something big. Like, it would be expensive, right? But I could see them trying to push something like that and make it valuable for everybody to jump into. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, and just to take it at a standard, without including anything additionally with what they have right now. Again, I don't think that there should be a price change until you hit that 50 million mark. I don't see. You shouldn't change the price. 50 million is when you could change it to 19.99. I can feel you on that, because you're constantly working on ways to add additional value. But before that, after that, like, you gotta hit these milestones first before I'm just like, yeah, let me jump off the deep end for you. And they gotta prove that is worth it. I do believe that the restructuring is going to come in, especially when now have the mobile plays in there. You got King, Candy Crush being a big thing. If you can give, I mean, we've talked about this before as well. If you can give those players on mobile relieve their energy cap, quote unquote, with a $4.99 tier of Game Pass, I think that also alleviates a ton of things, right? You could potentially get millions of mobile people in to play Candy Crush at $2.99, $4.99, whatever that price may be, just to relieve that stress of, I got to worry about energy all the time. It's like, no, you get them Game Pass now. Play Candy Crush as much as you want. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it kind of turns into. And then from there, that's where the word of mouth starts. That's what Xbox is kind of turning into. Like, I understand, like, the marketing is not where it needs to be, in my belief. Point blank, period. And I don't think anybody could really argue that. But what I will say is that what I think that they're trying to do is work it more through word of mouth by doing and making certain moves. Again, if Assassin's Creed, the new one especially, comes into Game Pass day and date, it's kind of undeniable value that you're being given. If energy is going to be part of your mobiles plan, you help people alleviate that. That could be part of your strategy and help you get that word of mouth moving. Now, Jan is going to tell Miranda's going to tell Jennifer, and then now boom, before you know, she tells her husband, and now her husband's part of it, who's not really a gamer at all, but he plays Candy Crush every now and then, or maybe he plays whatever mobile game that is under that banner, under the Microsoft banner, and boom, you get your investments from other places. Now you're starting to make that outreach that you were looking for. Now you can get cloud gaming more involved because of those things. Maybe these people look into the catalog and kind of go from there. I do think that that's a perfect standpoint to kind of turn on a dime and get into this conversation about Call of Duty just coming into Game Pass in totality, or the potential of it. Because again, like I mentioned in the beginning of the show, I'm getting conflicting information from people that I've been listening to talk about this for some time. On one end, and Paul, let me know if I'm crazy or what's going on, because I haven't got an answer for this. And maybe chat, you'll be able to answer this for me. I've heard people for the longest time say it is dumb for Microsoft to put Call of Duty in Game Pass because they're going to lose money for people that aren't going to buy the game. Okay. If that's the case, then aren't you blatantly admitting that more people would sub to Game Pass? Isn't that part of the point?
Their comeback still would be, no, we're just talking about the millions of people already subbed to Game Pass that do buy Call of Duty that won't buy it this year because they got Game Pass already. It's not
And I don't think, and if that's the comeback, I don't think that would be their focus or care, because what's going to end up happening is because you've already trained those users. Those users are going to now see the benefit of getting Game Pass in their subscription service, and gamers like us, who are those people are going to say wouldn't do that or don't get it, are going to spend that additional funds on microtransactions. Or if you're already part of Game Pass, having Call of Duty come in there is nothing but a benefit to you. Matter of fact, you're probably going to end up spending whatever money you saved on COD. JB1521, that's also a good point. COD is already free. So if I'm getting just the story, the main part of the game, I guess you want to call it, although I consider the multiplayer the main part of Call of Duty. But if you're just going to get the story as part of Game Pass, and everybody else has to pay $70, at the end of the day, the game is still available to be bought. Just because it goes into Game Pass doesn't mean that people can't still buy the game. Now, if you're sub to Game Pass and you still buy the game, who's winning out of that? Xbox. Now, and that's a prerogative that you have to deal with, right? Like, what I think they're more so their goal is this is the thing that I've been seeing more often than not. Again, this is me treading the waters through Reddit, YouTube, Facebook, all these different avenues. I've seen more people state that, wow, if Call of Duty does come into Game Pass, this is going to give me a chance to play Call of Duty, because I haven't played Call of Duty since the original Modern Warfare 2. Right? This is for those people, I think, more so than anything. The people that have been kind of on the fence, the people that maybe are part of the Call of Duty ecosystem currently and say, hey, this is my main game that I play. And again, you don't have to get into Game Pass. If you still buy the game, that's just beneficial to Microsoft. But if the only angle of negativity that you can give me is, oh, well, the people in Game Pass aren't going to buy the game, I can argue that that's not their point anyway. They want that. They want you to be in Game Pass. That's part of the reason why they're making this deal, trying to cut these kinds of deals, right? Why that would be the inherent benefit to the user. It's not up to me to determine whether or not it's going to kill Microsoft's pockets or not, because obviously if they see value in it, then I'm just going to take it in as a consumer. I also don't think it's a super negative, because I'm looking at it, again, we like to take that RTS approach, pull ourselves out of the world. I look at it from the wider scope. People who are going to buy Call of Duty are just going to buy Call of Duty. People who don't want to buy Call of Duty, for an example, like myself, I don't see the point of spending $70 on Call of Duty. I do see a high value of me now getting Call of Duty as part of my service. There is an extreme value in that. Why? Because I play multiplayer. The people who are consistent are going to still be part of that service. Now, if you're only the Call of Duty player, I do think that part of their hope is if they are able to transition you from buying your game outright. And again, I do not assume that people just have money to spend on games all the time. That's just not the case. It's a fact of reality, actually. People have to make these choices. It is easier to get somebody to spend, let's say, $20 for a month, $15 for a month, than it is to tell them, I need you to spend $70 right now. It is easier. I don't care what anybody says. And people can say, oh, well, the amount of money you're saying, that's not, who cares about that? Because they're 3 months down the line, you want to say, oh, well, 3 months of Game Pass pays for the game, so why would they do that? Microsoft would be betting. Xbox would be betting on the fact that, hey, when you're tired of Call of Duty, when you're pissed off about Call of Duty, maybe you open up the game library and you're like, oh, snap, there's these other games in here too. I've never played this game before. They go to it, they're like, oh man, I got to buy this game. And then before it pops up, hey, with Game Pass, you can just install it. And then they install it. And then they come to the reality of maybe they go play a session of Call of Duty, and maybe they're playing a single player game as an example. And then they start experiencing that quick resume. Come off of Call of Duty to your story game, and you pick up right where you left off. You're like, whoa, what just happened? There's a high majority of people who have not experienced that yet. Stephen Avery says in the chat, I have not bought COD games since Xbox 360. I don't do multiplayer, and the campaigns are too short. Game Pass is perfect for COD. That's what I'm looking at least. That's the perspective that I'm coming from more so. And how many of those people are out there? I can guarantee you there's a lot. Again, ever since I stepped into this community, the number one thing that has been proven to me more than anything else is that there is a hardcore base for single player games, right? It has made me kind of open up the perspective on how I value that. Now, for me, I will still diminish the value of a single player game because I see more value in having multiplayer be a part of that. Like Ghost of Tsushima, for an example, is extreme value to me because after I finish playing the main game, now I have a multiplayer that I can go jump into in and out, play, have fun with. I can constantly revisit my experience, right? COD, again, to your point, COD can be pretty damn sweaty too. It's an easier game to play than I would say Halo or a Fortnite or an Apex may be, right? For sure. But it can still get kind of sweaty. Not everybody likes seeing their KD be negative and get ran through in every match. People don't like that, but they do like the stories from Call of Duty. And if this story from Call of Duty is the first one that has had this much time to be put into it, especially for Black Ops, the more renowned Call of Duty as far as branding and naming and all that good stuff goes, there is a possibility that you can get these people in there. Hey, I don't play multiplayer, but if I can get it, because look, at that point, $14.99, $19.99, whatever the price is, you're still saving money. Because if you play the campaign that one time, within that month, you could unsubscribe and move on with your life. And Microsoft would see those numbers and say, okay, how beneficial is that to us? Or maybe you don't unsubscribe because you beat the campaign and you say, oh man, what other campaign games have they got out there? I'm really in this zone right now. Call of Duty put me in a space. What other shooters they got out there? What if you see that Sniper Elite 5 is in there? You're like, oh man, here's another military kind of style shooter. I can shoot some Nazis? Slow motion? Oh man, this is dope. That's the inherent value of the other things around it, I think would be a major play. And the only way that you can introduce that to people, outside of just telling people, oh, we got games of Game Pass, is giving them something that is undeniable. Call of Duty would be that. Man, I haven't played Call of Duty in X amount of time. I like the stories typically, but they're short. I'm not trying to spend $70. Again, if it was up to me, I'm not spending $70 on just the campaign game in most cases, right? So, but off of that, Pong, how do you feel about kind of what you've seen? Am I crazy, or are you able to break this further down for me? Because again, on one hand, Call of Duty is going to be the detriment to Game Pass, but on the other hand, it's like, oh man, it might be a grand benefit. Who knows? But Microsoft shooting themselves in the foot either way. How are you feeling about what you've seen this week? And again, it is still a major rumor, right? Xbox hasn't confirmed this, although Sarah Bond has said it several times that all first-party games are going into Game Pass.
I say this is not a rumor because she's confirmed it. So
several times.
Yeah, several times. I don't think that there's any way that we can count this as a rumor. And again, I was the media and their headlines, PC Gamer said Xbox decides to go nuclear by putting Call of Duty in Game Pass. What? Come on, man. This was a plan all along. They said it in the court case. Yes, we had conversations about it. Obviously, there was talks. Obviously, why people are riled up by Tom Warren saying that he heard that there was talks behind this. Of course there was talks. They're going to analyze the hell out of this. One of the biggest games in the entire world. You now own it, and you're going to offer it in your subscription service instead of selling it outright, right? You're going to sell it outright to everybody else, but you're going to offer it additionally in your subscription service. Of course, there was internal talks about whether or not this was feasible, what the outcomes could be. They probably had 100+ different analysts, analytical charts about all the different outcomes of what this could do, breaking it down, positive to negative, utopia to dystopia, right? And everything in between. I can guarantee you this happened. There is no way a corporation like Microsoft and a company like Xbox underneath that corporation did not have those talks, okay? I don't know why people get so flustered by this shit. Sarah Bond doubled down. They all doubled down at the podcast. Sarah Bond tripled down at the interview. This was happening. They had made the decision. Call of Duty's coming to Game Pass. Okay. That's why I just brought up the conversation with Steele's poll about the changes to the tiers, because yes, what cost to us as consumers is it going to be, right? Is there going to be a cost? We're going to find that out. There's smoke that there is going to be a cost to this, but okay. The Call of Duty coming to Game Pass makes sense. If Xbox, which we've all said from the beginning, right? Despite the naysayers, right? Despite people thinking that we complain all the time and that complaining is somehow doom and gloom when we're simply criticizing moves that we don't agree with, right?
Yeah.
Despite all of that, we have all here, me and Steele, the Fun Speculation family, right? I've all said Xbox ain't going nowhere. Game Pass isn't going anywhere. This is still their main vehicle. So if this is still their main driving force and they're still behind it, right? Which we all think they are. Yes. Has it certainly leveled off and they haven't seen the increases that maybe 2 years ago they thought they were going to see, right? Their internal goals probably were about 50 million by now, right?
Well, the other thing too is that at the time they said Game Pass growth during coming out of COVID, they said Game Pass growth was beyond what they expected. So
they said no, the console wise, no. PC wise, yes.
Oh, okay.
They were still seeing good growth out of the PC side of things, but console had leveled off at that point, right? They admitted as much. We saw it because the bonuses were attached. All the executive bonuses were attached to Game Pass growth, and they weren't meeting those bonuses, right? It was like they were low on the percentage of growth. So, of course, right, that conversation is going to happen that Game Pass did stagnate, right? But you still got to believe they're still investing money in it. We're still getting new games dropping into Game Pass all the time. They've doubled and tripled down on all their first party games coming in the Game Pass day one. So this is still a main vehicle. They still have faith that they can do something with Game Pass and make it grow into a bigger subscription service to hit the 50 million, to hit the 100 million mark potentially, right? If they do everything correctly. Call of Duty is going to be a driver. Now, to what percentage?
We'll see.
That's the question, right? See. We now know this week as well, Steele, it came out that over half of the PlayStation consumers and over half of the Xbox consumers have not moved to current gen.
Yep.
They're still on PlayStation 4 and they're still on Xbox One.
And there's only a couple games that'll make them move.
There's games that'll move. Call of Duty has remained cross-gen. We still don't know about this one. I tried to get the answer. There's a lot of people assuming that this Call of Duty is going to be current gen only. There has been no official talk about it yet. We'll find out shortly. Again, we're going to find out shortly. Come showcase, right? We'll probably know. If they are going to make this current gen only and they're going to skip last gen, Call of Duty will be the driver. What are the first initial drivers? There will be people who finally move from PlayStation 4 and Xbox One to current gen. Xbox has an opportunity with the correct marketing to pull some of those PlayStation 4 players over to Xbox at this point. Now, you can argue all day long whether digital library, all that stuff that's been talked about, whether or not that actually happens. There will be a percentage. Is it 1%? Is it 0.5%? Is it 5%? Is it 10%? That do come over to Xbox if they market this correctly with Call of Duty. This is their moment to establish that Call of Duty is an Xbox first-party title and that they own it. Yes, it's going to be everywhere, but we saw the power of Call of Duty marketing had for PlayStation all these years when Xbox decided not to re-up. We saw what the ripple effect was. So Call of Duty is one of them. The other one, of course, Steele's alluding to is GTA 6. Anybody who doesn't transfer over to current gen because of Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to clean up everybody, okay? That's pure and simple. Like, yes, will there still be a small percentage of people? If they truly,
and I still think this is a negative mark on Rockstar in totality, if they truly have spent the amount of money that they have on this game for GTA 6, knowing that they're online, and I made a post about this week as well. I believe that was actually yesterday. GTA did not sell as well as it did because of the single player. Nowhere close. It was the online that made it jump the numbers that it has. Point blank, period. The role play servers and everything that is part of that. I don't hear people talking about, actually, I hear people say that the story is on the weaker side of the GTAs that they've experienced. They say 4 was better. They say Vice City was better. They say San Andreas was better. You know what I'm saying? But the online has carried it for 10 years. That has been their main thing. It is just hard for me to believe that after everything that they've experienced and seen, especially with it being next gen only, that they would not release that game day and date on PC, especially with it being on the same architecture. But again, if they don't release it on PC, then the only people that benefits is the people who have console hardware, PlayStation and Xbox, because people will buy platforms for that game.
Correct.
Guaranteed.
Absolutely. So these are the two games that I think have the biggest momentum. FIFA, I could argue FIFA as well worldwide. Sure. For the other parts of the world, I won't leave that out.
Some parts, for sure.
I'm not a FIFA player.
Sports
I got
games, 2K.
Again,
they all moved. Yeah,
they all move, right? But again, I think this is the moment to get back to Call of Duty that Xbox can capitalize on. Is it enough to flip the entire generation? Okay, no. We've already heard Phil talk about this, right? He's admitted to it, right? Again, the sales numbers are the sales numbers when it comes to consoles. Okay, there's just no denying it, and they've taken the emphasis off the actual console sales. But could they have a moment where they do capture some people? They have two options for people to get into the hardware. One of them being ultra cheap. If it is a player who does not necessarily care about all the bells and whistles, who does not care about all the other games, who cares about Call of Duty, who cares about Madden, who cares about the classic staples, right? Fortnite. The Series S is going to be highly desirable for a lot of people who want to make the jump from last gen to this gen but are on a budget. They could have a moment with the right marketing, with the right pack-in deals, right, with Call of Duty now, to move the needle. Again, how much that moves, that's up to debate, but it's still a moment that they have to capture. And I think that's why they could not break this promise. Had they broken the promise, it would have been awful, especially after Sarah Bond tripled down. Like, it would have been absolutely awful. Is there a risk? Yes, there is a risk. Call of Duty, however, produces over $1 billion a quarter from just monetization from skins. Okay. That can be made up with a Game Pass inclusion, because we do know, Steele, we've talked about it. It's psychological. If somebody gets a game in Game Pass for quote unquote free, they are more likely to spend money in that game through the extras. Okay. Yeah. They are more likely to spend money elsewhere in the ecosystem. Yeah. So could they make up a lot of that on the back end through monetization? Yes, they could. But is it still a risk? Of course it is. Of course it is. I don't know. They probably have the exact numbers of how many people currently have Game Pass Ultimate, right, and buy Call of Duty every year and play it on their Xbox. They have those internal numbers.
Yeah.
Whether that's 5 million people or whatever the case may be, and you assume, right, that 90% of those people, probably 80 to 90%, right, minimum, of those people will just play it through Game Pass when Call of Duty shows up versus actually buying it again, right? There will be a small percentage who still buy the game. There's still people out there who like to own certain games. There's probably people who will buy them, but it will be a small percentage. So they can calculate that that's going to be the loss that they have, right, up front. So it is a risk, but I think that establishing Call of Duty that you just was not even close to the whole pie of why you spent $70 billion, but certainly a big piece of the pie of why you spent $70 billion on Activision Blizzard King. You have to capitalize on that, and you have to capitalize it in the way that you are currently set up with your ecosystem, which is Game Pass. Game Pass is the vehicle. So you need to take this moment and do this. Yeah. And it is vital that you do it. Again, if you have to adjust tiers, if you have to do that, that's fine. That's separate. That's okay. But you got to put this in there, and you got to establish to everybody that after all these years of brainwashing, that Call of Duty was a PlayStation first title. You got to start eroding that away, and you got to make this your own now. because it is yours.
Mhm.
You now own it. Take advantage of it. Put it on the boxes. Do pack-in deals. Offer 30 days of Game Pass with every new console, including Call of Duty, right? You got to promote that shit.
Yeah.
And so I think that this is a great decision. I think anybody that's doing the contradiction talking out here, again, these are people who legitimately want Game Pass gone. They want
There's a major hate on Game Pass for sure.
They want to hold on to the traditional models as much as they can. They hate the fact that PlayStation has followed Xbox to PC now.
People aren't buying
scared.
the games.
They are scared that Sony will continue down that road, whether they want to say it's following Xbox or not. Xbox pushed the industry in their own way, much like Nintendo does, right? With their own little pool.
Yeah.
Xbox has pushed towards a more digital age future that we all see coming. They are pushing in that direction. Nobody wants that sped up on that side. They want Xbox gone. They want Xbox as a third-party game publisher only. They don't want them to produce consoles. They don't want to innovate. They don't
Hardware.
want Game Pass around.
People don't want
any
Xbox
of
to
that.
put out hardware. They don't even care about it.
That's straight up hardware, right?
I've
Straight
heard
up
people
hardware. They don't
say,
want any
"Oh,
piece of it.
if Xbox creates something that's not just a console, if it ends up having access to Steam, and it's not a console anymore."
Right. That's fine. I don't care about those people. I'm just saying in general that Xbox with Call of Duty, this is a smart move. It's a calculated risk. It's a risk that they knew they were going to have to take. And I think it's worthy of pursuing this and seeing what it can do for you. But you got to be in. There's no dipping your toes into this.
Yeah, no, there's no halfway.
You got to market the hell out of Call of Duty. And to the people who say, well, now it's going into Game Pass, it's going to suffer. Bullshit. Xbox, again, Microsoft just invested $70 billion. One of the key pieces, again, not the whole puzzle. The PC mobile side was real. That's what they really wanted, right? But Call of Duty being one of the main pieces, you cannot have a decline in Call of Duty and devalue Activision as a whole from that $70 billion purchase. That's the last thing you can do. In fact, you need to reinvest into Call of Duty. Not to say that you have to even continue to put out yearly, but you have to make these games, these Call of Duties, better than all the previous Call of Duties as much as possible. You have to bolster those teams that work on this and say, look, we need some of your best work ever out of you guys, right? Because they have to continue to make Call of Duty stay on top for as long as humanly possible. There is no guarantee in video games, but they have to do their all to make Call of Duty the best Call of Duties of all time to get that ROI back from them. So I suggest that, in fact, Xbox now doing this purchase, we could see some of the best Call of Duties that we've seen ever underneath Activision because of this purchase, because Microsoft and Xbox need it to be. Across the board, they need it to be the best ever. I think we could see some innovation in Call of Duty for a change that we haven't seen before because they understand that this has to continue to entice people to come back time and time again, because there is a little bit of that, and we've seen it, flatlining of Call of Duty recently, where it's the same, it's the Maddens, right? It's after a while, it's just like, oh, okay, great. It's another Call of Duty. And there's ways it can do that. Steele and I praised it last year. Being able to carry over some of your cosmetics from the previous game into the new game is a huge win. And I hope they continue to do it. We'll find out. No guarantee that they will, but I hope that's part of the innovation, because that is something that will entice people to continue to buy year after year. If I invest in last year, knowing that I can carry over those cosmetics and play with some of that stuff, it's great. It's great.
Already a win.
Yeah, it's already a win. So I just think it's a big moment, Steele. I don't know why people act so surprised. Again, I think it's for dramatic effect. I think, again, there's a lot of intellectual dishonesty out here. It's a lot of people just ignore what Microsoft says a lot of the time. And yes, we've criticized them for stepping on their rakes. We've certainly talked about some of the things that they said that haven't come to pass, etc. But at the end of the day, when they say something like this multiple times, including Sarah Bond a week and a half ago, if you're going to write an article like this was some big shock to you that Call of Duty is coming into Game Pass, again, that's a little intellectually dishonest, because that means you're just completely ignoring what the head of Xbox now, Sarah Bond, told you a week and a half ago. That's kind of bullshit, man. So,
I mean,
anyway, yeah.
I think what people have been saying to combat that though is just because of the moves that have been happening recently for Xbox, which is like, oh, it doesn't make any sense for Call of Duty to go in there because of what they've done recently, and it seems like there's a change in strategy. And again, like what's interesting to me is to see the hate for Game Pass in totality, right? Any moment that there's that sign of weakness, the first thing is get rid of Game Pass. It's killing the industry. Everything is dying. Xbox, it's not working for Xbox. And then you hear Xbox come around. I mean, you guys have done some of that as well, where it's just like, man, I don't know. Things are getting really fishy here, man. Maybe they're gonna have to start pulling back from Game Pass. This has been a conversation point, and I've been consistent in saying, hey, I mean, I believe in the strategy that they've had. Again, even in the down years, 2022, I go back to that all the time. For me, it wasn't as bad as other people felt, right? And again, people are going to take whatever they want to from it. And if people are being genuine in how they feel about Game Pass, the only thing that I can tell you is let Microsoft prove it to you. Let Xbox prove it to you. And if that's not good enough, then sell the console. Get a PC. Do all the other things that you say, oh man, because this is the other thing that I've heard people talk about this week, and I want your idea and thoughts on this as well, Pong, is that people talking about the whole consoles. Well, I mean, consoles are down for everybody. Let's be 100% upfront and honest with that. Let's just start with that. Consoles are down for everybody. PlayStation outselling Xbox 5-1. What? Everybody is down. Point blank, period. And if that is the case, Xbox being down in consoles, it does not matter what exclusive that they release. Exclusives are not going to be the main thing outside of second and third party exclusives like we talked about earlier, like a GTA, the sports games, Call of Duty. Those are the types of games that are system sellers. Exclusives do not do that for these companies anymore. Not in the same way, right? With that taken in consideration, the model has changed. Xbox has said for years, since 2017, that their model has changed. Phil Spencer came out, I believe that was last year, Pong, where even Pong said, the fact that Phil Spencer says we had lost the console space was a negative mark for them. But are you listening to what they're saying, or are you just wanting to fill it in with whatever you choose to believe? Because if they're saying that, hey, we're not in this for the console shit anymore, we're in this for the engagement, then what matters? Console hardware being down doesn't matter if they're allowing you and telling you that you can play it wherever and using it in argument. Oh, well, what does Xbox expect? Because this is what I've heard, Paul. What does Xbox expect? Of course their consoles are going to be down. You can play their games wherever you want. There is the strategy that they have. So, I mean, why is Xbox telling us that their consoles are down? Because it's the numbers. It's part of what's going on in the space. Like, there has to be something taken into consideration. Right? Again, if this is the path that they're going down, then it is not about consoles anymore. Hardware is not going anywhere, which they have also stated. And I keep hearing people say that, oh, they're going to get out of the hardware space. They're getting out of the hardware space. And to the point that I was making to you, Pong, is people now going with the belief that, hey, well, if they include all these other things as part of Xbox, it's no longer a console. You might as well just get a PC. Well, if it's still not the price of you getting a PC, then that's not the answer either. That means they can still make hardware and not be dependent on the hardware. Because the only company that is dependent on hardware is Sony. Sure, Microsoft wants to see Xboxes sell. Yes. But I think a better idea for a software company, what they would instead like to have, is to see the reoccurring engagement in their services, in their part of their subscriptions or whatever the case, and to offer hardware as an option. To be able to, if what Sarah is saying is 100% fact, that this is going to be a leap, and they keep saying these things, and I brought this point up as well. What do we expect to change between both consoles, PlayStation and Xbox, even though Nintendo in there? What do you expect to change? Xbox and PlayStation being the two that are on the same architecture. What is going to change if the price of making games is becoming more expensive? There has to be a different way because people aren't consuming it the same. No matter how you look at it, Nintendo isn't selling as much isn't going to outsell the PlayStation 2. No console to date, PlayStation can't even outsell themselves. And think about the reasons why those consoles sold. PlayStation 2 is because of the CD drive. PlayStation 3 is because of the Blu-ray. Xbox because of the hard drive. What is going to be the difference this time? It has to be something more than an SSD and a processor, because those two are going to remain the same going forward. Maybe how they optimize and how quick they are. Again, we're finding out that Kraken and Velocity are fucking damn near the same. Now, behind the scenes, we don't know. I'm not a game developer, so I don't know how much is implemented. We've seen people say, oh, this was only possible because of the PlayStation's SSD. And you get Ratchet and Clank, and for whatever reason, Ratchet and Clank can load up 2 seconds faster on a PC that doesn't have the Kraken architecture SSD. That proves that that's not the truth. So how do you progress this thing forward other than, giving people more access in different ways? Again, anybody can be the most sold console base. That anybody could be that. But what does that matter if people aren't constantly investing in your ecosystem? And that's the point that they've consistently been making. PlayStation's number one thing over the last 6 months, last year, seemingly. Hey, we're trying to find more ways to engage with more players. Hey, they've released, guys, if you do not believe that the strategy is changing for both sides, Helldivers released on PC day and date. If it would have released on PlayStation only, that game would not be what it is right now. Oh. Because it's proven. Which is okay, but it demonstrates to Sony, it demonstrates to Hiroki, who just implemented 2 other people to take the position of Jim Ryan, that we have to look at business differently. I'm not saying that they got to do it the way the Xbox is doing it, but they need to figure out what's best for them. And bringing it to PC or bringing it to more platforms, I just will never agree that devalues your console, that devalues your ecosystem, that devalues your experience. If anything, it only enhances it. So, Pong, I mean, it's just crazy to see, people, everybody has their own perspective, right? And we don't know what the surefire way of things need to be. Again, I'll keep saying this as well. Microsoft is going to make the mistakes because seemingly they're doing something different that has never been done before. Well, not seemingly, they are doing something that has never been done before and are seemingly trying to lead the way of how we look at gaming for the future, because our current strategies have not been working. So everybody can have their own perspective of how they want this thing to happen. But I just think at this point, trying to continuously focus on consoles, and I saw Brad Sams do the same thing, say Xbox has a console problem. Like, Brad, I need to ask you as well, are you listening to what Xbox is telling you? What Microsoft is telling you? Like, and you've been studying them and working with them for some time. Trying to tell Xbox that they got a console problem after they just told you the console isn't their main focus. Do you think that am I on the short side of the train? Am I riding on the short bus, or am I missing something? Was there some additional information that I'm not including? I don't know, Paul. I mean, like, how are you? I mean, how are you seeing things play out? And just to kind of add on to that as we.
I mean, again, it just goes back to what I was saying about Call of Duty, that they got to capitalize on this. There is no question about it. That again, listen, you'd be stupid to sit here and say that Xbox and Phil walked into this generation thinking that they would have a quarter where they were seemingly outsold 4-1 or 5-1 again, right? They didn't want that, right? They came in with a 2 SKU plan thinking that they could capitalize on what they had done acquisition wise with a favorable price point, entry point for more casual gamers with the Xbox Series S and have the enthusiast box and the Series X. And they thought they had a solid plan. The games, unfortunately, COVID, right, had a part in it, but also, talked about it in the past, management, things didn't work out. They didn't have the games lineup. The games came out. They didn't hit the way they were supposed to, like Halo Infinite. And you can put blame in a lot of different places for what happened in this generation. And there was a lot of different things that nobody could have.
For sure.
But I'm sure they came in believing that they could eat into what they lost last generation. In the beginning, right? Again, the quotes from Phil are out there. We've talked about them. Phil has waved the white flag and said there isn't any universe in which Starfield comes out as a 10 out of 10 and we've got people selling their PlayStations to move over to Xbox. We lost a generation we couldn't lose in the PlayStation 4 generation and the Xbox One generation because that's when everybody built their digital libraries. But I still believe they came in ready to compete. They came in with the ultimate plan to have a massive lineup of exclusive games that you could only play through Xbox in the ecosystem, wherever that would be at.
Right.
Game Pass being the vehicle, they wanted 50 million, 100 million Game Pass subscribers, right? That was the ultimate plan. It all fell apart. So where we sit today, right? They have de-emphasized the console. Okay, they have. It's clear as day. I'm not going on a limb. This isn't doom and gloom. They've just de-emphasized it. It's not important because, and I've said this many, many times, when you look at the big piece of the pie, the console is a small percentage of that pie. So if they are looking at the total pie of 2 billion to 3 billion people, and they're looking at all to expand in all these other places, then the console becomes less important to you. Is it still one entry point? Yes, it's an entry point. It's an option, like Steele said, to get into the Xbox ecosystem. Do I believe that Xbox and Microsoft are now going, okay, well, yeah, but the console market is limited. Yeah, we're still getting outsold by PlayStation. PlayStation's still the most popular. We got the Switch out here taking out the rest of the people. How do we go grab people? Well, that's by creating more entry points, creating more options for people, giving people services and experiences and software that they can't get elsewhere in a lot of ways, right? Oh, and by the way, we're going to also start we are selling our stuff in some what was traditionally our console or our competitor spaces because we're going to make some money there. And we're going to make up for some of it by expanding that. And maybe some of those people become fans of what we do over here. And maybe we get them in Game Pass through one of their other devices, right? There's a lot to this, right? But Call of Duty is that moment, to get back to when we started the subject. Call of Duty is that moment that they can pull specifically in the console space some people over, because we know that over half the people from last generation have not converted. They could pull some people over. They could make a dent. How big a dent? Whether it's a little chip in the paint or whether it's a sizable, baseball dent, we don't know. But they have a moment now where they could put the emphasis for a period of time back onto console, back into giving that experience with Game Pass and all the services and that option as a main starting point, because Call of Duty is so massive on consoles. They could pull this off and they could see some return in the console market for it. So I think that's why it's important they do this. But I think overall, Steele, they are looking ahead to the future. Overall, they have, again, I don't like it because I'm a highly competitive person. I've told you this. I don't like that. Even if internally you have conceded, a market, even if internally you have discussed it all and said, hey, we got to put the focus out, so we got to grow in all these other places. Console's great. It's an option. We're going to continue to offer it, but really we can't focus on that anymore because that market's gone. I hate it. Okay. But if you conceded that market at this point, you got to just look to the future. That's why I started long ago talking about the potential that they go early for next gen, that they just skip mid-gen refresh. Fuck it. Generation is what it is. If PlayStation wants to come out with PS5 Pro, let them. This generation is what it is. It's settled. We are going to make our mark with Call of Duty. We're going to continue to push Game Pass, but we're going to look to the future for the hardware. And it seems like that's what they're doing. And if they launch in 2026 with a hybrid system that does blur the lines between console and PC more and more and offers you the chance to sideload Steam, as Jez has suggested. Again, that was just his speculation, something that we talked about, that we think there's a potential that they have an option for this. And they sideload Steam. It's now suddenly you've got the access. And unless PlayStation is going to completely block their games, you'll be able to play PlayStation games on what this hardware is. Well, then you're talking about a whole new market. And you're talking about an enthusiast market. And you're talking about going after a group of people who like all the bells and whistles. And you could redefine what Xbox means in the console space. Right? When we think of the box connected to the TV, along with a handheld system that we are 99% sure is coming now, and there could be multiple handhelds out there, they could redefine. They have a moment to wipe the slate clean and redefine what Xbox has been thought of as the traditional console space. And I think that's powerful. And with the lineup that they could have for the beginning of that generation, whatever that looks like, if this machine is a big technological leap, like Sarah said, you're talking about changing a narrative. Now, is it going to do it for everybody all at one time? Of course not. Probably not. Popularity still is a thing. There's still going to be a massive group of people that just hate Xbox, hate Microsoft, never want anything to do with them. But for a lot of people, they could show off something very special. And they could also show off expanding that ecosystem to more people by offering different entry points with the handheld, making it all seamless, as we've talked about a billion times before, between your PC, your TV, your cell phone, your mobile, your tablet, your handheld device, your set box next to the TV, all being one big seamless thing. They could offer enough bells and whistles with a lineup that rivals the Dreamcast lineup for a day one launch of a new system. Or multiple systems, if you want to believe that a handheld and the console comes at the same time. They could, at that point, get some of that hype back that people had for the hardware, right? That more people had for the hardware. Still a big group of us that love their hardware. But I'm saying that it could reach the wider audience. It could force a lot of the big mainstream media to take notice and write articles about it that the masses read and then get curious about, even if it is an expensive piece of machine. Again, there's a lot of people looking at PCs that never looked at PCs before right now. There's a lot more, as Steele said, kids asking for PCs nowadays. If they offer something that falls in line, that blurs that line between PC and console, gives you options to play your Steam library potentially on it, whatever the case may be, I think they got a chance to shift this and start a new conversation. Now, does it all work out that way? We're going to have to wait and find out, man. Again, this is all just opinion and speculation. We don't know what they're going to do. Do I generally have a more positive outlook and spin on things? Yeah, I do. I love this industry. I love every single one of the players in this industry. Even when I criticize them, I love them because they're all a part of my favorite hobby. So yes, am I going to look at this and think that Xbox and Microsoft, with everything that they now own, being one of the world's biggest publishers of games, even if they don't put a focus on consoles anymore, do I think that they could come in and surprise everybody and surprise the world and create something that starts a buzz that people feel like, oh shit, wow, this box that Xbox just put out, damn, look at how it's running GTA 6. Look at all their lineup they've got. They got State of Decay, they got Gears 6, potentially a new Halo. Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be running on this thing within the first year of launch. Look at what the AI chip's doing and offering and what the potential of it is. Do I think they could create a piece of tech that really does spark interest in people? Maybe even people who never even thought of buying an Xbox before? Yeah, I do. And you could say that I'm just being overly optimistic and that it's over with and all that kind of shit, but I'm not about that. Xbox is going to be what Xbox is going to be. They're evolving. We don't know the final form. We don't know if this Call of Duty going into Game Pass is going to have the impact that they want it to have. We don't know that, again, Game Pass is going to be around forever. right? They could make that decision to walk away from Game Pass at any point and go back to more traditional. They could go full third party. All that could happen. I'm going to ride it until the wheels fall off. I'm going to enjoy it while it's here. The stuff that benefits me, I'm going to enjoy it. And if Xbox continues to offer the experiences that I love as a gamer, which they currently do, again, Sony isn't doing that for me right now from their first party. Xbox is. And yes, don't care. People want to sit out here and say, you're just capping or you're a liar. There's no way you don't want to play those bangers from Sony's first party. I ain't lying. Ghost of Tsushima is the only one that I've ever been consistently saying that I would love to play. Stellar Blade, I'd love to play it. Hope it comes to PC. Is it worth buying a PS5 for? No, it's not first party either. It's second party. Right? Returnal, cool game. I'll pick it up on PC someday. Ratchet & Clank, great. I used to buy Ratchet & Clanks when they were on sale and play them. But God of War, Spider-Man, even Wolverine right now, from what I've seen, don't care. I really don't care about those games. Xbox has the games. Their first party has the games that I'm excited for. Avowed, right? Just got my game of the generation in Starfield from one of my favorite developers in Bethesda. They are offering the games that I want to play. So I'm going to ride this thing all the way out. And again, as much as I've criticized all these companies, as much as I criticize Xbox when I don't agree with what they're doing, still love them, man. I do. I still love them. I'm not an Xbot by any stretch of the imagination. I'm a gamer. As a gamer, I love what they're giving me. I love their ecosystem. I love Game Pass. So I think that they've got an opportunity. I will never count them out because while they've been way ahead of the curve sometimes to the point where it's failed them, many times I should say, they've also innovated a lot and given us things that people weren't thinking about that everybody else adopted at one point or another. And I think that this time around, with their goals, said this many, many times, you guys, with their goals and how they're looking at the industry, it does free them of a lot of the traditional chains that are bound to these companies, and they can kind of go do their own thing and experiment. And I think they got a chance to come up with something really cool that surprises all of us. So that's what I'm looking towards. Who knows? Maybe it'll be the same old classic, whatever. Just get a Series X2, a little bit more beefy underneath in the console. Does a little ray tracing a little bit better. Updates the frames a little bit more so we get consistent 60 frames. Yeah, that's all it'll be. But I think personally they're doing something different. So, and that's what I'm gonna bet on. But we will see, everybody. Call of Duty is an inflection point for them. We're going to see how that turns out as well. Fascinating. Again, this generation is fascinating to me in the industry. We're seeing the entire industry change and evolve, and I can't wait to see more. So let me see here. Nixie says, remember what Pong said? He will be there when Game Pass is $39.99 a month. Nope, I did not say that, Nixie. It depends what they offer me. Again, I am wallet first. I am a customer and a gamer first, and I will ride it until it doesn't benefit me anymore, right? Till the wheels fall off. I would say if they come out with Game Pass with no added benefits and it is $40 a month and we're getting the same stuff that we're getting now, I probably would unsubscribe at that point and say, nah, that isn't a benefit to me. But yeah, no, there's a lot I will do because I love what they do and I love what they offer. And again, if nothing works out, they come third party, so be it. Again, I watch Sega do it. I'm still a Sega fan through and through, right? So, the industry changes. I'm a gamer. I'm flat out a gamer. If all the companies fail and Panasonic comes back with the 3DO2, and that's the new console, and they're the main console makers, if it's a good system, if they offer me something, I'll go pick up a Panasonic 3DO2. I don't care. Again, ultimately, at the end of the day, I want to see all of them continue to grow, and I want them to continue to evolve, and I want that competition to some degree, whatever degree that is, but I want them to continue to put out the good games and the stuff that I expect and have great offerings, benefits to me for being a part of their ecosystem. That's really all I want out of any of these companies. Again, Nintendo's got me back interested for the first time in decades. That says it all, folks.
Yeah,
I get. That's where I'm at. Sorry, Steele. I carried on because I knew you were dealing with.
That was
stuff,
perfect. That was perfect.
I was boring. Yeah.
No, you weren't boring nobody. You're getting the chat to continuously have the engaging conversations that they've been having. I mean, chat, y'all have been killing it. I'm not talking about like 2 sentences type shit. Y'all are like really having thought out conversation. Now that's super dope, man. That's another big reason why I love doing this every Saturday, because again, we got a community of people that jump in, even if y'all check out other shows and whatnot, where it's just like y'all are constantly engaged, and that's so awesome to see. Means we're doing something right. Bold Alpha, because I guess some people were mentioning about the outsourcing side of it. He says, even if they do begin to outsource hardware, it's still business per usual. Yeah, I mean, again, it's just going to extend their strategy. More people being able to play in more ways than ever before. And again, being able to combine the PC ecosystem and give it a console feel, I do think is the next step forward. Because to PC, Nixie was making a point. He was saying that PC is currently stagnant. Susie's have shown that the kids' tastes are currently fragmented. They are not going towards one specific platform device. But I don't think that PC isn't stagnant. More people have been jumping into PC than ever before. Now, gaming wise, I mean, maybe, but I don't think that necessarily is the case either. I think people are more so looking at what the true potential of that is, because I'm starting to see conversation, or you can start seeing the conversation go towards hey, well, instead of getting A, B platform, I might as well get C and get PC that is seemingly getting both. Not only that, I can also stream with this device. I don't need any additional hardware. I could just do it straight off of the device itself. If you're able to end up doing that with something like the ROG Ally as an example, then you're treading a lot of ground that is going to interest people for more reasons than just gaming. Because again, if you look back to how things were done in the past, right? You didn't just get the PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3 weren't sold like they were because of games. It was part of it. The biggest reason it sold the way that it did is because it was a benefit to the overall consumer. PlayStation 2 wouldn't have hit the numbers it did just by games alone. It did it because of the DVD player. It literally was used for everything. At the time, it made more sense for you to get this device that could do multiple things versus you just buying a DVD player. Especially when you were transitioning over from VHS, right? And this could be the same thing now. There's so many other things that other pieces of hardware are allowing you to do. Steam Deck has proven that. ROG Ally has proven that. The consoles are proving that. They have been tread the line of just being about gaming. They've become full entertainment boxes that do more, and they've kind of pulled back from it a little bit. But again, you do more on these consoles, even on your PC, than you ever did before. So what is the next step forward in evolution? To just can do the same things that we've always done them? I don't think so. That's not how technology works ever. So, and that's kind of the perspective that we come from. So, let's see what everybody else is saying in here. Steam's going to get bigger, sell 100 million on Steam. Yeah, exactly. All right. Now, speaking of Xboxes, we're on that side of things. Xbox is getting a new update for a pre-download option. I think this is super dope. I don't know if this is going to change their internal strategy as far as their update process, right? Because we've been hearing for quite some time that Xbox does have a longer process as far as getting updates pushed through and making sure everything is good to go than some other companies do. So hopefully that does speed this up, but I can see this being an extreme benefit because even like Steam, like Ghost of Tsushima for an example, Steam will let you pre-download the game with no files. But then the game comes out and now you have to download a 50 gig update. Well, okay, what was the point of me pre-downloading? That's not truly pre-downloading. You're just you're putting me in a queue to download 50 gigs anyway. I don't see it that way. I see that's still inconvenient. It needs to be exactly as it states. Hey, pre-download the game, you download it. As soon as the game goes live, boom, you start it up. There is no additional steps unless there's like a day one patch or something like that, which this could also help with. Day one patches, getting them in there before the game releases. there is benefits in it. So it's cool to see them at least taking this into consideration. I mean, real quick, well, I know it's a quick hitter, but how do you feel about this whole update to pre-download option?
Hey, quality of life stuff, man. Quality of life stuff. I love being able to pre-download games. I love having them ready, waiting for me. I did it with Ghost of Tsushima, right? Had it pre-downloaded through Steam, ready to rock and roll. Again, anything that helps me get into that new game quicker, the better. And when there's patches, some of those patches are big now. Some of those patches are gigs.
True.
And again, I have decent internet connection, right? The Xbox side of things, it tells me that I'm getting great speeds, but I'll tell you what, Steel, that's the thing I've noticed between Steam and I'm getting the same speeds, right? I'm hardwired both, right? When I download a game on Steam, I know I'm actually getting. When I'm downloading an Xbox, for whatever reason, it shows me those speeds. Half. It's like twice. Yeah, it's like twice as long to download a game on Xbox versus the PC. And they're both hardwired, same exact connection. Okay. So it is weird. So anything that allows me to get ahead of it when they are going through the certification process and we can pre-download this patch, whatever the case may be, I'm all for it. Quality of life, little stuff like this is all about it. Again, the games nowadays are bigger and bigger and bigger. The patches are as well. It just makes a lot of sense to have this option, like you said, that is elsewhere, right? That other places allow you to do it. Hey, great. Good on Xbox, man. Let me get into that game faster when I get home from work. Please.
Yeah, exactly. Tom Warren was also, this was a rumor, but Tom Warren was teasing a new Doom. Saw some people having a conversation like, oh, if Doom is exclusive to the platform, is Doom a system? No, Doom is not a systems. Doom is not a system. It's a good game for sure, but it's not a systems. Guys,
and
like,
it's not going to be exclusive.
This is what confuses me about some of this conversation, like the games that people bring up. Oh yeah, man, Doom Eternal was such a great game. It was a good game, but doesn't have 15 million copies sold, 10 million copies sold. Doom Eternal is great, but Doom's not a system seller.
I mean, it certainly appeals to people.
It's appealing for sure. Performance, graphics, Doom Eternal proved that for sure.
Right.
Again, they got it running on fridges and stuff, and like that's crazy.
Well, of course, and it's a classic franchise. Again, it's not going to be exclusive anyway, so I'm not expecting. I would be shocked with everything going on if they come out and say Doom's exclusive. Come get it on Xbox.
That makes no sense.
Doom's one of those ongoing franchises. It's an established franchise that I most likely will be third party. Right? It'll be multi-platform. It's just going to be one of those games. But like you said, Steel, again, I think. Doom Eternal, let me see. I think, again, we don't have exact figures, but there's estimates that it's sold like 3 million copies by March 2020.
Yeah, like
let's give it 5 million copies total. I'll give it 5. I'll give it 5 million copies. 5 to 7 million copies sold. If that's not a system sell, again, if you were going if I was Phil, everything would be exclusive, because if you're talking about if you were 100% hardlining everything and saying everything is exclusive, of course Doom would be a big added value to your overall exclusive lineup, right? 1,000%. When people were going through the list of Game Pass games, and they were like, "Oh shit, this is the list of games I could only get on Xbox," and Doom was included along with everything else. Yes, is that a big name to be popping out at people? 1,000%. In the grand scheme of things, where things are now, it's a minimal needle mover, and it's one that obviously, again, I believe will be multi-plat. We'll find out. I mean, again, they could surprise the hell out of me, but I think it's gonna be multi-plat out the gate. But I'm happy for the Doom fans. Again, I liked old school Doom, big old school Doom fan. Doom Eternal was fantastic, gorgeous. Fantastic, played really well. The platforming though got to be too much for me. Again, I don't do platforming.
It's a lot.
And Doom Eternal had a lot of platforming, and so that's just not me anymore. I don't really enjoy that stuff. But my God, what a gorgeous game! And talk about id Tech. I can't wait to see what they do. The fact that they had that thing running 120 frames at like 1440 upscaled to 4K.
Yeah, bro.
Like at the Series X, dude.
Yeah, it's
gorgeous and
stupid.
it are masters.
Crazy.
And I can't wait to see what they've done with that engine and upgraded that engine. I can't imagine what the new Doom's going to look like. Hey, I know it's going to be in Game Pass day one. That's all that matters to me. I'll be able to download and try it. Right? I'll be able to download and play it risk free. That's why I love Game Pass. So I'm definitely going to check it out if it's announced. Again, Year Zero was the leaked name from the Bethesda, from the court documents. Year Zero was the name of it. We'll see if that's changed. They also did just trademark IDFKA, which is a known symbol for the Doom franchise. And it just, Bethesda just trademarked that as well. So it seems like it's all lining up that obviously Tom Warren knew something, and that's why he put the not so secret hint.
It's something
was going to be at the showcase. And we knew that it's something. It was either a Quake reboot, which they could also be doing on the side, by the way, Quake reboot, or it was a new Doom game. And again, the leak said that they were going to have a new Doom game. So it makes a lot of sense. We'll see at the show.
Yeah, I can see them bringing out Doom Year Zero, and then the Quake remake is going to be a multiplayer focused thing.
Yeah, reboot. Yeah,
because that's what's missing. Quake multiplayer is miss a game of that ilk. Again, there's outside of Doom. I mean, multiplayer wise, there's nothing else that's like that. And it would be interesting to see Quake make a bit of a comeback like that. Although you have others like Unreal Tournament, I think there's a space for that still, right? Over the top, quick gameplay, like it's fun. You know what I mean? So
Yep. Can't wait though, man.
Yeah, I can't. I'm excited to see what comes out of it.
I just want to see it, man.
See what they do, see what the changes they make. What if they go third person?
No,
third person Doom Year Zero.
That's your dream, but not a lot of people's dreams.
I didn't mind. I didn't mind Doom for what it was. Microsoft also announced a new accessibility controller, the Proteus. It is more expensive than the current one that they have on the market. This one is modular, more so looks like it's used for like one hand and stuff like that. It gives you a little bit more
caterpillar.
Options. It does.
You can assemble it. It's if for anybody to see it, it's basically like different balls with buttons on all sides, and you can pause. I know. I knew it was coming, but anyways, you put them all together. They snap together, so you can make them in different shapes depending on your disability. And the buttons, you can adjust where the buttons are on each one of those spheres, so that you can perfectly place it no matter what kind of disability. It's a super dope looking controller.
Super dope.
It is.
You have to work on that price a bit, but hey, I mean, again, I can only imagine the price is going to come down. They do another iteration of it. Again, it's an accessibility feature. If you're able to get that, the fact that they're even still working on that, at least let you know that it is still a big part of the consideration.
It's a huge part of them. Yeah.
Especially with what we see from their controllers and everything. I'm pretty sure an Elite 3 is literally not far from being announced at this point, for sure. Let's see. Yeah, showcase.
Like I said, a hardware direct, like I suggested. Why not have a hardware direct?
I think if you have that much, I think it'd be a little bit more fun if you kind of sprinkled it through your different shows.
It's true, but you have the slim version supposedly, right, or the discless version, I should say. That's basically all it is.
You have the
discless version coming, right, of the Series X. You got the Elite 3, which we saw in the leaked documents as well, most likely coming as well, right? Because Sarah hinted at that. If you've got the handheld that you're going to be ready to announce, even if you're not going to announce the actual box, right, that's supposedly maybe coming in 2026, you have the handheld. You could totally have a hardware direct and introduce us to some of the team members, the engineers that work on this stuff, the R&D guys and gals that work on this stuff. Jason Ronald's great on camera. Bring him on in and talk about the hardware and just have a hardware direct. It'd be kind of dope with that kind of high quality production. Be kind of dope, man. I would like to see that. 1000%.
I agree. Let's see. Activision is opening a new studio in Poland, Elsewhere Entertainment, and is working on a new narrative-based AAA IP. Again, I saw people coming off the heels of that. Now, again, this isn't like super, super new. It's new to us more so. But Elsewhere has apparently been working on something behind the scenes for some time.
Yes.
Now officially getting an announcement on that is dope to see. Although again, I know people, I think this gave me some clarity about the situation with Bethesda and the studio closures that they did with Bethesda versus others. again, when things are already in the pipeline, they're already getting worked on, I feel like that at least tells me that there's some more additional things probably that were happening internally that whenever they had that meeting with Bethesda, that wasn't up to what Microsoft was looking for. And again, we had that conversation last week, but I do think when you see things like this happen, it does feel contradictory in ways. It's like, oh, y'all just closed studios, but you got this new studio. Like, what's up with that? And it's like, well, this studio's been working on something for 3 years, so it's not quote unquote per se new. It's something that's already in development. Of course, Microsoft's going to cater to something that's already been in development. And obviously, if they haven't stopped it by now, because seemingly that seems to be the strategy. Hey, if you don't have a good plan, I don't think we're going to move forward. Which is a part of the reason I think those other studios got canceled, or got divested per se. Then, hey, you get things like this happen. But it's still dope to see, especially for Activision, at least.
It's easy to look at this coming off the heels, and I saw certain media types running with that, like, oh, this is a bad look coming off the heels of the studio closures and yada yada yada. This is where I step in from the business side and go, okay, sure, to somebody who doesn't understand, right? Maybe optics wise, it's very easy to look at those two things and go, why would you close established studios, but then go turn around opening up an unknown studio?
Yeah.
Well, if you don't understand that Bethesda runs itself, right? Activision runs itself, right? It's a subsidiary, right? They do things differently. So there are going to be different decisions within those companies. Also, people didn't understand, because they didn't choose to read the article, that this studio started before the Activision acquisition even began. That this studio had already opened. Yeah. So yes,
it was already
when Phil and everybody walked in there, and they had them open up the books and they got to see the roadmaps and all that kind of stuff. When they started the acquisition, this would have been one of the studios. Now, I also lean into all the stuff that we've discussed for years and years still. Before the Activision Blizzard King acquisition, when acquisition season was in full swing and we were out here speculating on everything, there was a known fact that Phil was looking for a studio in Poland, because there's a lot of talent in Poland, right? We got people who can fly. We got CDPR, right? Amongst other studios.
Government. Yeah.
He wanted a studio in Poland. In fact, there was rumors that People Can Fly and CDPR were both on the table at one point. And so this fits perfectly. He walked into ABK and said, oh, you just started a brand new studio in Poland. Look at that, Warsaw. That's right where I wanted to be. Freaking amazing, right? It was probably just a little cherry on top of everything else that he was looking at, going, oh, perfect. Another piece that fits into what we want, right? So I am happy that with the cuts and the stuff happening, the layoffs, the studio closures, that this studio is going to be allowed to stay open and flourish and continue to work on whatever they've been working on. Now, it sounds like they've been working on it. They're coming into full development stage. That's why they are now coming out with it, because this is now advertising to hire people. They've already got a team built from CDPR, People Can Fly, ex-employees, devs, right? Already a great start. You got me like perked up. So obviously they're coming out of the concept phase into the actual development phase. They need to grow now. But the fact that this one did survive some of what's been going on with the layoffs and obviously with the economy and all that kind of stuff shows you that presence specifically over in Poland was probably something that they really wanted and needed. And so they are keeping that open. They're allowing this team to grow, create whatever this new IP is. It sounds freaking dope to me. Again, just from the developers you got working on it, their previous games. I'm all in. Like I said to Mav on Thursday, I'd be curious to see who their initial hires were. I wish we knew that, because if they were parts of the narrative team, especially coming off of Cyberpunk, okay, now again, you get CDPR narrative people. They know what they're doing. So that gets me a little pumped, but I am really, really happy. This is an exciting thing that, yes, we can sit here and criticize and talk about the Tango Arcane Austin, Alpha Dog, closures. We could talk about that stuff and the loss of talent, the loss of potential games, and how disappointing it was personally for me as a gamer to know that I'm not going to be getting games from those teams. We did all that, right? But I can also turn around in the same breath and knowing this now, celebrate this and go, this is freaking fantastic. This is potentially a new IP. It sounds like they want to make this a bigger IP, potentially transmedia type IP, movies, potentially TV, books, whatever the case may be. They're going for something cool over there. I'm happy to hear this. I got to celebrate this, right? We lost studios, but we just gained one that we didn't know about that existed prior to the acquisition. Something else we talked about, Steel. Yeah. Right? During the whole, whenever people talked about acquisitions, like, yeah, we only know what we can see up front, right? We only know this. But there's a whole lot of other stuff going on within these studios. Teams breaking up into two pieces, working on multiple games, teams growing, studios and projects that we had no idea about. Here's a perfect example. Here's one of them that we had no idea about that is going forward, that is potentially going to wind up to be a new game. Sure. Could it be 3 years off, 4 years off? Could it be a launch title for the new console? Could it be further out? Sure, it potentially could be. I don't care. As a gamer, I'm excited to know that there's a studio in Poland made up of former CDPR, People Can Fly devs, working on a brand new IP that could be the next big thing, man. It could be the next big thing. I don't care. I think that's awesome. I'll be excited to see their first tease for it, which I'm sure, since they're staffing up, potentially could come, maybe not, if it's not this year, potentially next year, we could see that tease. A teaser, for whatever. Yeah, something. Teaser for the game to continue the hiring process. Yeah. I'm all about this, man. This was awesome to hear. I can't wait to hear more about the game that's coming out of Elsewhere. Great name for the studio too, by the way. Definitely. I like it. Elsewhere Entertainment is the full name. I love that. And again, in one of my, again, I'm a mix of a couple different things, but Polish is one of my big ones. So part of the home country. I want to go back there eventually. It's always great, man. And they've got a history. They got a lot of talent over in Poland. Yeah. Obviously, again, the studios over there do great. Yeah, they get government help as well. So, this was awesome to hear. Exciting news to know that, yes, we lost some studios, but we gained one that we didn't know about. So that's dope. Yep.
Yeah, definitely threw me for a loop for sure. Marwa says, if you think PS5 is the shape of a fantasy Wi-Fi router is cooler, please don't talk to me. Yeah, I feel that. All right, let's see. Xbox got some internal code names for bringing their games to other platforms. That's called Latitude. And according to Jez Corden, there is no red line for what games could come to other systems.
That's not true. That's not what he said. He said internally there are certain people who would like there to be no red line.
Gotcha. Okay.
But that's still part of the battle. Yeah, because that's what everybody ran with it. Jez says, no red line. Everything's on the table. Jez, again, doing what they all do. They ran with the most, whatever. Again, it is what it is. This community is just so weird, man. Anyways, internally there are people internally that would like there to be no red line. But that is not confirmed that that Halo is on the table, that Forza is on the table. There is no confirmation of that. They do have a code name for the third party movement of games. But there is no confirmation how, what extent that goes to, or if every game is unlimited. Jez just said he knows there are people that would like there to be no red line. But he can't confirm that everything's on the table right now. So,
hey, Stephen Avery says, Sony fans want every Xbox game and don't want to buy an Xbox. Yes. You know how ironic that is?
Yes. No, they absolutely hate the box. They hate Xbox. They hate Microsoft, but they want them to go. That's what I said. They want them to be Sega. They are cool with them being Sega, but they want nothing to do with Game Pass. They want nothing to do with the hardware. They don't want them around that way. They can make games all day long, and they'll wind up buying them and talking about how cool they are at that point, like Sea of Thieves, right? But otherwise, they don't want them in this industry.
That's so stupid. But you want competition.
It's so stupid.
Oh, okay.
Again, never once as much as I have cared less and could give two shits about Nintendo for all these decades. Never once has I said Nintendo should leave the industry. or just go third party and just make games for everybody else. Never once. I don't get that mentality, bro.
I think they should open up their library for sure.
Sure,
Again,
I'd love to see them open up the library, but
like I've mentioned before, if Nintendo opened up a PC market, if they opened up a PC store, if they put their games in Steam, I'm telling you, the amount of piracy that you see would dramatically decrease because you giving people an option. Most of the time, people are going to, especially on PC, if they're Nintendo gamers, why would I want to go play it on this device? And you want me to wait until your next system for it to be? No. So, I mean, again, they're looking at it as well. Nintendo's is already in conversation with Microsoft to make their back end better and their store better, and a bunch of back end systems that are getting put into place. And there's heavy conversations that are having currently. So, let's see what else we got here. PlayStation again is doing well as far as console sales go, although they have changed their console sale numbers, what their expectations were a couple times. I believe before it was 25 million. Then they done lessen the number. I believe it was under 21 million or something like that. And they ended up in fiscal year 2023, they sold 20.8 million. Again, consoles are selling, man. They're doing their fucking thing. But their consoles are selling, but they're complaining about people not staying in their ecosystem or the engagement being down. So they're complaining about sales not being where they need to be. Something's off. So
that's why they're going to have a big business meeting for an hour and a half that they're going to put out to the public. Some people say they do this on a regular basis. I don't ever remember an hour and a half business meeting from Sony Corp about SIE specifically. I don't remember it. If I just don't remember it because nothing really came of them, okay, I just don't remember this being a regular thing. Some people told us in the chat the other night that it was. Listen, the fact that Hiroki Totoki is now in charge, right?
That's a good point.
And again, I know Herman and Hideki are the two CEOs, but Hiroki, they are answering to Hiroki. The fact that this is an announcement and they are doing this before they even have a showcase, and that the title is Beyond the Boundaries or something like that, whatever it was. I think this could be an interesting one. Mav asked if we should live stream it. I would be curious. I made a joke. I made a joke. Steel, what if this isn't just? What if this is the showcase and it's like a corporate Sony showcase?
That could be part of the business. Hey, we don't really have a roadmap for first party.
If they show games here and it's in business speak with,
I can see that making sense. Because of first party, right? Because there's no definition of what first party is doing right now, and I can't even think of the next first party game is supposed to be. Does anybody know the next first party game is supposed to be for PlayStation at all?
Concord, right?
Concord, but we don't have any anything to say. We haven't even got a proper CGI trailer.
Concord Fair Games are both obviously the two closest ones that we think of. Marathon is still a little bit further out. Wolverine we know is probably further out. So no, we don't know where, because we don't know the stat. We haven't even gotten a tease of Cory Barlog's team's game, right? They haven't had a tease of what Naughty Dog's been working on. We don't have any of that stuff still. We don't.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. At a business event, that would be kind of the time to talk about it, because you got to let your shareholders know. You got to make
if it turns out to be that, it's gonna be freaking hilarious. Oh my god!
I mean, something has to happen, because again, I'm pretty sure your shareholders probably know already, but there has to be something that you put out there to the public. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen if somebody can remind me, if you can. I don't remember the last time the Sony's had a year where there wasn't any planned games coming. There was always something, I feel like, before. Teased, even if it was coming out in 2025, sure, we don't throw Wolverine in there, but maybe, but I don't know. It's just interesting. It's just interesting to see.
It's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what they do here too. Again, the numbers are what the numbers are. They're still selling great consoles, right? And now, again, King does make a fair point that does include the PlayStation Portal, right? Because they did admit that they were going to count those as console sales, right? Now, PlayStation Portal has actually been selling better than expected, according to Sony. They're still, not talking numbers specifically, but if that's included in the console numbers, that's going to be a little bit inflated. I'm not talking about 10 million inflated by any stretch of the imagination, but it's going to be a little inflated. But console sales overall are down. They had to readjust, so they are starting to see the same slip. Not as, obviously dramatic percentage-wise. It's about similar to what Xbox is seeing, but obviously when you're selling as much as they are, it doesn't seem as dramatic. So they're still selling well, right? They're still, there's no doubt they're selling well, but it is showing trouble. And when you come out and say, hey, we're still, selling, whatever, what was the number? 18 million? 18 million?
23, it was 20.8 million, almost 21. And then they were just shy of their goal, actually, because I think 21
they were
was the
just
goal.
shy of their goal. So when you have that, normally that would
18.
be next year is when next year, because they said that they expect the decline to keep going down. So they are obviously understanding the PlayStation 5 Pro, if that's a reality, if they're planning on announcing that, that would be part of their projections internally, that they're saying that they even understand the PlayStation 5 Pro. They're not expecting it to do much in the way. They're expecting the decline of hardware sales to continue. Again, everybody's kind of hope is going to be GTA 6 gives them a bump at some point next year in the fall, if it still hits next year. I'm sure a lot of these companies are expecting GTA 6 to make that bump as people transfer, come over from the last gen, but we'll have to see how that plays out. But anyways, my point being is, normally, if everything else was rosy, right, you would say, okay, well, we didn't hit our extremely high forecast for the consoles, but we still did pretty close. It was good, right? We still saw the decline. We were kind of expecting that, but no big deal. But then they went on the conversation about, continuing to talk about that we are going to, that monthly active users, right, are more important. That engagement is more important.
Yeah. They said that too this week. Yeah.
Now, if you read through saw some people just running and saying Hiroki's going to do all games as a service. Listen, look at he's taking Jim's ball, running with it, and it's going to be crazy. And again, we've heard this from the other companies, and we know that some of it is manufacturing positivity when you talk about engagement numbers. But there is a math to it too, as well. As the more people that stay in your ecosystem for longer, the better chance are they're going to continue to buy things, right? This shouldn't be up for debate. So I can see why they put the focus on there. But obviously their software sales aren't where they've needed them to be for a very long time, because Jim started talking about this years ago. Mm-hmm. So they are, if you read the quotes, Hiroki's not saying that everything is going to be about engagement, right? Not everything. They're still going to have their traditional games. However, as we've talked about before, Steel, the conversations are obviously happening within the studios about how to keep people engaged in the single player games longer, and also have these other studios building out these games as a service type games, the traditional, the Helldivers 2 type games that maybe you find success in, like Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is a unicorn. It's a great start. Not every one of their games are going to be like that. They know that. But I'm sure the conversations are happening inside, like, how do we stop it from happening that a Spider-Man 2 comes out, wildly successful, right? Was up for awards, didn't win awards, but was up for awards. Everybody praising the hell out of it, right? Even though we've seen a lot of people walk that back recently, but praising the hell out of it. But that lasts for 2 weeks and nobody talks about it anymore, right? Or that lasts for a month and nobody talks about it anymore. To your point with Ghost of Tsushima, right? We tack on a co-op multiplayer mode, but nobody talks about it, nobody plays it, right? They've got to have those internal talks that there has to be a way to increase engagement with their games, whether that is more consistent DLC for these single player games,
or
whether
consistent
that
marketing,
is,
whatever it is.
Yeah, just or replayability in these games, right? Something that brings people back to continue their experience within these single player games. I'm sure that is happening. I'm not the dude who's going to claim that Sony is going to go full multiplayer with their games, or that they're going to have, like, no, but there is something to the fact that they don't have the big engaging games like a Starfield, right? These big open world games that continuously bring people back, that continuously have people invested in them for hundreds of hours. That is a simple fact. And I think that is some of the stuff that they are looking at. Not that they're going to mandate that across the board, but I think the conversations that Jim started, that Herman obviously was a part of and is now going to be, basically the same position, just new title, but he's going to continue to have, is how can we do this, guys? How can we do what we traditionally have done, continue to make these single player bangers that everybody loves, but how can we do more with them, right? Even look at God of War Ragnarok. They tried with the DLC, and for a while, it brought people back to God of War Ragnarok.
Week or two,
right? Some people really enjoyed it. Some people were praising the hell out of it, right? But you can see that they've trained their customers for so long to not jump back into those games or not want to jump back into those games that you did see it die off again right afterwards, right? How can they start building that in from the beginning to their games to give that engagement a bump for a more longer period of time and to make people want to come back to the game? I think that's an open, honest discussion that they're having. It's not pretty. It's not all roses and rainbows for Sony right now and PlayStation. It certainly is not. They are trying to figure out how they're moving forward into this new age as well. We've seen it time and time again. Anybody who wants to spin this shit nonstop that, Sony's just going to keep doing what they're doing. Sure, they're going to do a little PC, but they'll have their launcher. That'll be day and date. They need more than just that. They need their Helldivers too, right? They need that shit. They need a lot of it. They need more of it. And they need their single player games to monetize themselves, or at least get the engagement so that people are in their ecosystem for longer. And I think that's really what Hiroki is talking about here. And I think this is not going to be an easy transition for any of them, for any of their studios. I think it's not going to be an easy transition for their upper management to kind of figure out how to do this properly. We've seen the struggles on PC now. They keep stepping on rakes over on the PC. Right, they keep second on. Now they're starting to finally walk back some of the countries off of Helldivers 2, but they stepped into a massive rake on that. Huge. It's not going to be all smooth sailing. They're in some rough waters, just like everybody else. I expect that Hiroki, as the overseer, as the dude holding the leashes to Herman and to Hideki, I think we're going to see some of his decision making as a money dude come into play. I think there might be some more layoffs for Sony coming. We'll see. I think there's going to be some more cutbacks, some more trimming down, streamlining as they figure out how they're going to cut back budgets, right? Off of these big, huge games, and how they get them out faster, more consistent, with added engagement value to the consumer, to the gamer. So this is going to be interesting and fascinating for PlayStation as well as we go forward still. I think that these numbers spoke to a lot of that. They're not expecting the PlayStation 5 sales to increase anytime soon. In fact, they've said multiple times they expect this drop to continue as they head through this generation. See where they wind up, man, how fast they go to PS6, especially if Xbox launches early. So a lot of that in there.
1,000%. I mean, I saw King Webb and Dixie going back and forth talking about the PlayStation Portal sales or whatever the case. And Dixie, I mean, if you got like a link or an article that I could kind of divulge myself into, that'd be super dope. But I'm not finding anything that says that stopped. Matter of fact, I'm only seeing more articles, and I even went to ChatGPT to see if it could find any additional details for me, just while I'm on the show, because I don't have time to like scan through every article real quick. And the information that came back for me is that yes, PlayStation Portal sales are being tracked as console sales by US data from Circana in its next video game sales report. Sony has requested that the PS Portal sales be tracked as a console rather than an accessory due to the fact it needs to be connected to a PS5 console to function. Many had expected the remote play handheld to be listed as an accessory like the DualSense. I mean, and again, I mean, unless you have conflicting information, website, article, whatever the case, to say otherwise, I mean, I would imagine ChatGPT is completely incorrect. And all the other articles that I'm finding aren't saying anything saying, hey, we're not considering that anymore. Everything that I'm seeing is just doubling down that it is still considered as such, which again, if that is the case, I mean, it's only like 2-3 million portals that they sold. Yeah. So it's not like wow, the number would change from 20.8 to 18. So I mean, yes, right. that would still make them short on their mark. But yeah, that's just what I'm seeing. Again, let me know if you find something different. I would love to go over that. Not a problem at all. Let's see where we go. We got Longhouse Gaming in the building. What's going on?
Oh,
He said, "What up,
what up,
gang?
Megan? What
Out
up?
with the fam, but wanted to drop by and say what's Gucci. I'll catch
Appreciate
the replay.
Appreciate
Hey,
you.
I appreciate that. If you could catch the replay of 5 hours, man, I appreciate you. Hopefully we can keep you busy. Let's see. So we got the sales and everything, got that out of the way. PlayStation's dropping more stuff into their service, as they should. They got Watch Dogs coming in, Crime Boss, Rockay City, Sims 4, and Red Dead 2 coming in, which is really interesting as well. Again, speaking of Red Dead 2, there was a rumor this week that Red Dead 1 was pushing back. Was supposed to be coming out. I don't know, something like that.
Red Dead 1 was, there's rumors that that's coming to PC finally.
Still says Yahoo published something back in March and Matt P also spoke on it. You're welcome, chat. And Dynamic Duo. Again, this isn't me. It's just for the sake of conversation, because I know you like to stand on that square as well, your facts and everything else. The only thing that, let's see, Matt Piscatella said, according to Matt Piscatella in a now deleted tweet, Circana will be tracking its sales as a console. So, I mean, if you're saying that Matt Piscatella said something different, again, the most recent information that I can find, unless we got specific articles to say something different, or you see the tweet that he put out there, again, I can only go off based on what the information is being provided to me. You're saying something completely different. Hey, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that, hey, other people in the chat are saying the same thing. There just needs to be some evidence to back that up, because I'm only finding this, and Chat GPT scours everything. So for what I know, but there's no big deal. I mean, at the end of the day,
Whichever neither one of us were saying that it had made dramatic difference.
It doesn't
in the number.
Yeah, 2-3 million on it doesn't matter.
They're still selling consoles. So anyway,
they're killing Xbox on sales.
They are, yeah. There's no doubt. Bold Alpha Wolfpack with the $10 bomb. Ooh. That's right. Bold Alpha says the longer PlayStation delay the growing pains with games as a service will make it that much more challenging to pull a core audience in for engagement when everyone else has a foothold. Yeah, the competition continues to increase in those spaces the longer it takes them to enter it. And again, Helldivers 2 is not first party, but let's be real, right? Arrowhead is as close as you can get without putting the ring on it, right? They've only made games for PlayStation. So they have seen success, right? In the market that is flooded. But most games will not ever obtain the success that Helldivers 2 has. And they've got to be real about that. But yes, the longer they wait, the longer it takes Concord and Fair Games to come out, the more and more games enter that market. And they've also now got Xbox putting their games as a service on their system and doing very well in like a Sea of Thieves, right? So it's very interesting. Like I said, I've always wanted to see how they were going to do this, especially with new IP and not established IP. I said they should bring back SOCOM. I said they should bring back Twisted Metal. I said all of that shit that should be their games as a service, what they were going to do with factions. Again, that's the way I would do it if I was Sony. Know an IP, give you a chance, right? You have an advantage out the gate with a known IP, a built-in fan base who may support that style of game more so. Now they do have that Horizon Battle Royale supposedly still in the works.
Interesting. Yeah.
It's
never heard nothing about that outside the concept art.
Well, yeah, all the games though that they've tried, why does that one still survive? Like, I got to know, and now they're doing a Horizon Lego game. Like, I understand that Herman started with Guerrilla. Is Herman giving favoritism to Horizon? Because Horizon, again, I'm a fan of Horizon. I'm one of the few, I'm one of the smaller group of people who say that they like Horizon. I can't wait to play Forbidden West at some point. I'll play it on PC. But why does that series keep getting pushed over some of the
It's
other
so weird.
IP?
Yes.
It is a strange concept, man. But again, we will find out. We'll see how Sony does this, man.
I don't know how they're working that out, but hey, if something's working for them, I don't know what, but I guess we'll find out. Because the other thing too is, like, I'm not going to play their second game if I can't get past the first game. That just doesn't make sense to me. But that's a me thing. It's a me thing, not everybody thing. So
yeah, Lore Master cancel the Spider-Man online game.
But you got Horizon working, huh? And I can see how it can be fun because of Monster Hunter if they're trying to go that direction with metal robots and whatnot. But
from the concept art, that's not what they're doing, Steel, per se. They're going.
Yeah, there's a reason why Monster Hunter has gained the popularity that it has. I mean, but even Monster Hunter has kind of separated itself out to reach an even wider audience as well. So the more arcade version, and then World, which is now going to be Wild. So. Let's see what else we got in here. Lego Horizon Adventure. Speaking of which, there's supposedly that deal still happening as well. Which we came to find out about that this week. Let's see what else we got in here. Square Enix CEO Takashi Kiryu announced an unconfirmed number of layoffs as part of its ongoing restructuring process. Excuse me. Square Enix is also apparently shifting its strategy from quantity to quality.
Well.
And not only that, but also to multi-platform. So major HD titles coming to Nintendo platforms, Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. Seems like Square is bringing back old IPs, invest in new IPs, and will not focus solely on AAA games. I mean, it looks like it just took new blood to get in there to see and establish that
something we saw years ago, Steel.
Hey, Final Fantasy not being what it should be is quite telling. Maybe we need to change our strategy up.
Oh my God, Steel. I love when this shit comes down. Again, we speculate a lot. We're wrong about a lot.
Yeah,
we always
of
we're
course.
wrong about a lot.
Of course.
But there are just some things, again, so obvious, so common sense that, yes, playing armchair CEO, Nixie, I know how much you love it, but come on, man. Armchair CEOs are right along the a lot of the time as well, right? Yes, we get things wrong. Yes, we don't understand everything. Yes, we play with fantasy money. Yes, we just say, everything should play. Yes, that's all true. But my God, man,
ECP.
Square Enix was the most obvious thing in the freaking world, and that old management had zero clue, bro. They took Crystal Dynamics and Eidos Montreal and blamed them for all their woes. Then sold them off for pennies on the dollar, took that money and turned it into NFT investment. You've got to be freaking kidding me. Meanwhile, continuing to do deals with the devil for exclusivity just to stay afloat and never grow one of your biggest franchise, one of the biggest IPs in video game history, never grow it beyond its bounds. And in fact, at this point, we could safely say, complain about it, but also can safely say that are actually, in fact, declining in sales every time you put out a new game now.
Yeah, that's not good.
Where Enix should be in the same breath as Capcom and Bandai Namco.
Easily. Should be.
They should be talked about in that same way in 2024 that we do about Capcom. Look at how freaking Capcom's out here reporting 7 straight years of record-breaking profits, giving all their devs raises and
crazy,
straight up bonus checks. Think about how crazy that is. Capcom was at the same point in time that Square Enix has been, except Square had Final Fantasy 14 covering for them. Capcom was in the same point where they had to do a deal with the devil and sell their exclusivity to Street Fighter 2 PlayStation to make sure they could make it. But instead of investing in NFTs, they took that bag and rolled it into Resident Evil Remake. And the rest is now history.
Yeah, they started the train up.
Again, there is just some common sense stuff as a CEO, armchair CEO, that you have to just laugh at. We have been out here for years, Steel, all of our shows, giving Square the freaking smoke nonstop, going, what the fuck are you all doing? How can you not see that you are absolutely 1,000% hurting your franchises?
That's it.
Bro, And it took fresh blood, like Steele just said, to come in and go, those armchair CEOs over there have been correct this entire time. We got to go ahead and change everything that we are doing and grow and cultivate fan bases elsewhere with some of the biggest IP in the world that we own that we haven't taken advantage of. I hope this is real. Been on stage handshaking with Phil when they announced Final Fantasy 14 finally coming to Xbox, which should have happened.
Big move. Ago. Yeah, that's still a big move. Yeah.
And saying it was a new time. We saw Visions of Mana announced at the Xbox.
Supposed to be Gamepass as well, the new one.
No confirmation.
Oh, they might get that. Am I still?
No,
I think
no. That's boom ran with that. It was like boom, stop. There no Game Pass announcement for Visions of Mana, but it was at a developer direct, which is generally reserved for Xbox first party, right? As we understand it, right? Cool to see. I want to see that continued expansion. I believe they'll be at the showcase. I think they've got something new. Capcom and Bandai Namco have both shown you the way forward, Square, for years now. How to turn it around. Again, I understand philosophies are different in the East. They've been different, stubborn sometimes over there. Square Enix's old engine, obviously stubborn. But those two companies, with the same type of business model that you have, with the same type of IP that you have, legacy IP that is well known throughout the world in the games industry, they showed you how to do it. Just follow those footsteps. Follow those footsteps. Now Capcom's to the position where not only did they lean in on that old legacy IP and brought themselves back from being sold off to Xbox eventually at one point, not only did they bring themselves back, Steel, but now they're creating new IP. Now they're experimenting with new titles like Path of the Goddess, which is going to be in Game Pass.
That looks really dope, bro.
It's going to be everywhere. It looks dope. It looks better and better every time. The character and the enemy designs and the world design Steel is so beautiful, bro.
Phenomenal.
Oh my God. But that's where Capcom finally got to. Bandai Namco, same thing. Old IP, but new IP. Yes, Bandai hasn't even expanded as much as Capcom per se has.
They're on the right path too now.
They're on the right path. They're putting their stuff everywhere, and it's getting them back to a strong position. In fact, they're really strong. This has been shown to you. Square, this new CEO seems to understand that. He seemed to have looked over and said, we should be them at least. We have Final Fantasy. We have Dragon Quest. We have all of this. We have Kingdom Hearts. We have all this IP known throughout the world with beloved fan bases. And yet we haven't seen that level of success that those two companies have because we've been doing these deals with the devil with exclusivity. We've been investing in NFTs, for God's sakes. We've blamed all of our Western companies that we owned for our problems and then sold them off on pennies. And we never once looked in the mirror. It's time to look in the mirror. And I think that this is the dawning of new Square Enix. Again, I go all the way back to Square when they were just Square. I go back to Squaresoft when they were Squaresoft. I've been around that company. Final Fantasy peaked for me at 10, okay? I don't care about Final Fantasy 7 that way. If Final Fantasy 7, once the full trilogy is done, the remake, it was on Xbox, right? I'd probably pick it up, right?
Yeah.
Eventually. But Dragon Quest should be bigger than it is. They let that go and didn't promote it as much in the West as they did their Final Fantasy. Dragon Quest should be just as big as Final Fantasy is. Dragon Quest is well known throughout the world. Huge success. It should be everywhere. Octopath Traveler, new IP that did extremely well. The first one, put it on Xbox. Game Pass, talk about how many millions of people were playing that game and how happy you were that new title was being played. And then all of a sudden, don't put Octopath Traveler 2 on Xbox?
That's super weird. Yeah.
All this stuff, man. Square should be much bigger than it is currently. They're not. I hope this new CEO continues this trend. I hope this is all real. I love this. Again, you don't cultivate. It's not about, Xbox fans don't buy those types of games. Bullshit.
You gotta garner a base. Yeah.
You have to build a base. You have to start somewhere. That means sometimes you have to invest, right? And maybe take not as big a gain or maybe a little bit of loss, but your next one out, as long as everybody knows you're going to be consistent with your games coming onto a platform, you will continue to build out a fan base, right? When you put one game there and then decide not this game, and then this game comes, but this game doesn't, and then, oh, that next one doesn't come.
Yeah.
You're not going to build a fan base that way. You got to be consistent. So I have the utmost faith that Square can come back under this new management, especially if they stay away from the exclusivity deals. I'm not saying they're never going to do exclusivity deals. I'm not saying that Nintendo couldn't offer them something really great. Again, Square was a Nintendo company for a Nintendo developer for a long time. That's where they made their mark. PlayStation stole them away, right? They went and cheated with PlayStation and became a PlayStation household name, right? There's a lot of opportunity for Square here. I have the utmost faith. I want to see them come back to their form. And I want to see them move in the direction that everybody else has been. Share the wealth, get your brands out there, get your IP out to as many people as you possibly can, and just cultivate, man. And you're going to have bigger fan base than you ever had before, even with those worldwide known IP. There's so much opportunity. And for God's sakes, stop changing your core games into something just to try to appeal the masses. We've seen this fail time and time again. When you got your hardcore Final Fantasy fans admitting that Final Fantasy 16 is not very much an RPG anymore, you got to look at that too. I know a lot of people love it. I know a lot of people, it had pretty decent success. But man, don't forget about that core base. Don't go away from what you do best.
Yeah.
You can split off. You can have different franchises. Yeah. You can split off from that. You can have different games that appeal to that stuff.
It needs to be like remake. It needs to be like how 15 was. It needs to be party based. It needs to be, you can to move to different characters. You got different abilities. You can slow down time. You can, because that's what Final Fantasy is about, man. It's not this. Final Fantasy is not supposed to be Devil May Cry. Like, I just don't believe it. Like, you can do that. Like, you can do a spinoff. Sure. There's been plenty of spinoffs. You can do Final Fantasy, The Legend Reborn, or something. Like, you could do that. Like, you could do whatever other name. But when you make it a numbered title, I do think that there's a certain expectation with that, or at least some semblance of that. And again, I mean, you got other games that are showing you how it can be done. As much as I may be not the proponent of like that turn-based combat, I can't. There's certain games that I look at, like that Metaphor game that is coming out with the action base with lower leveled enemies, and then with higher leveled enemies, it's more turn based. That's still a good direction that even you could go, Final Fantasy, and would probably get that attention of the base that maybe is missing that or was looking for it, right? Yep. That is an ingenious way to move forward, right? I would think, at least, and that would at least, if there was a Final Fantasy version of that, it would probably be much more likely for me to try than others, because I have some of that tie to Final Fantasy still, but I'm also somebody that believes that you can still do something newer. Again, Final Fantasy VII Remake is proof of that. I really love how that gameplay is, again, with having those moments of still swapping between characters and the abilities, and having ways to decide how you're going to get into that combat the same way 15 did. You can still make an action based and kind of involve things that speak to that hardcore base, so or the other base, while trying to expand it further. Because again, like I made the mention in the chat, although 15 might have not been the highest regarded across the community, 15 still sold well in comparison to other Final Fantasy games. So they did something, and they went back, because how people felt about the ending of the game, they went back and fixed it. Same kind of thing that you saw with like a Mass Effect, for an example. So obviously they care enough. Obviously the audience cared enough, right? So there's obviously something there that they gotta work out, get through, and decide. And I think this is definitely a step in the right direction. Again, you gotta have consistency. There's no reason why second and third party developers, you're cutting deals with certain platforms that aren't expanding out, that aren't like. And I think that's the most critical thing on why it does make you look at PlayStation a little bit different, because it's like, hey, if Square, if you cut this deal for PlayStation because you felt like their base was going to invest in your game, and their base isn't investing in your games the way that you like for them to, you don't have very many other options. So obviously those deals weren't to your benefit at all.
If anything, they've made it worse for you. So again, now you got to have new people come in, new mindset come in. There's a mindset shift happening, and there's a mindset shift happening in the gaming industry in totality. Again, we can keep having circle jerk conversations about the same thing, or whether we need to do things the old way or do it a different way, and people keep saying that we have to do something different because people aren't buying the games. And we can keep telling people, oh, you should buy games. So don't get the game in Game Pass, buy the game. And I mean, I saw that conversation. I want to get back to that since we talked about it. We kind of knocked it out of the park, but that's also part of it. It's like, it's an option. That doesn't have to be the way. There's a reason why this exists. Buying the game, like I was making the point with, if Game Pass didn't exist and we were only dependent on buying games, we would be in a much worse place right now. At least Xbox would definitely be in a much worse place right now, because 25 million consoles sold and you're trying to depend on sales. I don't think people would have bought Redfall. I don't think, maybe, you would have probably saw a bigger number for Starfield. But you still have people who are obsessed with the ideology of that being Bugthesda. And they would have ran with the reviews that everybody else did, because the reviews downplayed Starfield for the most part from what we've seen, although it did have a decent review. There's things that you have to take in consideration as part of this, right? It's so much wider of a painting, of a picture, of a video, whatever you want to call it. It's so much wider of a scope than even we can imagine of. There's so many different angles and perspectives and ways that you could think about it, which is why nobody's opinion in the chat is wrong, why nobody else who was doing these shows, I'm not going to say that they're all wrong, y'all are stupid, I don't attack people's character. I deal with what we're discussing in the moment. If I have my objections, the same thing we do here, me and Pong do. Hey, I don't know about that. I don't necessarily agree with that. That's the way that I approach it. So, everybody has their space, man. That's what makes this whole thing so unique. Freedom of speech, 100%. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Do your thing, everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Another big part of some things that came out this week, and we're just going to start winding things down because we've been doing this for quite some time here, almost at our 5-hour mark. So, again, greatly appreciate everybody been tuning in. It's just so crazy to see y'all here for the extended amount of time that we do this. Lets us know that we're continuously moving in the right direction, and you guys keep us energetic, and we do it naturally anyway. So greatly appreciate you all for being here. We'll do some small hitters, unless Paul, you got something else that you'd like to bring in. One of the small hitter, but it's a big hitter for me, especially with the statement that I made this week, is Shiftup CEO, well, not Shiftup, excuse me, Yoko Taro and Yosuke Saito and Kenshi Okabe are working on a new game together. They say, so please stay tuned. It might be Nier. It might not be Nier. They laugh, and that's all they can say. More than likely, it's probably going to be another Nier. It only makes sense. Nier Automata has just done so well for as an IP in totality. You got to take advantage of that. People are liking what Stellar Blade. Everybody's saying, oh man, it feels like Nier. It's time for another one. You've let Nier Automata kind of run its course. And again, I even put the statement out this week on Twitter, otherwise known as X, that I think Nier Automata is probably the best action game that exists today. Story-wise and gameplay-wise, it's easily the best. I'd put it over any other game. Sure, there's others that kind of, like if you want to say Devil May Cry gameplay wise is better, I can hear that. Yes, it's much more extensive and all that. The level of what should I say, expertise that you can express, your own level of combat expert kind of expression that you have in those types of games is definitely better in Devil May Cry. But Nier Automata, hands down, story and combat, it's not many games like that, especially with the way they also do different gameplay elements as well, right? The 2D, you get some of the Galaga feels in there sometimes, you get the side-scroller feel sometimes. It's just so unique, bro, in so many different ways. And I just played Nier Automata for the first time this last year, so 2023, so it's exciting to see.
I want to go back to it. They're obviously working on another Nier, and I want to go back to both of them. I want to really play through. I play it.
It's a little bit rougher, but yeah.
I want to play Replicant. I have not played Replicant yet, so I do want to check that out. But yeah, the story and 2B is she's amazing.
She a bad
character.
She
All the
definitely
characters actually are. They all have their thing, but man, that game is such a unique atmosphere.
Yeah, there's nothing like it.
Like again,
music.
It's
feel.
just the music, but just the setting. And you knowing who the characters are, and then all of a sudden you're battling these really cool clockwork kind of enemies,
robots,
and you got all this action going on, and then you just
machines.
decide to stop and fish at the creek. I mean, it's just such a
little things.
weird, interesting,
I love
cool
Kanye for sure.
aesthetic. I love the whole aesthetic of that world. And meeting up and man, it is. It's mind bending at times, man. So, but yeah, I hope they are making a new Nier. So I'm going to pick those up and go back and play them again too. So finish them.
Shiftup CEO Hyung Tae Kim did come out and confirm that there was no censorship in Stellar Blade. He says, I don't think that just because the costumes are vulgar doesn't necessarily mean they're good. So this is something that was modified for quality. Again, however they want to evaluate it, I'm gonna take them at face value for what they say. Again,
why did they initially say there was?
It's conflicting things. There's conflicting things happening.
Right.
I'm gonna go with what he's saying here. Recent, if this is gonna be the most recent thing, I'm gonna stick with what he says. Go from there, and we'll see what happens in Stellar Blade 2, or what happens if they do a PC version, or what happens with whatever else, right? Because I think it's coming. I do think Stellar Blade might be one of those to where, especially with it being PS5 only, the architecture's already there. I can see that studio. They're not going to be working on another game unless they're going to be off of what they've seen from this. Start working on Stellar Blade 2.
Unless Sony offered you a massive bag, I don't know why you wouldn't, especially with the the attention that the game has gotten.
And it was already going to come to PC before as well. That's the other thing. It was already considered.
Yeah, I know some people were laughing at the initial numbers like out of Japan that were reported for sales, but then they came out this week too, Steel, and said that they once again were at the top of the sales charts in Japan and across and in other parts of the world. They said too as well. So again, this is a small team. It's a smaller game, all things considered. It's a great looking game for the first game out. It's got, like, I've seen how many people love it, not just for the costumes, not just for Eve, but actually people who played the game and love everything about the combat and everything else. Why would you not put this on PC? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me, like, why they wouldn't do it.
And that's the other thing too. I think this is one of those things that Nixies could probably jump into, because they already had, since the original announcement was for everything, PC included. I can't imagine that getting a PC port done would take long if it was already in development prior, and then Sony came in and just kind of put the hammer down. At the end of the day, at this point, if that's how your deal is, Sony would just get more money from this, right? Again, I mean, people who are going to play are going to pay it, but it's obviously, I can't find any numbers on it, but it's not going to be a console seller. You know what I mean? So why not? If they were already ahead enough in development and you were just doing it for your console to have something for to speak for your console for some time, I just don't. It makes sense for Nixies to drop in there and say, hey, what y'all need help with? How long do you think this is going to take? Can we do this? Maybe have a small team. Again, I think Sony has to invest that money so they can get some of these other games that are right there on the cusp and get them out. And the biggest reason that's like, and I know some people are like, well, Steel, well, you want to play Stellar Blade so bad. Why didn't you just get a PlayStation? Again, this is one of those things where, because of how it was originally announced and how things changed, previous conversations that we've had, things being on the same architecture, it makes too much sense for it to be this way. Because even God of War, was Ragnarok on PlayStation 4? For some reason, I feel like it was only PlayStation 5. Because I know we mentioned that Ragnarok might be the next one that's going to be coming from Nixies, especially coming off of this. Let's see.
Yeah, Ragnarok was. It
was on PlayStation 4?
Yep, it was. Yep.
So if that's the case, I mean, that's going to take some time to kind of put out there. I mean, it goes to Tsushima. You think that the kind of path that they're following, it's probably going to take them maybe a couple years to get Ragnarok out. Again, I mean,
they're saying it's going to be very soon.
I did mention that. I did mention that earlier.
Yeah.
I did mention that earlier because they already have the first God of War.
That's lined up. Yeah, people were saying maybe by the end of the year we're going to get an announcement at their showcase.
Yeah.
And that God of War.
That's possible.
So I don't know if Nix has expanded enough where they're working on multiple titles now transferring, or if they had somebody else do it.
Interesting.
But yeah, we'll find out. But no, the word was that it's coming out maybe this year by the end of the year. Could be one of the holiday games. So
that would tell me that they have found their stride for sure as a team as well in the Nixies, if that's the case. Because again, I mean, like I did mention that earlier. I forgot about that. That again, the God of War, the first God of War 2018 is on PC already, and if it's on very similar to, again, and a lot of people said that about Ragnarok. It feels very similar to the first game. If it's not that dramatic of a difference, I think it'll be pretty smooth for them to do that, maybe, and include other games under that. But again, it just depends on how valuable Sony sees that and what their direction is. Maybe we'll find that out this week. So with this upcoming week as they do that business event, maybe that's part of it. They're going to announce that they're expanding Nixies to double the size of their team, and they're going to be doing all these things, or maybe they bring other people in, right? I think the smartest thing to do at this point would just be expand Nixies out, but nonetheless. Let's see what else we got here. Steam is banned in Vietnam, apparently. Seems like the local devs have complained that Steam can offer games without the same government approval as they need. That's kind of in the minutia for me. I don't quite understand that. I didn't do any research on it either. So it's interesting that it's banned in Vietnam, though. Gaming is a very interesting space. See how things are going. Toys for Bob just teased a purple tiki mask. Some people were speculating that could be something to do with Crash Bandicoot. Again, Crash Bandicoot's more on the tiki side. I would like to see a Spyro Crash team up.
That's what I suggested.
I feel like that's I feel like that just writes itself, because both characters are very similar in art style, attitude, the things that they do. Of course, they play differently from each other, but at this point, a Spyro cross Crash, I think, would be really dope, especially with how you've expanded it out. You Spyro with Tiki Mask and Crash with I don't know how they would do it. I think it'd be interesting though. It'd be really dope.
No, I said the same thing when we talked about it in PM. I said, what about a mashup? I said, I bet you this is a mashup. They got the purple for Spyro, they got the Tiki for Crash. Why not do both? Again, I really don't care at this point in my life.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna play either one. It doesn't matter to me, but I think it would be sweet for the fans of both franchises. I think to have that option be kind of dope.
I would look at it.
Like, yeah, sure.
As someone who was used to be a fan of Spyro, and I've always been a fan of Crash, casually. I mean, I haven't played his recent game, but I think it's a dope concept. I like to see some of that. I liked what Sonic and Mario used to do back in the day with the Olympics and stuff like that. I thought that stuff was super dope as well back in the day. So, Tim the Sorcerer says Nixies is working on multiple ports. He has a friend that works there. Okay, that's dope. That's dope to hear. So, I mean, again, hopefully that's Sony sees what they need to do, because Nixie seemingly has a good strategy for how they're approaching this, and they've only gotten better. I think Ghost of Tsushima is probably the best that they've done out of the box. The options, you can just tell that they've been paying attention, right? Hey, I mean, what are PC players looking for? How do we need to bring this over? It's just, they got some magic. They're working some magic in there, so it's gonna be full to see. No names, NDA, superstar. Hey, no name. We don't need no names. It's just dope to see. Again, you get into the gaming community, you never know who knows who, man. That's why I treat everybody kind of equally, bro. Like, if anything is over the top, I'm going to address you directly if I need to address you directly. But outside of that, I'm not involved enough to care. And I'm always going to be more so coming from the RTS approach is much more than what we do here on Living Split Screen. It's just also their way that I approach the gaming industry. I mean, even the community. I step myself way back here. Yeah, I don't see me in all the extra drama and all the bullshit. I comment on it and I leave it at that. So, let's see. I don't think there's anything else.
We got to talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows, bro.
Oh, damn. Yes,
we have not done that. I mean, if you don't have time, let me know and we can just hold it. We can talk about it.
I got nothing going on today.
So, we don't have to make this gigantic either. I mean, again, it is what it is. But yeah, we should talk about it because
there's nothing to it because that was big this week. I'm excited about that damn game.
Yeah, yeah.
So this week, a trailer for Assassin's Creed, or what used to be known as Red, which I kind of feel like they should have kept the name. I heard some people. I heard some people making like Red kind of implies like the blood, war, like battles and stuff like that. Which I really like the concept of that. I don't mind Shadows either though, because it does play into the idea of Assassin's Creed and them kind of getting back to, we see with Mirage, which I still need to play at some point. But we see with Mirage, they got back to what AC traditionally was, and people really enjoyed that, right? Yeah, Decado. Next week, I'm gonna work on it. I gotta do like 3, anywhere between 100 to 500 subs a day, so it doesn't look too obvious. But next week we'll get to 10K. Don't worry. I'm working with my plug right now to see how we can do that. No, I'm probably not going to do that, but I like to be funny. Nothing wrong with that. But Assassin's Creed Shadows trailer was shown this week, and bro, the story beats, the character design, the world design, how they're presenting everything. We're in the year of the East, man. Like literally. Between all the different games that I've played, just the demonstration that they're showing, the quality that they're showing, and Assassin's Creed, because again, people were getting into it about how historically accurate Assassin's Creed is. That's Assassin's Creed has always, they base themselves on history, but they don't hold themselves to history, right? The Templars don't exist in history the way that Assassin's Creed tells it, along with the whole creed itself doesn't exist the way that maybe they did. Who knows? Maybe they're telling us something that we're overlooking. Maybe there was some fantasy things going on during those times, right? But I don't know of an animus that I can go jump into to experience my long lost relatives' journey in their life or whatever. So until we get those, I think the loose reality that they use, I think is super dope. What they're doing with the Yusuke, I think it's also super dope. Black Samurai, Black Retainer, whatever you want to call it, which you're coming to find out was considered a samurai during that time. There's more information, even people from the East, from Japan specifically, also clarifying that, hey, this is somebody that we recognize, that we know, that we talk about, that we do fantasize, that we've drawn fantasy of. There's content about it. Afro Samurai, as an example, was created off the back of the legend of Yasuke as a character. And just because what I think is super unique and super dope is the fact that he does have an open-ended story, allows them room to play, right? And I think that really plays into what they've done with previous characters, where, yeah, you base some of it in reality, but if you have an open-ended story, that allows them to fit in the Assassin's Creed side of things. And they still have the traditional, again, the female character is also a made-up character. It's supposed to be, I think, based on a male character, actually. And I don't even know if the original dude that, who she's the daughter of, and I can't remember his name exactly, so excuse me, but the original dude that she's the daughter of in the Shinobi clan, he's the only real person in the story. So I don't know if he had a kid that was part of Shinobi. Of course, typically once you're a Shinobi, you're typically in that lifestyle, but still having the organic approach of her being the assassin more so truly, and having Yasuke be more of the brute in the situation, or be more so that samurai, because samurais don't believe in that code, right? Which we'll see. That's going to be an interesting thing to see if they play into that as well, because they kind of tease it a little bit. Like they're going to have a bit of a deeper relationship. I compared it to kind of what Bayek and Aya had in Origins, which I really loved. I like the way that they did that. Kind kind of bringing the two characters together and the moments that they had. So there's something really unique to be had there, man. Having the two different characters that play completely different from each other, I think is also super dope to see. Being able to determine which character you decide to use more is also super dope to see. And knowing that they both kind of play will play very differently with each other, but also you kind of level them both up at the same time is also extremely dope to me. Again, Assassin's Creed in Japan, this is something that we've been asking for quite some time, that we've wanted to see, just because of how they treat how they treat their worlds, and knowing that it is going to be smaller than the size of Origins is, we don't know how much smaller, but they just said, hey, Origins is kind of like the biggest, but it's less than that. That actually gets me excited, because I'm hoping that it's just going to be filled with more so of those details, right? It's going to be more people wandering around. It's going to give you those old school Assassin's Creed feelings in a new type of way. Like not super refined down like Mirage was, but more open, that you have access to kind of approach situations however you want to, along with the engine changes that they've made as well. This is seemingly going to probably be Ubisoft wanting to step back on top of their aspect of open world games, right? Taking it to the next level, whether it be the seasonal things that they're trying to do, with how the seasons are going to change, how you have the path that you may see available to you, and just the different outlooks on different things, man. So it's extremely exciting. The race part of it or whatever, I just think is extremely funny to me, how people have to take everything overly serious, or we need to see. I think it's funny for people to say, oh, well, I think it's DEI, or here we go with, oh, we got to have inclusion and we couldn't just have a Japanese character, although there's a Japanese female shinobi on the front cover as well, and people acting like they're not, like Assassin's Creed hasn't traditionally done their homework when it comes to their games. That's the one thing that I can't knock them for. As much as big as Valhalla is, can't say that I didn't feel like it was genuine. You know what I mean? So super dope to see. If anything, it definitely gives you a list of mutable people, or a block list, if that's something that you kind of look at. But I'm super excited. I can't wait for this one. This is going to be the first Assassin's Creed, I think, in a while where, like, day one, I'm really excited to jump in. Tugging on my heartstrings a little bit as well from what I've seen in the trailer. Pong, how did you feel about what you've seen from the Assassin's Creed Shadows trailer? Was it everything that you hoped for? And was Assassin's Creed Shadow everything that you hoped for? Or did you find it interesting to see the the seeming conversation between the characters, the diversity, and all that great stuff as well?
Nixie, first of all, November 15th is the launch date, sir.
Yeah.
November 15th for AC Shadows. Whole different podcast, whole different show. Again, you guys all know my feelings as a gamer. Give me good characters.
That's all I care. That's all I fucking care about.
What they look like. I just don't. If it's obvious,
I appreciate
then we can have conversations. If there's certain things that I don't appreciate, yes, there is. I'm just going to say, welcome to society as it's been set up. You guys, nobody wants to have the bigger conversation about the puppet masters who are dividing all of us into groups again. Everybody seems to enjoy the back and forth. Everybody's gotten real comfortable about calling everybody names around here.
Yes.
Again, it's a bigger conversation. I'm just going to say, when one side pushes the pendulum one way, it swings back. The other side's going to push it that way as well. That's what's happening right now across everything. And so this division is not surprising to me. Games are a massive part of society nowadays. So yes, are you going to see the same bullshit here? You are, but it's both sides. And I don't care what anybody wants to think about that. It's both sides. So again, until everybody wants to get back together again and realize that we are being divided and conquered on purpose, there's no point in even talking about a lot of this stuff, because nobody wants to have those conversations. and everybody gets real comfortable claiming that you are something that you're obviously not, just because you have a different opinion these days. So I'll leave it as that. Again, I don't care what the characters look like. If they fit the story, if it's a part of the world, if it's all, if it's cool as hell, that's all I give a shit about. And again, for me, in this case, Yasuke is going to be the tank. I don't play tanks, right? I had this conversation the other night. It's going to be set up like Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Syndicate is top 3 Assassin's Creed all time for me. I know that's a hot take. A lot of people don't like Syndicate, but I love Evie. I love Evie to death. Jacob was a cool character. I just hated his play style, which again was more tanky, more, again, they're I know what they're doing. The minute I saw it, I was like, okay, we're doing Syndicate, which is great. But again, I have always wanted to play Ninja in Assassin's Creed, Shinobi, whatever you want to call her, with Nawe being that I am going to play her the vast majority of the time.
You like to play female characters too, so.
I like to play female characters too, obviously, but again, the stealth ninja, that's all me. I'm not a tank dude. Yeah, I'm not a tank dude in any of my games, right?
I'm fighting just not for the decision.
Right. But the facts are they're going to have missions just like Syndicate where you do have to play one or the other. Okay. That's what they did. I had to trudge through the Jacob missions, right? So maybe Yasuke will be much better playing and I'll actually enjoy Yasuke. I don't know. Maybe that'll be the case. Maybe I'll fall in love with Yasuke's playstyle and I'll want to be a tank, right? But just knowing myself right now, I will get through those missions. It'll be cool because it does fill in backstory, and gives you a different perspective when you do have certain missions where you have to play that character. Yeah. Again, the Assassin's Creed, all the smoke we give Ubisoft, Assassin's Creed is the one franchise. I still love the open world and I still love the smaller experiences. I praised them nonstop when they had that huge Assassin's Creed show where they laid out the roadmap and they talked about how they realized they've got fans of the open world and they've got fans of the smaller games and they're going to go back and forth and alternate between the two. I praise the hell out of it because I like both of them. Yes, give me both of those experiences. I too have to go play Mirage at some point as well. But I'm looking forward to this. So I will be okay with the fact that there are going to be certain missions where I have to play Yasuke versus Nawe, but the vast majority of the time you're going to be able, they've already come out and said you'll be able to flip on the fly, much like Grand Theft Auto, which is dope. Cool. Great. I'll be playing again up front Nawe most of the time. Right. But the fact that it is finally in the East, and the fact that we do get the setting that obviously a lot of us have been looking for, it just fits Assassin's Creed so well. I am super excited. The list of details that have come out since have only gotten me more excited. They are already stealing from the Splinter Cell team, right? We know they're making a Splinter Cell remake. The fact that they are going to give us the opportunity to do full stealth in this game, especially with Nawe, knock out lighting sources, hide in the shadows, stealth kills. You can even do non-lethal takedowns in this one. I'm all in, man. They are speaking my language. Current gen only, no previous gen. If there's one thing we know, Assassin's Creed are some of the most beautiful looking games when they come out.
Yeah.
You can say what you want to about Valhalla. It was one of the games that we all popped in on our Series X's or our PS5s and said, this looks like current gen. This is okay. Okay. This is definitely an upgrade.
I love very I really like Valhalla. I do.
Yeah. And the fact that they are going to say no more last gen, focus on the current gen. Yes, and more. Yes. Some of they talked about the destructibility in the environments that they're making things more.
Oh my God,
bro. And she's got the chain blade. Oh, it's going to be so dope to see this all go down.
Scorpion.
So yeah, I'm excited. The story, the CGI trailer, again, I'm one of those people that still get excited for CGI trailers. I like CGI trailers. So I enjoy the hell out of them.
I like it. Set the tone.
And I think, so I gave me a really good look at the story. I can't wait to see, because obviously it appears Yasuke was on the side of burning down her village and how they get together. And we talked about it earlier.
Yeah, how does that happen? Yeah.
We talked about it earlier. We were talking about Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah.
the samurai looked down upon shinobi because they were the shadow killers, whereas the samurai are up front, like frontal attack, face your opponent, man on
being
man.
A foreigner, it's going to be interesting to look into.
Him being a foreigner, I want to see if they do take, again, Assassin's Creed has played, obviously, with history.
Yeah.
Okay, they brought in science fiction, they brought in everything else. Okay, listen, I do appreciate, and I have spoken about this, that the Assassin's Creed teams do a lot of homework, though, to get the history right about the times and the setting and about what that would be like in that era. They do a ton of homework to get that right. So I'm looking forward to that as well, Steele. I want to see how, if they actually do kind of look at that. Because Yasuke, we have very, very limited knowledge of who he actually was. There's very little written. A lot of it has been passed down by word of mouth, right? A lot of it has been insinuated or assumed, but we have very little. But what we do know is he would have been, and I say this in the nicest terms possible, again, this is history, oddity or a curiosity at that time, right? He would have been, it would have not have been normal to see a man like this walking around in any type of samurai armor. Okay.
He was looked
at all. So and there's some reports that he potentially could have been thought of that way as well. So I want to see how they do that interaction as he's going through the towns and stuff. That'll be cool too.
Got a little bit of tease of that in that trailer as well, which is dope. When the little girl looked at it, I thought it was dope.
Yeah, exactly. So, I'm all on board day one with this. This is Assassin's Creed. I've been looking again if it's set up like Syndicate. I love Syndicate. So I hope that these characters are, again, most of the time I enjoy the characters written. Obviously there are favorites. This is, for those of you, Assassin's Creed fandom has developed kind of like with the Call of Duty fandom, where certain teams, people look more forward to those games from those certain teams. This is the Odyssey team. This is the Odyssey team. This is not the Valhalla team. Yes. So this is the Odyssey.
Is it?
Yes.
I haven't played Odyssey.
Odyssey is freaking amazing. Cassandra as a character was freaking phenomenal, bro. Like one of my favorite characters too. But again, the Odyssey was great. I don't know where I'd rank it, but it definitely was great. So a lot of people are really excited about that it's not the Valhalla team. It is the Odyssey team. Got a really good lineage there. So I can't wait to see how the characters written. I will hope they are just as likable as some of their other characters that they have created in the past. But everything that we've heard, the seasons changing, Steel, which will change your environment as well. Like these are the details we always talk about. Will this be the first game to try this? No, of course not. But with the Assassin's Creed team behind it, the one thing we do know is they got the resources. This is their billion-dollar franchise. Like Ubisoft don't skimp with this team. So the fact that they're going to have seasons fully represented in this game, in which during obviously wintertime, lakes will be frozen. You won't be able to go into the water. Right? There won't be tall grass in the winter. You won't have as many hiding spots. They talked about how the AI is going to hover around fire sources to keep warm during the winters, which is going to open up more pathways because they're not going to be guarding as much area. They talked about specifically as well, kind of like the Dishonored series, which I love. They are talking about having more ways to accomplish your missions than ever before in Assassin's Creed, which gives me Dishonored vibes. Talking about how you can go assassinate any of your targets in any order. It's not going to be that you need to go this per, and also that they're taking away that open up the map and everything is marked puke all over your screen. They want you to discover it more naturally, right? They want that again.
Just give it an option.
This is something that people have talked about in Avatar, like the Avatar game. Again, different, it's still Ubisoft, but different team, obviously with Massive. Mm-hmm. But that in that game, they didn't want to do the Far Cry kind of way or the Assassin's Creed kind of way, and they kind of let you more naturally discover it. There's still things be marked, but you will just kind of travel and find things, right? That to me, again, is great. I don't mind the icon puking all over the map. I don't mind that at all. It doesn't bother me as much as it bothers other people. But obviously, if you're going to let me have that sense of exploration, okay, I'm all in. I love that too. So yeah, I am super hyped for Assassin's Creed Shadows. I thought it had a great showing. I can't wait to see more. We're expecting more at the Ubisoft Forward. I thought this reveal would be done. I thought maybe potentially, I still think Splinter Cell is going to be at the Xbox Showcase. But I thought this one could be there too, but obviously they decided to do it separate. So I'm not expecting Assassin's Creed to be at the Xbox Showcase, but obviously they already said it's going to be at the Ubisoft Forward. So we'll get gameplay at the Ubisoft Forward, and I'm looking forward to that because I want to see how this actually plays out. I want to see their different move sets, how, especially Nawe sneaking through the dark steel, bringing that real Assassin's Creed feel to it as she sneaks up on somebody and they showed it at the end where she the Assassin's Knife comes out curved, slashes. Yeah, for sure.
Better. I could argue that this is probably the first time that we've actually had an assassin, right? Like that wasn't like, oh, it's a normal person brought into the Creed and then they learned how to become an assassin. Nah, she's a freaking shinobi, bro. Literally what it means to be an assassin. So that's gonna be.
I mean, they talked about Yasuke being able to decapitate people, which is cool for sure. So I mean, again, there's gonna be moments that are like he's probably gonna have some sweet ass moments.
You can do it in Ghost of Tsushima, right? And this is again based on the samurai. He's probably gonna have very similar code where at some point he's going to be also given a hidden blade and he's going to have to deal with, there's other ways to deal with this. Although again, especially going with how are they going to handle Nobunaga at the time? Is Nobunaga even going to have any impact in the story at this time? Because if Nobunaga is involved, then it is very unlikely that he'll go against the samurai code. But if he is involved, if they could also do it because again, Nobunaga did die, and then Yosuke kind of continued after that, and that's where it kind of ends for his story. There is a way to say, hey, after his death, maybe he saw something in the shinobi character. And again, I forgot who it was that brought up this point, but somebody was making up the point that, hey, typically in Assassin's Creed, the animus goes back to who you were ancestors of. You can only have access to people who are in your ancestry or whatever the case. That's how it traditionally works. And I've been away from it for some time, so I don't know if it's like you get to choose whoever or if it has to be part of your genetic code or whatever for people that you can go back to. I thought that's how it was before. So if that's the case, somebody was making the point, it might have been Black Viking actually that said it. He was essentially saying that, hey, because of the female and Yasuke being, you seeing that there is a chance that they end up getting together and they had a kid, which allows you, which is part of the reason why you're allowed to experience both sides, which I think would be really interesting to see if they end up doing it that way. That's really dope.
We'll see. I can't wait. Again, day one. This has got me super excited. I just can't wait to see more gameplay from it and the lead up. Again, 2024 is ridiculous. I put it in a post.
Year.
If we're getting Avowed and Assassin's Creed Shadows in November.
Y'all gonna have a killer month,
bro. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I know you're cool because whatever
I'm gonna choose Shadows every time.
You're gonna do Shadows, but I am gonna be in trouble. And then we got Age of Mythology Retold. Like I said in my post, Xbox, you better not drop Age of Mythology Retold in this period of time. We got Call of Duty at the end of October, supposedly now in Game Pass. So obviously that's gonna be in the rotation. 2024, the second, 2044,
it's a godly
all of it. It is. This is now, it's moving up the GOAT ladder of all time years. By the time it's all said and done, if all this stuff hits properly, this probably will be my greatest year of all time as far as gaming. I have not bought this many games and played this many games in any one year. It's crazy, man. And again, I've got a little bit extra because now I got the PC, investing more in it, but I'm just talking about new games coming out this year.
First half of the year has been bananas.
Amount of games, man, and games coming out of nowhere and blowing us away, but then getting added extra ones like AC, Shadows, Assassin's Creed, a huge IP just dropping out of.
I was expecting that this year.
Here's November 15th. November 15th. Here we go. Really good year. Fine.
Right before Black Friday, well.
Thanks for dropping in here, man. Yeah,
it's right before Black Friday, so there's a chance that they might discount it a little bit as well. I mean, again.
Ubi discount. I'll be joining Ubisoft Plus for sure.
No, I will too. That's going to be me.
Yeah.
I know people were bringing up the price tags and everything else that is happening. And look, I definitely get it. Ubisoft is purposely pricing their stuff in a way that wants you to get outside of the collector's edition, because I still think they're way overpriced on that. But they're pricing their stuff in a way that makes you think about jumping into a service. Everybody's doing it, so it's interesting that that's way that it's like that. Nixie, you stupid. He said Pong just admitted that there was nothing to buy on Xbox.
That's not what I said.
Fawn says simply don't buy it. Yeah, I mean, or just buy the regular edition. I mean, yeah, that's my belief. That's what guys.
They've been this model for a long time, Steele. They've been this model for a long time. Why all of a sudden are people in an uproar of Ubisoft? They've been doing this for a very long ass time. I don't know why suddenly people figured like, oh, I didn't know their Ultimate Editions were like this. Go look at all their Ultimate Edition releases and their prices. Go look at it. It's always been this way. And they've always attached missions to pre-orders or to some of their editions. Extra missions have been attached for a very long time in Ubisoft games.
And guess what? If you get Ubisoft Plus, you don't have to worry about none of that. Get all of it day and date. The DLC, all the cosmetics, all the extra. Hey, day and date. Get Ubisoft Plus.
Get that Ubisoft sale within 30 days where you pay about 40% less.
And look, and Ubisoft Plus during that time might have me for a few months because I got to play that. Then I got to get Mirage. Then I got to get the Star Wars game. So it's like they got me for at least a little bit. So and then I won't subscribe again for a while. And that's something that they got to figure out. If it's working for them, hey, I'm a consumer at the end of the day. ECP, baby. Educated consumer perspective. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it is beyond time for us to wind it down. So let's get into our This Day in Gaming section, and then we'll get everybody on out of here. First, I do want to say I greatly and beyond appreciate everybody for coming through, for sticking out with us, for the time that we do. Again, that is impressive to me enough. Way beyond when I think about this on a week-to-week basis. It's not about, we're at whatever number, 10K, 15K. I don't care about none of that. Why? Because we have people who will come here on a week-to-week basis, who sit here through damn near the entire show and get involved, right, man? Have excellent gaming conversation. And we're just a two-man. Like, I've had some people, question like, well, Steele, why don't y'all bring extra people on? Guys, like, if we can't control ourselves, like, what do you want us to do? Again, I mean, it's a double-edged sword because me and Paul don't get to chop it up like that. If we chopped it up more often, then maybe it would be different. But even when we were kind of chopping it up more often, we would still be able to have a 3-4 hour show pretty easily. So, but nonetheless, greatly appreciate you guys. Everybody that's definitely gave those additional bits of what I would say investment into Living Split Screen and extra love and everything. And again, that's not something that anybody has to do, right? That's just great appreciation. That's much love. And hey, YouTube's going to get their cut, and everything else helps just grow the channel. Again, I'm working on trying to get some good apparel for us that we're going to like. I want to get some blanks in and whatnot. Again, Yobi, shout out to Lil Yobi, a mod in the chat. He is on the one and only who has a one of one Living Split Screen hoodie right now. So guys, definitely check out legendary Yobi if you want to look into that. Super dope looking hoodie. It's unfortunate we're not going to be able to continue with them doing it through Etsy and whatnot, but maybe we'll figure that out later. So we'll continue to grow things and build up from there. So greatly appreciate it. But let's get into This Day in Gaming. The section where we go 30 years in gaming history. Why? Because gaming is art. It should be treated as such. And maybe some of these games that I bring up here, you'll be reminded of and be like, damn, I remember that playing that back in the day, but damn, can I appreciate where games are right now. So today we're starting in 1990 with the NES releasing Nintendo World Cup. Shout out to that. Then in 94, you had the arcades drop Top Hunter.
Okay.
Shout out to Top Hunter. Then in 98, you had PlayStation release Breath of Fire 3.
Freaking amazing JRPG series right there, man.
Oh, okay. Damn. Dope.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, bro. Oh, classic.
Then in 99 on the Nintendo 64 and PC, Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. This game was actually fucking amazing.
Bro, no, it was not. I went back and played it.
Racer was good. Going back to it, I wouldn't go back to it. I'd rather have my memories be what my memories are.
Yeah, have your memories. Have your memories for sure. I know how many people love that game, so I'm not going to deny it.
Going back to it today?
I went back to it today. Whatever.
Yeah, no, I can see it not being the greatest. I can see, but at the time, oh man, it was fucking amazing. Then in 2000, PlayStation released Brigandine Grand Edition. Okay. Then in 2000, PlayStation released Gekido, or Gekido, something like that. There you go.
Yeah, something like that.
Then in 2005, PC released Fate. This looks really familiar to me.
I was just thinking about that one actually when I saw it. I was trying to think of what that was.
It's a role-playing action RPG made by Wild Tangent. That's an 80. The time has come to take the dare to step forward and determine your fate. An infinite number of levels and exciting battles await you. In Fate, you play as a youthful boy or girl, always accompanied by a little dog or cat. Okay, I don't remember that.
Yeah, no, I don't remember this one. Now looking at it,
thought it was something else. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So then in 2006, you had PlayStation 2 release Dot Hack GU Volume 1 Rebirth. Shout out to Dot Hack.
Yep. A lot of people love that one too. Never got into it.
Yeah, I never get into Dot Hack either. I've seen some episodes, but I never sat down and really watched them like that, which is surprising. Yeah. But then in Japan in 2006, the DS released Point Blank DS.
All right.
Then in 2009, this is one that comes heavily recommended for those who are fans of Gears.
Absolutely.
I believe, unless I'm mixing it up with something else.
No.
Bionic Commando 2009. I've never played this game.
Backwards compatible. Got the FPS boost. Upgraded resolution. Go play Bionic Commando if you're looking for something old school that, yes, does it feel mechanically at times old school like Gears 1, right? Sure, yes. But is it a great game? It absolutely is. Or no. Forget everything I just said. I'm thinking about the other freaking game. Why did I just confuse this? Because my old brain. Bionic Commando is the platformer. Is it not? Yes. Bionic Commando is the platformer. I was thinking, oh my God.
Yeah, it's a Metroidvania.
Yeah, it's a Metroidvania. Yeah, Bionic Commando has been around for a long time. Great game too, by the way. If you're into those types of games. I was thinking of freaking I've got it too.
It's like Gears.
Keep going. I'll find it. No, it's not Gears. I know which one.
I said plays like Gears though. Plays very similar. Then in 2009 on the Wii, you had Punch Out. Shout out to Punch Out. Then in 2010 on Xbox 360, you got Alan Wake. Shout out to Alan Wake. Then in 2010, the DS released Blue Dragon Awakened Shadow. Shout out to Blue Dragon. Then in 2010, DS, PS, PC, PlayStation 3, Wii, and Xbox 360 released DreamWorks Shrek Forever After. Shout out to Shrek. Then in 2010, PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 released Red Dead Redemption. Shout out to Red Dead. Yeah, and if they truly remake the first game, I do want to go back and at least try to replay this one, because from my memory, when I played Red Dead 2, it just felt like it didn't hold a candle to what I experienced in Red Dead 1. I don't know. Maybe it's just rose-tinted glasses. Maybe it's the way that I'm thinking about it. But I fell off of Red Dead 2, man. It didn't hold me. I don't even think I got halfway in Red Dead 2. It was just a lot, man. It was boring. But again, I've never been like a superb cowboy fan either. I like cowboys, so, grew up watching shows and stuff like that. But I don't know. Then in 2010, iOS, PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360 released Split Second. Shout out to Split Second. In Yobi, yes, I did hear about Undisputed getting a full release. I believe that's at the end of the year, if I'm not mistaken. Shout out to Undisputed. It's just like Fight Night. If you're looking for a fight night, I've been waiting for one for quite some time. It looks really good. I know Fuzzy has been playing it in the background. Shout out to Fuzzy. And he said it plays really good. And they've been updating it, so it should be in a good place. And Fawn says that's blasphemy. RDR2 is the GOAT. I hear that. I don't think it's that great of a game. She was boring as hell to me. I put it down and I will never go back to it. I'm so cool on that game. I'm so good on it. But again, that's just me. It is what it is. Then in 2010, the Wii released Trauma Team. Shout out to Trauma Team. Then in 2010, the Wii also released Veggie World, or Veggie World, I guess. Then in 2015, the PC released The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Pong died. I wonder if he accidentally turned off his PC. That would be funny. Then in 2016, PC also released Prominence Poker. Got the Prominence Poker. 2017, Linux, Macintosh, and PC released Regalia of Men in Monarchs. Shout out to Regalia. Yeah, Fonz, I get it. It hurts your soul. I definitely hear you. Hey, is what it is. I definitely get it. I think Valhalla would be a better game to play than that. Again, different games, different strokes for different folks. But that's why I say I really loved Red Dead Redemption 1. And when I was playing 2, it made me feel like, damn, why did I have more enjoyment playing 1 than I did 2? And I would just like to go in just back if it gave an updated version, because I typically don't replay games. But if they did a full remake, and I would like to at least go back and see whether it was rose-tinted glasses or not. Or maybe I'm confusing it with a different game at the time, Call of Juarez or something else. I don't think I am at all, but again, personal, it's just personal things. Nothing against Red Dead, because again, it's a beautiful game. Beautiful, very detailed. Again, it speaks to Rockstar's quality. Said Richard, Prominence Poker. Did we do I did Regalia of Men and Monarchs, 2017 on Linux, Macintosh, and PC. 2018, Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4 released Pixel Junk Monsters 2. Oh, okay. Then in 2018, damn, that was only 2018, huh? It feels like it's been longer than that than State of Decay 2. I feel like State of Decay 2 came out in like 2014. State of Decay 2 released on Xbox One in 2018. Crazy. Ooh, excuse me. Then in 2022, PC released Eros Fantasy. Shout out to that. And then in 2024, Nintendo Switch has just been really consistent about having these games that release on like a Saturday, I guess, or maybe it released recently. But Astro Blaze DX on the Nintendo Switch. So shout out to this day in gaming section. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to thank you for joining us today for Living Split Screen. Again, over 5.5 hours of pure, live, raw, and uncut content on a platform that is non-console centric. Talking about everything going on within the gaming industry, but is the home of that RTS view, real-time strategy, pulling ourselves out of the world, looking at the darker crevices of the map, pulling our resources together so we can not only build up the foundation for us right here on LSS, but also for those potential 3 billion gamers that Phil and now Sarah Bond continue to talk about and mention. Also, we're the home of that ECP, that's the Educated Consumer Perspective. Both emojis you can find right down below if you are a member. To Living Split Screen, if you are a fellow splitter. And ECP just means we take our years of professional experience in the workforce, business, and just personal experience, and also combine that with our gaming experience, our love for the hobby, and the way that we discuss these topics as a conversational podcast about the gaming industry. And we just lay all that on the table. We don't work in the industry. Microsoft doesn't pay us. PlayStation doesn't pay us. None of these companies pay us. We're just two gamers that are extremely passionate, that have a true love for the gaming industry and treat it as such. With that, you can find me, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain, that C is a 7, everywhere. Anywhere that has a search bar, Google, Bing, whatever you choose to use, it's probably going to be the easiest way to find all my information. But I usually freak in the streets of Twitter, otherwise known as X, the Xbox ecosystem, because it just works so well in tandem between the console and the PC itself, along with my other devices. And yeah, hit me up in the DM messages, whatever may be, and let's chop it up, man. I'm never hiding or running from anybody. So, and I'll continue. We'll continue to observe from the outside as I usually do. With that being said, give Pong a second or two to come back. I'll continue with this outro though. You can find Pong Soul everywhere. Xbox Ultimate, along with the Fun Speculation family. Definitely check them out every Friday on Xbox, on the Xbox Ultimate podcast, and then Thursdays on PM in the PM with Pong and Math, aka Fun Speculation. And yeah, man. With that, greatly appreciate everybody for being here. Hopefully Pong didn't throw out his back or throw out his PC or hit the floor or whatever the case. I'm pretty sure he'll come back after. But again, nothing but love and appreciation for everybody tuning in, locked in. And we'll catch you next week on episode, I believe this is going to be 150, if I'm not mistaken. 150 is going to be the next episode. Couple episodes away from the end of season 3, start of season 4, which just means E3 is right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. Much love, stay safe, and I'll catch you on the next one. Enjoy the rest of your day. Peace.
Just one question. What if you miss?